Chapter 1. I was betrayed by my sister, only to be reborn. Qin Xiaoyou. Are you even human? Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as his eyes filled with shock, anger, and disappointment. It hurt so much. He never imagined that his younger sister, whom he had cared for since childhood, could do something like this to him. I thought you were just a rebellious fan, obsessed with stars, but this. As he recalled what had just happened, Qin Feng felt an unbearable chill in his heart. No one knew he was a transmigrator. He had transmigrated into the body of an orphan, only to be adopted by a couple. When he was 5 years old, the couple had a daughter, named Qin Xiaoyou. Thankfully, the parents did not favor the younger daughter over him, treating them equally. Qin Feng also took special care of his sister, especially after their parents passed away in a car accident when he was 18. He alone shouldered the responsibility of survival and caring for his sister. The change came when Qin Xiaoyou entered university. The abandoned god game arrived. People could enter the game, kill monsters to gain lifespan, and even consume lifespan to extract abilities from the game into reality. The powerful could tear apart airplanes and tanks with their bare hands, and with their physical bodies, even withstand nuclear bombs. Thus, the world changed drastically, and disasters spread. As survival became increasingly difficult for countless people, Qin Feng dragged his sister Qin Xiaoyou through hardships and obstacles, rising to become one of the top 100 strongest individuals in the world. Eventually, Qin Feng obtained a mysterious ancient god's eye from an ancient deity's ruin. At last, he had the qualifications to reach the peak. But unexpectedly, his sister Qin Xiaoyou struck against him. Qin Feng had no defenses against his sister. She mixed soul-wandering water into his drink, and after he consumed it, he completely lost his ability to move. Then Qin Xiaoyou stood before Qin Feng and said coldly, "Since we were children, you've always tried to control me. You wouldn't let me do this, you wouldn't let me do that. I've felt suffocated every day. I've never experienced freedom. I know you hate Song Fei. His meet and greets, his concerts. You wouldn't let me go. How many things have I missed because of you? Do you know? Song Fei contacted me today. It turns out he's always known about me. But because of you, he knew there was no possibility between us, until now, I finally got the chance. As long as I get your ancient god's eye, Song Fei's power will surpass yours. You won't be able to stop us from being together." Qin Feng's soul wandered outside his body, watching helplessly. His sister Qin Xiaoyou, wearing a white dress, personally dug out his eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with excitement and joy. "Don't worry, Song Fei said he'll find you new eyes. As long as you don't stop us from being together." After obtaining Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Xiaoyou happily left the room. However, what she didn't know was the soul-wandering water that Song Fei gave her had been laced with deadly toxins. Not long after she left, Qin Feng suddenly died. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a bed. It was a simple, clean bedroom. The curtains by the floor-to-ceiling windows fluttered gently in the breeze, and warm sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting rays on the blanket. "I've returned 9 years ago. I've been reborn." Qin Feng sat up from the bed, his expression somewhat dazed. As he recalled the events of his past life, his face grew cold. Song Fei. This person was a celebrity in Daxia. From the time he was just a trainee, Qin Xiaoyou had been following him, just like many other fans, extremely obsessed and rebellious. As a result, Qin Feng had been strict with her. No staying out late, no going to bars, no smoking. Does that make you feel suffocated? When the abandoned god game arrived, I didn't let you team up with strangers. I kept you safe, leveling with you from the start to the end. Yet, you think that was restricting your freedom? Qin Feng still remembered. On the day the abandoned god game arrived, Qin Xiaoyou had been in a fight with him. Song Fei was holding a concert in a nearby city, and Qin Xiaoyou wanted to buy a ticket to go, but Qin Feng refused because she had a calculus exam that day. How could he possibly agree to her skipping the exam to attend the concert? But in the end, Qin Xiaoyou still went secretly with her friend. Qin Feng had planned to wait for her apology, but the next day, the abandoned god game arrived. Worried about her safety, Qin Feng found her and offered a truce. Under Qin Feng's protection, Qin Xiaoyou had faced no difficulties during this disastrous era, and many envied her for having such a brother. But no one could have imagined that, in her heart, Qin Feng, the brother who had cared for her for over a decade, was no match for a pop idol. Song Fei, brother. Heh. Qin Xiaoyou, I never expected you to be this foolish. Even if you took the ancient god's eye for yourself, that would be one thing. But to give it to someone else? Do you really think Song Fei knows you? Likes you? Qin Feng sneered coldly. When the abandoned god game arrived, Song Fei, once a star, had managed to get by, but he was still only a second-rate fighter, not even close to matching Qin Feng's strength. In the 9 years since, Song Fei had never had any significant interaction with either Qin Feng or Qin Xiaoyou. Yet, as soon as Qin Feng obtained the ancient god's eye, Song Fei appeared at his door. Clearly, Song Fei's sole purpose was to get his hands on the ancient god's eye. And Qin Xiaoyou naively believed that it was because Song Fei wanted to be with her. In my previous life, I sacrificed so much to protect you. I missed so many people, so many opportunities. There were countless dangers I passed up because I didn't want to take you into harm's way. If not for that, I might not just be among the top 100 in the world, but even further ahead. Since you think my protection and control over you is a burden, then so be it. This life. I'll pretend I never had a sister. Without you, I'll be lighter, freer. If someone else had done this to Qin Feng, he wouldn't have spared them upon his rebirth. But Qin Xiaoyou. She was after all the biological daughter of his adoptive parents. For the sake of his late parents, Qin Feng was willing to give her one last chance, but it was the only one she'd get. From now on, let her fend for herself. As for Song Fei, he had naturally earned a spot on Qin Feng's kill list. And the moment Qin Feng decided to shed the burden of Qin Xiaoyou, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had never felt so relaxed in all these years. Qin Feng was eager to see just how high he could reach without Qin Xiaoyou weighing him down. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Qin Feng's mind, and mysterious characters appeared before his eyes. Judgment Eye activation in progress. You have obtained the authority of judgment. The chilling voice left Qin Feng stunned. Judgment Eye. Authority of judgment. Could it be? Was this the ancient god's eye he had obtained? The Judgment Eye is an ancient relic of the gods. It was bound to me when I acquired it. Even if they dig out my eyes, they can't take it away. So, this thing came back with me when I was reborn. In his previous life, no matter what, Qin Feng had never managed to activate this power. But now, after his rebirth, the ancient god's eye had activated. Chapter 2, Judgment Eye. The authority of the ancient god. What's the use of the Judgment Eye and the authority of judgment? Qin Feng was a bit confused. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, it felt like an ancient eye had existed for eternity, staring directly into him. A line of explanatory text appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. The text appeared in a form he could understand, Daxia characters, and flew out of the darkness, right before him. Judgment Eye, activated. Unique attribute, Authority of Judgment. Authority of Judgment, the truest and oldest primordial authority in the universe. Its power surpasses rules and order. You do not possess divinity, so you cannot activate the authority for now, but passive effects are active. Passive effect of authority. Upon entering the God-forsaken game, you will automatically receive the highest level talent. This passage is filled with powerful narrative moments and concepts that can be translated into a thrilling, action-packed story. Here's a more polished English translation for you. Judgment Eye. The authority of the ancient god. What's the use of the Judgment Eye and the authority of judgment? Qin Feng was a bit confused. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, it felt like an ancient eye had existed for eternity, staring directly into him. A line of explanatory text appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. The text appeared in a form he could understand, Daxia characters, and flew out of the darkness, right before him. Judgment Eye, activated. Unique attribute, Authority of Judgment. Authority of Judgment, the truest and oldest primordial authority in the universe. Its power surpasses rules and order. You do not possess divinity, so you cannot activate the authority for now, but passive effects are active. Passive effect of authority. Upon entering the God-forsaken game, you will automatically receive the highest level talent. Primordial Authority. Power surpassing rules and order. Qin Feng was shaken to his core. Rules and order were the pinnacle of the power that could be obtained from the God-forsaken game. In the previous life, in the 7th year after the God-forsaken game had arrived, a powerful being left the land of the abandoned gods and reached the land of order, gaining the potential to wield the power of order. In reality, for the entire 9 years, as far as Qin Feng knew, no one from Blue Star had gained any power of order. Yet now, he had acquired the primordial authority that surpassed both order and rules. Although I currently lack divinity and cannot activate the authority, but the passive effect of this authority automatically grants me the highest level talent upon entering the game. This is invincible. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. In his previous life, his talent had been at the Emerald level. Emerald level was the 7th tier. And the God-forsaken game had a total of 13 tiers for talents, equipment, and skills. Inferior, normal, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond. Epic, legendary, mythical, ancient, immortal. Does this mean I will have immortal level talent this time? Emerald level talent had already pushed Qin Feng into the top 100 worldwide. But immortal level? That was beyond his comprehension. He pulled out his phone from under the pillow. The time is exactly 8 a.m. The God-forsaken game has quietly arrived. In my previous life, I was scolded by my boss for being late. I didn't realize the game had arrived until noon and went to the school to make amends with Qin Xiaoyou. After a long discussion, we didn't enter the game until evening. I wasted a whole day of development time. Now that he had been reborn, Qin Feng naturally had to seize every second. He wouldn't do anything unnecessary. From 8 a.m. today, any adult who falls asleep will have their consciousness transported to the land of the abandoned gods, joining the God-forsaken game. At the same time, our physical bodies will become intangible. The intangible body can still be seen with the naked eye, but cannot be touched, as if it doesn't exist in this world. In other words, once we enter the God-forsaken game, our real-world bodies are in an untouchable, invincible state, existing in a different dimension from reality. This strange situation was why the God-forsaken game spread so quickly. In just half a day, it had reached every corner of the globe. I didn't expect that the moment I was reborn would coincide with the arrival of the God-forsaken game. Fortunately, I suffer from insomnia, so I always have some prescription sleep aids. Qin Feng immediately planned to enter the game. On one hand, he was eager to see his highest level talent. On the other hand, he needed to enter the game as soon as possible to gain an advantage. The first entry into the game must be while asleep, a fixed rule. So, Qin Feng wasted no time. He took the sleep medication, lay back, and prepared to fall asleep. Meanwhile, at Jiangai Normal University, in the campus, where autumn leaves were falling, a group of students rushed to their classrooms to attend class. A girl in a white dress with long hair fluttering behind her, youthful and beautiful, was heading to class with her best friend. Her short-haired friend curiously asked, "By the way, Xiaoyou, aren't you going to call your brother and apologize? We skipped the exam yesterday to sneak into Song Fei's concert. Your brother must be really mad." The long-haired girl was Qin Xiaoyou. She chuckled, "Apologize? He's not my real brother. Why can't I go to Song Fei's concert? He's way too controlling." Her short-haired friend helplessly said, "But he's so good to you. Aside from being strict, he buys you whatever you want. I really envy you for having a brother like that." Qin Xiaoyou shrugged, indifferent, "I have most of my parents' inheritance. Even without him, I can still live well. Who cares?" Soon, they entered the classroom, preparing to start their lessons. What Qin Xiaoyou didn't know was that Qin Feng was no longer the brother she could summon at will. And she didn't realize that disaster had already quietly descended upon the entire world. Some people, some regions, had already started circulating videos. When people fell asleep, their bodies became intangible, which looked very strange. However, no one knew yet what had happened to the sleeping people. It would take another 2 or 3 hours for the God-forsaken game to spread completely. At this moment, Qin Feng had already fallen into a deep sleep. As he slept, his consciousness traveled across an unknown distance and arrived at a dark space. As expected, this familiar scene. Surrounding Qin Feng was pitch darkness, with no light source. Suddenly, strands of gray-white light gathered before his eyes, forming Daxia characters he recognized. Welcome to the God-forsaken game. You are about to enter the land of the abandoned gods. Please choose your class. After choosing a class, you will randomly receive a talent match to the class. Good luck. The gray-white text disappeared before Qin Feng's eyes. It quickly formed a spinning wheel. The wheel displayed many classes: warrior, mage, priest, archer, assassin, and more. If chosen, these basic classes could be selected. But there was also the random class option. By selecting the random class, there was a small chance of receiving a hidden class. In my previous life, to protect Qin Xiaoyou, I chose the warrior class. Warriors are strong, but they lack mobility. Since I'm soloing now, it's not the best choice. Warriors were strong in survival but weak in monster farming. It wasn't ideal for Qin Feng right now. Anyway, I have the highest level talent, so any class will be strong. I'll try random. Maybe I'll get a hidden class. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose random class. Chapter 3, Hidden Class. I am the Shadow. As soon as Qin Feng made his choice, the gray-white wheel in front of him started spinning. A phantom gray-white pointer gradually stopped at a region marked with a question mark. This is a hidden class. Qin Feng's heart suddenly raced. As the gray-white pointer stopped, the area with the question mark began to form a black symbol. It resembled the Greek letter phi, but with distinct differences. The upper and lower ends were like sword blades, sharp and exuding a murderous aura. Congratulations. You have obtained the class, Shadow, Unique. Shadow, a unique hidden class. You were born in the shadows and transform into darkness, the Reaper of the Night. Class Passive 1, Stealth Duration doubled. Class Passive 2, +1 Stealth level. Class Passive 3, if you attack while out of the enemy's sight, the damage of that attack will be doubled. Hidden Class, Shadow. Qin Feng's heart surged with joy. This class is a god for solo play. Last time, there was a shadow player, but they were killed off early. I wonder how this class performs in the later stages. However, just these 3 initial class passives already mean my survival capabilities will be strong. In the God-abandoned game, what was the most important thing? At first, many people didn't understand. But as more and more people died, everyone finally realized. Survival ability was the most important. In the God-abandoned game, death didn't mean actual death, but it caused you to lose half of your remaining lifespan. This was the true cruelty of the game. Players could earn lifespan in the game by killing monsters, and lifespan would become the universal currency in the world. However, once you died in the game, your remaining lifespan would be halved. Lifespan to 0, and you will die. If you die in real life, you die too. To maintain strength in the real world, you must consume lifespan to extract equipment and skills from the game. Lifespan is of utmost importance. Of course, survival ability is important, but damage is also vital. The Shadow class, as long as you attack outside the enemy's sight, the damage will double. Outside the enemy's sight, does that include stealth? In any case, this class has considerable survival ability and damage. No wonder it's the unique hidden class. Qin Feng was already very satisfied with this class. At least, it was far stronger than the warrior class from his previous life. Once he develops, even a tanky warrior class wouldn't be able to stop a blow from Qin Feng. Next, Qin Feng checked his initial skills. Initial skill, Shadow Step, Inferior. Enter a stealth state for 8 seconds. Attacking will reveal you. The first attack after breaking stealth increases attack power by 30. Cooldown 30 seconds. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, Inferior. Passive effect, attacking from the target's back increases damage by 10%. The former is stealth, the latter increases damage when attacking from behind. Both skills were at the lowest level, Inferior, which was normal because all classes started with these basic skills. I have the Shadow class's passive that doubles the stealth duration, so that's 16 seconds of stealth. The cooldown is 30 seconds, so it's a bit short of infinite stealth. Qin Feng felt a little regretful. But quickly, he no longer felt regret. Because the passive effect from Judgment of Authority finally activated. When Qin Feng's class was confirmed, the system randomly gave him a top-tier talent. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution, a primary level talent, gray-white quality. In solo mode, when you kill monsters, you will have a chance to gain evolution points to evolve skills. Notice, every 24 hours, you automatically gain 5 evolution points. If you kill a boss-level monster in solo mode, you will gain evolution points 100%. Current evolution points, 5 points. What the heck? Wasn't it supposed to be an immortal level talent? Why is it a great white primary level talent? Qin Feng was stunned. Primary level. He had never heard of that. Moreover, great white quality. Isn't that just inferior or normal quality? It seemed. This really didn't seem like a top-tier talent. Of course. Whether a talent is strong or not depends on the effect. Infinite Evolution can evolve skills. Since that's the case, let me try evolving the Shadow Step skill. Qin Feng tried it. He checked, and evolving the Shadow Step skill required 1 evolution point. When he chose to evolve, the skill indeed changed. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 4 points. Initial skill, Shadow Step, inferior normal. Stealth state duration increased from 8-12 seconds. First attack after breaking stealth increases attack power by 30-60. Cooldown 30-28 seconds. Stealth duration increased. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. With the passive effect from his shadow class, that's now 24 seconds of stealth. Let's keep evolving. You have consumed 2 evolution points, remaining 2 points. Initial skill, Shadow Step, normal bronze. Stealth state duration increased from 12-16 seconds. First attack after breaking stealth increases attack power by 60-90. Cooldown 28-26 seconds. He consumed 2 evolution points, but the effects were significant. The duration of stealth increased to 16 seconds, and with the Shadow class's passive, that's 32 seconds. This already surpassed the cooldown time of the skill. Shadow Step starts its cooldown as soon as it's used. Now with such a long stealth duration, I can achieve infinite stealth, and each backstab will add 90 attack power. Don't underestimate those 90 extra attack power. At the beginning of the game, a mage, archer, or warrior might only have around 20-30 attack power. 90 extra attack power is several times higher than others. Also, my Shadow class passive, when attacking outside the enemy's sight, damage doubles. Those 90 extra attack power will actually double to 180. Qin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. His current strength was already comparable to what his warrior class was after a day of development in his previous life. This is the power of a unique hidden class and top-tier talent. Primary level talent, looks like it's truly a top-tier talent. And this talent is called Infinite Evolution. Doesn't that mean I can keep evolving my skills, and their effects will become more and more insane? Qin Feng could only say. His crossover and rebirth buffs were indeed not disappointing. Additionally, because evolution points can be gained by killing monsters, Qin Feng didn't need to save them. He could just use them and convert them into strength for the highest reward. Keep evolving. Chapter 4, The Land Forsaken by the Gods, Shell Town. The Shadow Veil skill requires 3 evolution points to continue evolving. I only have 2 points left. With no other choice, Qin Feng decided to evolve the Backstab Enhancement skill. You have consumed 1 evolution point, remaining 1 point. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, inferior normal. Passive effect, damage increased by 10% 15% when attacking from behind the target. Qin Feng was fairly satisfied with the evolution effect of the Backstab Enhancement. Though the damage only increased by 5%, he could foresee how powerful this skill would become if it continued evolving. The passive effect of my profession doubles the damage. If I evolve the Backstab Enhancement to 100% damage increase, then the damage will stack up to 4 times. Having spent 9 years grinding through the godforsaken game, and being one of the top 100 players worldwide, Qin Feng was no stranger to the effects of skill stats. Now, a curiosity tugged at him. If these skills continue to evolve, could they surpass the highest level immortal tier? Take the Shadow Veil skill, for example. If it evolves continuously, the duration will keep increasing, and the cooldown time will get shorter. Could it eventually reach a state where there's no cooldown? If backstab enhancement keeps evolving, will the damage boost reach 100% or even higher? Qin Feng was eager with anticipation. After all, in his past life, he had never heard of skills evolving like this. In the past, whether it was equipment or skill books dropped from monsters, the quality would remain fixed. It was impossible for them to change after that. But now, Qin Feng's original talent had completely defied logic. Infinite evolution. From now on, his skills would crush anyone in his path. Alright, it's time to enter the game. Qin Feng glanced at his remaining 1 evolution point. But evolving Shadow Veil required 3 points, and Backstab Enhancement required 2 points, so there were no more skills left to evolve for now. Just as he decided to enter the game, a gray-white input box appeared before him. Please enter your game alias. In the godforsaken game, every player must choose an alias, much like a nickname in real-world online games. The alias cannot be duplicated, and if it is, a string of numbers will be appended to differentiate it. I'll go with Shadow. Qin Feng raised his hand and wrote the 2 black characters in the gray-white input box. As soon as he finished, the input box vanished like smoke. Your alias is Shadow. Entering the land forsaken by the gods. The darkness before Qin Feng's eyes gradually dissipated like thick smoke. He began to feel the solid ground beneath his feet. As the surrounding darkness faded, a dilapidated town appeared before him, bathed in the light of the moon, its silver glow casting a desolate, ruined image across the town. Qin Feng found himself standing in the central square of this town. There were several players in black cloaks, all of them looking around in confusion. As for NPCs, in the godforsaken game, NPCs are not just automated characters, they are intelligent beings from other civilizations. One must approach NPCs with the utmost caution, or else one might find themselves tricked into losing all their remaining lifespan, regretting it deeply. Of course, in a newbie town like this, NPCs were nowhere to be seen. Players from the Blue Star world, who had just entered the land forsaken by the gods, had no tradable lifespan, rendering them practically worthless to NPCs. Welcome to the land forsaken by the gods. This is a desolate land, plagued by countless monsters. Beware, they are ready to tear you apart and steal your lifespan. Leave the town and kill monsters to obtain tradable lifespan. But should you die in the game, half of your remaining lifespan will be deducted, including both tradable and non-tradable lifespan. The familiar system prompt echoed in Qin Feng's mind. If someone were entering the godforsaken game for the first time, they might be surprised. But Qin Feng felt no emotional fluctuation. He merely checked the map. Shell Town, peaceful area, no monsters in this area, players cannot attack each other. This is a mild zone, the rate of lifespan loss here is 1x. Just as I thought, the location has changed. Shell Town. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Since different players enter the game at different times, they are assigned to different starting towns. In the land forsaken by the gods, there are over 1 billion newbie towns. These towns are often referred to as safe zones. Each newbie town can accommodate up to 1,000 players. Once full, subsequent players will be assigned to other starting towns. However, starting towns are divided based on regions and entry times. So, the players in Shell Town must be from the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiangai City. Qin Feng looked around. Currently, Shell Town had 127 players. Qin Feng was the 128th. Let's check the attributes. After reviewing the map information, Qin Feng quickly turned his attention to his own stats. In the godforsaken game, attributes were crucial. Alias, Shadow. Profession, Shadow. Level, 1. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0. Strength, 10, plus 3. Constitution, 10, plus 3. Agility, 10, plus 8. Mentality, 10, plus 5. Free attribute points, 5 points. All players start with 10 points in each attribute. The numbers in parentheses represent the bonuses from the profession. Shadow profession, truly a hidden profession. The attribute bonuses are so high right from the start. Qin Feng was shocked. In his previous life, his warrior profession only gave him 3 points in strength and 3 points in constitution. But the shadow profession. It added 3 points in constitution and strength, 8 points in agility, and 5 points in mentality. Strength affects physical attack power. Constitution affects physical defense and health. Agility affects movement speed, attack speed, and skill casting speed. Mentality affects elemental attack power and resistance. Qin Feng knew exactly what each attribute affected. In his previous life, many players started by adding points to strength or mentality to increase their physical or magical attack power. But in reality, agility was the most crucial. The monsters in the Godforsaken game are incredibly strong. Even a small monster can easily slaughter a newbie player. To survive in the early game, you must invest in agility, no matter your class. Only with speed can you kill monsters without taking damage. Many players mistakenly believed that damage was the most important factor. But in Godforsaken, death means losing lifespan. Just how important lifespan was, need not be said. Without speed, death was inevitable. As long as my speed is fast enough, I can attack and retreat. That extra strength to boost damage is practically useless at this point. For me, especially so. My Bronze Tier Shadow Veil skill already provides an extra 90 points of Breaking Veil attack power, equivalent to the effect of 90 points of strength. In the early stages, I don't lack damage, and I certainly don't need to add strength. Speed is the only essential stat. Chapter 5, How Pretentious. I can't wait to see how you die. Qin Feng allocated all 5 of his free attribute points into agility. Then, he took a glance at his combat stats. Health, 130. Physical attack, 13, plus 10. Physical defense, 13. All elemental resistances, 15. The 13 points in physical attack came from his strength attribute, while the 10 points in parentheses were from the starter weapon, the rusty iron dagger. Every player, upon entering the abandoned land of the gods, received a basic, low-quality weapon suited for their class. Rusty iron dagger, inferior gray quality. Attack plus 10. Qin Feng grasped the rusty dagger and toyed with it for a moment. In his past life, although he was a warrior, he had used daggers before, though using a weapon that didn't match his class only allowed him to use 70% of its effectiveness. The feel's not bad, Qin Feng said with a slight grin. He then looked at his physical attack stat. With 23 points in attack, this was the standard starting stat for most new players. This made Qin Feng realize how overpowered his Shadow Strike skill's 90 points of break invisibility attack damage truly was. Without hesitation, Qin Feng gripped the rusty dagger and planned to leave the town and hunt monsters. Whether for leveling up or earning evolution points, he needed to kill as many monsters as possible, the more, the better. At this moment, no one knew that the monsters in the abandoned land of the gods were unlike those in typical MMORPGs. They didn't simply stay in one spot waiting for players to kill them. This was the scariest part. In the eyes of the monsters, every player who leaves the safety of the town is just a walking lifespan. The monsters actively hunted players, sometimes in packs, attacking and killing them to steal their lifespans. Lifespan comes in 2 forms, tradable and non-tradable. People's inherent lifespan is non-tradable. I currently have 75 years left. Non-tradable lifespan has only one use, to keep the person alive. As for tradable lifespan, it has many more uses. It not only keeps people alive but can also be traded for resources or consumed to extract in-game equipment, skills, and more into the real world. This allows players to gain supernatural powers in the real world. Tradable lifespan can only be obtained from the monsters in the abandoned land. At the same time, these monsters also target the lifespan of players. By stealing a player's lifespan, the monsters evolve and grow stronger. Qin Feng, as a reborn player, knew all this very well. Leaving the town meant danger. One wrong move, and a pack of monsters might come hunting. Players as hunters. Wrong. In the abandoned land of the gods, weak players are the prey. This is why so many players found survival so difficult. Not only could they not kill monsters and gain lifespan, but they had also been killed by monsters countless times, losing all their lifespan. With no way to kill monsters and no lifespan left, they could only wait for their life to run out and die. So, in the abandoned land, monsters could be seen as players of another sort, survival of the fittest, where the strong thrive and the weak perish. Even in Qin Feng's past life, his rise was incredibly difficult. Now, with Qin Xiaoyou as a burden. This time, I'll level up much faster on my own, Qin Feng thought. With the rusty dagger in hand, he walked out of the town. Along the way, he noticed a few groups of players gathered together. One chubby player, looking confused, stared around. Hey, where am I? The abandoned land of the gods? What class? What codename? I just pulled an all-nighter and laid down at home. Is this a hallucination? Nearby, a young man with glasses also seemed bewildered. I don't know. I played PUBG all night, and just fell asleep, then woke up here. Hearing this, the chubby player chuckled. Bro, what chicken did you eat? Tell me about it. Qin Feng ignored them completely. It was normal for the first batch of players to have such questions. Suddenly, a few white lights appeared in front of him. Whoosh! 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 5 figures materialized before Qin Feng. Almost forgot, this is the resurrection point. Qin Feng was about to walk around when a girl in a black t-shirt appeared before him. She seemed to have just died, her face pale. Beside her were 3 men and 1 woman, likely a group who had just been wiped out in the wild. It was clear from their appearance. Their remaining lifespan had already been halved. That wild monster was too strong. 1 bite, and we were half dead. How are we supposed to fight it? One of the men complained. Isn't it just a level 1 crawler? We surrounded it, and it still only lost a third of its health, another player said, confused. We got wiped out, all of us. Li Zijie, what do we do now? Their eyes turned to the black-clad girl leading them. The girl, named Li Zijie, wore a ponytail and held a broken longbow, clearly an archer. However, Qin Feng instantly recognized her as a hidden class. Normally, archers start with a short bow, not a longbow. Because of this, she had been chosen as the team leader. If we can't beat it, we need to recruit someone else, the girl named Li Zijie said, glancing in Qin Feng's direction. This guy looks like a hidden class. How about we invite him into our team? Strength in numbers, right? We still have 1 spot left in our team. Her judgment was spot on. There was a thief in their group, and her starting weapon was different from Qin Feng's rusty dagger. A soft-spoken girl with long hair approached Qin Feng. Big brother, will you join our team? The wild monsters are too strong for 1 person. We've already been wiped out once, so we have experience. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Experience. More like experience in dying. Qin Feng shook his head and ignored the girl, continuing to walk toward the town's edge. His refusal to join their team was obvious. The situation caused Li Zijie and the 3 men behind her to frown. They hadn't expected this assassin-like man to be so rude. What was more surprising was that Qin Feng seemed ready to leave the town alone. Ha, this is hilarious. We warned him about the danger outside, and he still chooses to go alone. We can't even handle the wild monsters as a group, and he thinks he can do it alone. Don't underestimate him. He's a hidden class, likely an assassin. Even if he can't fight, he could probably run. The group laughed it off, not giving it much thought. Only Li Zijie, having just checked Qin Feng's profile when he got close, noticed his codename. Codename, Shadow. Talk about pretentious. Li Zijie looked at Qin Feng's retreating figure and sneered, I'll see how you die. Come on, let's follow him. She waved, signaling the group to follow. It wasn't because she was interested in how others died, but the place was too strange, and she wanted to observe him to gather more information. Qin Feng arrived at the town's border. The boundary was almost indistinct, with only some broken, decaying wooden fences. Beyond it lay the unsafe zone. As he left, Qin Feng noticed Li Zijie and her group following at a distance. Shadow Strike. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his skill. In an instant, his figure melded into the surroundings, vanishing without a trace before their eyes. Chapter 6, A Crawler. One-shot kill. Hey, where did he go? The 5 of them were left stunned, searching the surroundings but unable to spot Qin Feng. The tall male assassin among them appeared confused. That must be an invisibility skill, right? He has invisibility from the start. What kind of class is this? So overpowered. His chosen assassin class didn't have invisibility as a starting skill. After searching for a while with no success, and unwilling to leave the safety zone, the group begrudgingly returned to Shell Town. Li Zijie spoke in a low tone, it's too dangerous outside. We died once, and our remaining lifespans have been halved. Let's search the town for any opportunities to improve. The soft, long-haired girl's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Let's see if we can find treasure chests or NPCs. The tall male assassin remained calm, laughing. You guys are all so nervous. I mean, yeah, this game is strange, but the idea that it can affect our lifespan. That's nonsense. I say, since we're resurrected, let's just head out and take down that crawler. Another male warrior said, I agree. We almost had it to half health. We can't let that guy steal the kill. Li Zijie sneered, with our 5-man team's damage output, we barely took down a third of that crawler's health. One guy alone, relying on invisibility to stay alive. He can't take it down. He's dreaming. Qin Feng, of course, had no idea about Li Zijie and the others' thoughts. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Because inside the starting town, there was nothing that could help with improving his strength. It was merely a safe zone for players to rest. At this moment, Qin Feng activated the Shadow Step skill and moved through the darkened wasteland. Once invisible, all sound, footsteps, breath, heartbeats, was erased. Aside from the physical size of his body, everything else was as if he didn't exist. The only way to detect an invisible player was with a counter-invisibility skill. Of course, as an Shadow class player, Qin Feng had +1 invisibility level. In the early stages, no player or even wild monsters could detect his invisibility. Soon, Qin Feng walked more than 100 meters from the town and arrived at a sparse forest. In the distance, he spotted the shadow of a crawler resting in the trees. Crawler, LV1. Grade, Ordinary, Evolving. That thing just killed those 5 players. Is it consuming their lifespan? Qin Feng squinted his eyes. This was something he had seen often in his previous life. After hunting the lifespan from players, monsters needed time to evolve. This crawler was clearly greedy. It had already hunted 5 players and could have evolved in a safe place, but it was still here, clearly wanting to kill more. Since that's the case, give me back the lifespan. Qin Feng found a hidden corner. Once his invisibility ended, he used Shadow Step again, seamlessly transitioning between invisibility phases. Holding the rusted short sword, Qin Feng silently crept up to the crawler. As he got closer, he could even smell the foul, decaying scent from the crawler. The shadowy figure slowly became clearer, a faceless creature with gray skin and long limbs, crouching beside a tree. It was surrounded by a mist of grayish-white vapor. This vapor was the visible form of lifespan. It indicated that the crawler was consuming lifespan to evolve. Any lifespan not consumed by the monster will be turned into loot after its death. Without hesitation, Qin Feng remained invisible and approached the crawler from behind, striking instantly. The rusted short sword materialized from the darkness, flashing with a cold gleam, and struck directly at the crawler's neck. The neck was one of the crawler's weak points. A successful hit there would deal 50% extra damage, meaning 1.5 times the normal damage. -372, weak point attack. With a single strike, grayish-white blood poured from the crawler's neck, and it collapsed to the ground. This shadow class is too powerful. Even Qin Feng was stunned. But he knew well that it wasn't just the shadow class at work. The majority of the damage came from the 2-level evolution of his Shadow Step skill. The 90 bonus attack points had tripled his damage. If it were the initial, inferior, Shadow Step skill, the damage would have been less than half of what it was now. You have killed Crawler, LV1. You have gained 10 experience points. Aside from this, the crawler's body had gathered a grayish-white orb, a visual representation of lifespan that could be collected. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the orb. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of lifespan, non-tradable. The system prompt came, and Qin Feng shook his head. They lost at least 20 to 30 years of lifespan each. That's over 100 years combined. And from the crawler's body, I only got 54 years. Well, no matter. Non-tradable lifespan doesn't have much use for now. Qin Feng understood this well. When a person is alive, they consume non-tradable lifespan every second. It has no other use for now. Only the tradable lifespan mattered. By consuming tradable lifespan, equipment, skills, and professions can be extracted into reality. But 3 days of tradable lifespan from a small monster is too little. It's not enough to extract any equipment or skills. Time to find more monsters. Without thinking too much, Qin Feng absorbed the grayish-white mist swirling around him. Then, he reached down and picked up 2 items from the crawler's corpse. An equipment piece and a skill book. Corrupted hide boots, inferior gray quality. Physical defense +3, movement speed +5%. Equipment requirement, level 1. Skill book, Ice Spike, normal white quality. Mage class skill book. Learning requirement, level 1. The crawler was a level 1 ordinary monster. Its loot was mostly inferior, with a small chance of being normal. 2 items from 1 kill, not bad. Too bad, neither of them are very useful to me. Qin Feng put on the corrupted hide boots. He felt a bit regretful. This monster didn't provide evolution points, nor was it enough to level him up. Qin Feng could only continue using Shadow Step and move deeper into the forest. At this moment, other players began to venture out from Shell Town. Some formed teams, while others, braver or perhaps more naive, ventured out alone. Before long, a pair of young lovers arrived at the place where Qin Feng had just killed the crawler. They saw the crawler's corpse at a glance. Someone killed a monster here. Looks like this game isn't that hard. I told you not to be so nervous, haha. Xiaoya, you stay back. I'll take care of the monsters that show up. However, the couple didn't notice. Above their heads, in the trees, a huge shadow loomed. Chapter 7, the leaderboard is live. The first person of the town. The couple, the men named Niu Gang and the woman named Guan Xiaoya, were clearly a typical tank-healer combination. Niu Gang was a warrior, standing tall at 1.8 meters, broad and muscular, exuding a sense of security. He was confidently leading the way, his bravado filling the air. As for Guan Xiaoya, she was anything but small. In fact, she was even more muscular than Niu Gang. With a low-quality priest staff in hand, she vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a whoosh of wind swept over their heads. Both of them, sharp in their senses, immediately looked up. But before they could see what it was, 2 thick, white spider threads entangled them, binding them to a nearby tree. A towering black spider, about 2.5 meters tall, descended slowly on one of the white threads. Damn, what is that? Ah. A spider. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya screamed in terror. Broodmother, LV1. Grade, Bronze. It wasn't just any ordinary monster, it was a bronze-tier mini-boss. This caught Qin Feng's attention. Killing boss-level monsters guaranteed him evolution points. At this moment, Qin Feng remained hidden in the shadows. The bronze-tier broodmother has around 1500 to 2000 HP. This is not something regular newbies can handle. No matter how many people, they'll all be dead. The key thing is, this mini-boss likely has a bunch of smaller spiders underneath. Qin Feng watched coldly, not intending to help. Just then, a rustling noise came from the surrounding trees. A swarm of black, smaller spiders swiftly approached Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya. Broodmother's offspring, LV1. Grade, Normal. These were the offspring of the bronze-tier broodmother. Each spider had nearly 1 meter long legs and 4 pairs of compound eyes on their forehead. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya quickly found themselves surrounded by over 10 smaller spiders. Just moments ago, Niu Gang had been boasting about his strength. But now, he was utterly panicked. Bound in spider webs and unable to move, with their low levels and attributes, they would take a long time to free themselves. Helpless, they watched as the spiders crawled toward them and began to gnaw on them. Ah! Both Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya screamed. A flurry of damage numbers appeared above their heads. In no time, both were dead. The lifespan they dropped turned into gray-white light spheres, which were quickly devoured by the surrounding spiders. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked across. Qin Feng swiftly appeared and slashed at one of the broodmother's large eyes with his iron dagger. -338, weak point attack. The broodmother took a heavy hit, its hundreds of eyes immediately locking onto Qin Feng. But before it could spit any webs, Qin Feng had already vanished, completely disappearing from its sight. The broodmother seemed stunned. The smaller spiders, however, kept feeding on the couple's lifespan, unaware of Qin Feng's presence. After 26 seconds, Qin Feng's shadow cloak skill was off cooldown. He appeared on the broodmother's other side, and with another strike, his iron dagger hit one of its eyes. Minus 338, weak point attack. Qin Feng disappeared once more. The broodmother's HP was just above half. It needs about 3 more attacks. After striking successfully, Qin Feng backed off, observing. True to form, the broodmother, enraged, began spraying webs in all directions, attempting to stop any further ambushes. Such an attack would wipe out even a 6-player team. But Qin Feng, well prepared, avoided the attacks without taking any damage. Once again, after his shadow cloak was ready, he returned to the broodmother. The boss, now agitated, twisted its body in a futile attempt to avoid being ambushed. Unfortunately, its weak points were too glaring. Qin Feng, gripping his iron short blade, struck once more. Minus 338, weak point attack. The broodmother's HP dropped further. After landing the blow, Qin Feng disappeared again. This tactic was undeniably underhanded, but it was effective. However, monsters like the broodmother were intelligent and wouldn't stay idle. When its HP dropped to a third, the broodmother leaped and clung to a nearby tree. Just 2 more attacks. Qin Feng remained calm. Once Shadow Cloak was off cooldown, he picked up a small stone from the ground. In the game, everything in the environment had properties. The stone he held had 2 points of physical attack. He threw it at the boss with perfect accuracy. Thwack. The stone struck the broodmother's soft abdomen. Minus 279, weak point attack. Thanks to Shadow Cloak, which added a substantial amount of damage, even a thrown stone could deal massive damage. After hitting, Qin Feng once again disappeared. The broodmother, now frantic, moved quickly through the trees, trying to escape. Meanwhile, the smaller spiders had finished consuming the couple's lifespan and began searching for Qin Feng's location. But before they could find him, Qin Feng appeared again, this time about 20 meters away. Another stone was hurled toward the fleeing broodmother. The broodmother was slow, and Qin Feng's attacks consistently hit. Minus 279, weak point attack. You have killed, broodmother, bronze tier, ... You gained 300 XP. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. You have earned 2 evolution points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Shell Town level leaderboard, and you earned 1 prestige point. At that moment, a system announcement echoed in the minds of all players in Shell Town. Player Shadow has killed the broodmother, bronze tier, and became the first to reach level 2. The Shell Town level leaderboard is now live. By now, there were over 300 players in Shell Town, all from Jiangai City. Most were in their 20s or 30s, with no elderly or children. They had been wondering how they ended up in such a strange place after just falling asleep. Suddenly, this system announcement rang out. Those searching within the town, including Pear Sister and others, along with Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, who had just been killed, were all stunned. Chapter 8, Shocking the Town. Single-handedly slaying a bronze boss. Sister Pear's code name was Duck Pear. She and her 4 teammates were scouring every corner of the town, determined not to leave a single inch unchecked. Unfortunately, they hadn't found much so far. Then, just as Qin Feng leveled up to 2, the system notification for the town's leaderboard came through, leaving the 5 of them completely stunned. What's going on? Pear, this Shadow, isn't that the guy who went out on his own just now? Seems like it, he leveled up to 2 already. The key point isn't just that, though. Didn't he kill a bronze-level boss? Our team can't even take down normal mobs, and he's soloing a bronze boss. What is this, a joke? But the system notification doesn't lie. He must have teamed up after going out, right? No, look at the leaderboard. Shadow is the only name on it. On the leaderboard of Shell Town, the name Shadow stood alone at the top. The 5 teammates of Pear were left speechless. Wait, what? Sister Pear, holding her longbow, was stunned. She had experienced just how strong the monsters outside were. Their team of 5 had been wiped out by a mere level 1 mob, not even managing to get the monster to half health. But now, the guy she had thought was going out to get himself killed, Shadow, had soloed a bronze boss. This doesn't make sense. Sister pair began to doubt everything. Meanwhile, Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya had just respawned in the center of the town. The system informed them that half their remaining life had been deducted. Originally, they had 40 to 50 years, but now they had barely 20. Their faces darkened. Guan Xiaoya, looking pale, spoke with uncertainty. Niu Gang, do you think this life deduction is real? Niu Gang shook his head forcefully. That can't be true. There's no way something so ridiculous exists. Guan Xiaoya, her expression complicated, replied. But we were just sleeping. How did we end up here? This is clearly not a dream, and if it's a game, it's way too real. Niu Gang was starting to doubt everything, too. Just then, the notification about Qin Feng's level up and his kill of the nurturer reached their minds. Both of them froze. What's going on? That giant spider, more than 2.5 meters tall, was killed by someone. Who is this shadow? How could he possibly kill that giant spider? That's impossible. That spider had over a dozen smaller spiders under it. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya were utterly bewildered. Against that giant spider, they had been completely powerless. Yet Shadow had taken it down alone. Seeing only one name, Shadow, on the leaderboard, they had to assume that this kill was a solo effort. This was even more unbelievable. As more players who had fallen asleep arrived in the forsaken land of the gods, the population in Shell Town quickly reached 500. The town square was now filled with black-robed new players. Some players, just arriving, were eager to ask questions. But unfortunately, no one had any answers. Most players were just as confused as ever. However, a few had started to realize that things weren't simple. A young man with golden hair stood in the square, raising his hand to speak to the crowd. Everyone, we all just woke up and ended up in this so-called forsaken land of the gods. We can't leave the game yet. According to the instructions, killing monsters grants us life, while dying causes us to lose half our life. Whether it's true or not, we should take it seriously. Don't go out alone. Many players have already been killed by the monsters outside and lost life. I suggest we form teams and explore together. That's safer. Anyone who wants to join me, come over and register. Let's list out our professions. Some listened, while others couldn't be bothered. Meanwhile, at another exit of the town, a group of 3 men and 3 women were already forming their own team. The leader was a burly man, strong and imposing. His name was Wang Meng. Wang Meng looked toward the center of the town, hearing the golden-haired youth's voice faintly in the distance, but paid no attention. Turning to his 5 companions, he said, "In this forsaken game, we'll choose to believe it exists rather than dismissing it. Let's treat it like a normal game and go out to explore. As long as we can kill monsters and level up, there's no harm in it. As for the life thing, just make sure you don't die. I'm a holy shield warrior. I have an invincibility skill right from the start, so I can block damage for you all. Just focus on dealing damage." Wang Meng's teammates had been carefully selected based on Wang Meng's observations. Together, their combination was definitely strong. At the same time, in Shell Town, some online gaming addicts, who usually played ranked games together, had also found themselves in this forsaken game. Damn, doesn't this game let us show off our skills? Let's go, go, go. We may not be the best at other things, but when it comes to games, who can beat us 5 brothers? This game only allows 6 people in a team, and we're 1 short, right? Let's find a cute girl, we're missing a healer anyway. Not just Shell Town, but now thousands of small towns across the world were starting to fill up with players. People from all over the globe had been brought to the forsaken land of the gods when they fell asleep. Whether from the Great Xia, North America, or Western lands. Most of these new players were bewildered. Among them, some had already begun to take things seriously and were starting to adapt. Many of the stronger players had already started pulling ahead from the rest. For example, Qin Feng. Level 2 unlocks the leaderboard, earning 1 point of reputation. Qin Feng glanced at the system notification but didn't pay much attention to it. Reputation was something that, of course, the more the better. Later, it could be used to exchange for higher-level items from NPCs. At this moment, Qin Feng stood invisibly before the corpse of the bronze-level nurturer, preparing to claim his rewards. First, the life. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and absorbed the gray-white orb floating above the giant spider's corpse. You have gained 46 days of life, tradable, ... A small boss, yielding as much life as more than 10 ordinary monsters. Normally, this boss would require several full teams to defeat. Even if they managed to kill it, the life would be divided among everyone, and it wouldn't amount to much. But Qin Feng had soloed the boss, so his rewards were substantial. Next, Qin Feng retrieved 3 loot items from the boss's corpse. One of them, a skill book, caught his eye. This is it. Skill book, Greedy Hand, Bronze Assassin class skill book. After learning, you can use it on monster corpses with a 20% chance to obtain an additional loot reward. Requirements, Level 1. A 20% chance seemed low. But the key was, Qin Feng could evolve this skill. This adaptation keeps the feel of the original story while conveying the details in a more accessible and fluid English format. Let me know if you'd like to adjust any parts. Chapter 9, Golden Level Greedy Hand. The world is about to change. Aside from the skill book, the bronze level boss had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng didn't check the equipment just yet. I only had 1 evolution point left, but this boss gave me 2 points, so now I have 3 points in total. This new skill can evolve twice. From now on, every time I kill a monster, I'll have a higher chance of obtaining additional loot. Qin Feng knew that he was soaring now. Because the Greedy Hand skill was a rare skill, and its highest level was only bronze. In his previous life, anyone who learned this skill would become an important member of their guild, holding an exalted position. Imagine it, after much effort, players finally manage to defeat a boss, and with Greedy Hand, they have a chance of getting an extra loot drop from the boss. What does that mean? The most important thing is that this skill's loot includes tradable lifespan. But I wonder if it includes evolution points. Strictly speaking, evolution points were also part of the loot from boss kills. So Qin Feng was curious. Whatever. Let's evolve the skill first and we'll find out. Qin Feng gave the command to evolve. You consumed 1 evolution point. Remaining points, 2. Greedy Hand, Bronze Silver Assassin type skill. Use on monster corpses to have a 20%-40% chance of obtaining an additional loot drop. The success rate increased by 100%. This evolution effect of the skill made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Continue. With 2 evolution points left, he used them all up. You consumed 2 evolution points. Remaining points, 0. Greedy Hand, Silver Gold Assassin type skill. Use on monster corpses to have a 40%-70% chance of obtaining an additional loot drop. From silver to gold, the skill's effectiveness was significantly improved. It jumped from a 40% chance to a 70% chance. If I evolve it once more, will it be 100%? Qin Feng's heart started to race. In the Forsaken game, the skill could only reach bronze. But with Qin Feng's original talent for unlimited evolution, he could infinitely enhance its effects. From now on, when I kill monsters, I'll 100% get double rewards. Maybe even more than double. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. Still maintaining his invisible state, he targeted the corpse of the broodmother and activated the Greedy Hand skill. Around the corpse were a total of 12 baby spiders, completely unaware of Qin Feng's presence. As he used the skill, a golden hand emerged from the ground and reached out to grasp the air above the broodmother's body. Greedy Hand skill activation successful. You gained 2 evolution points. You gained 46 days of tradable lifespan. At the same time, as the system prompt sounded, 3 more items dropped from the broodmother's corpse. It worked. 70% success rate, just as promised. Good thing this isn't a miasma vine game. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. The 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan were crucial. As for the loot, it wasn't as important to Qin Feng. The boss had dropped 6 pieces of loot. Apart from the Greedy Hand skill book and an assassin's weapon, the other 4 were items that Qin Feng couldn't use. Other class items, I'll just sell them back at the town. Though, at this stage, no one can afford them yet. Qin Feng shook his head. The Forsaken game's trade currency was tradable lifespan. Since the game had just started, there were very few people who could afford to buy. His gaze fell on the assassin's weapon. Corroded dagger, bronze attack plus 35, agility plus 4. Equipment requirement, level 1. Nothing to discuss, Qin Feng swapped out his rusty short blade. He had reached level 2, gaining 2 points to his attributes, which boosted his attack to 25 points. With the corroded dagger, his attack rose from 25 to 50 points. It doubled. Of course, his damage didn't exactly double, because the largest part of his damage came from the Shadow Strike skill's additional stealth attacks. As for the other 4 items, 3 were equipment and 1 was a skill book, though it wasn't bronze level but a standard one. Time to clear some mobs. Hopefully, I'll get more evolution points. There were still 12 baby spiders near the broodmother's corpse, and Qin Feng wasn't planning to let them escape. As he emerged from the shadows, he slashed at a spider's abdomen in a single strike, killing it instantly. By the time the other baby spiders reacted, Qin Feng had already disappeared again. With his unlimited stealth abilities, Qin Feng didn't need to worry about survival at all in the early stages. Meanwhile, in the real world, Blue Star, Jiangai Normal University, Great Xia, Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend Chu Yan were sitting in class. Suddenly, an unusual event in the classroom drew everyone's attention. A male student was lying on his desk, asleep. After he fell asleep, his body started to turn into a semi-transparent, blurred state. "Damn, Wei Gu, what's wrong with you?" His roommate turned around and was shocked when he noticed the change. His roommate's scream caught the attention of the whole class. The middle-aged teacher, who had been enthusiastically lecturing, stopped and glanced at the student, puzzled. People quickly gathered around and, to their astonishment, found that when they tried to touch the student, their hands passed right through his body. It was as if the student didn't exist at all. The scene left the entire class in stunned silence, and everyone was both shocked and anxious. "Xiaoyu, look at what's happening to Zhang Wei over there," Chu Yan whispered, pulling Qin Xiaoyu's attention toward the desk. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. She was wearing a white dress, looking pure and flawless, with a beauty that had earned her quite a few admirers at school, which was one of the reasons she held her head high. Now, the area around Zhang Wei's desk was surrounded by people. Xiaoyu had to stand up gracefully, her movements delicate and elegant. However, since she wasn't very tall, she had to tiptoe just to see that the male student was asleep on the desk, his body turning into a semi-transparent, ghostly form. "Let me check online." Qin Xiaoyu sat back down, pulling out her phone and quickly searching. She soon found some chat logs from other groups, as well as a few images. The images showed other people who had fallen asleep, all in the same semi-transparent state. Countless speculations were circulating online, but since no one had woken up from sleep yet, no one knew what had actually happened. Chapter 10, I won't take the initiative to contact him at all. The classroom erupted into chaos. The middle-aged, balding teacher shouted loudly, "Class is dismissed for now. I need to speak with the school leaders." With that, the teacher hurriedly left the room, presumably to make a call and get more information. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom began to murmur among themselves, taking out their phones to snap pictures and upload them. The topic quickly spread online, sparking heated discussions. Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan didn't participate in the chatter. Instead, they sat at their desks, quickly scrolling through their phones. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Looks like this is happening all over the world. In some countries, it's nighttime, and many people who are asleep are entering this state. Chu Yan, worried, said, "What's going on? I need to contact my parents." "Xiaoyu, shouldn't you check in with your brother, see if he's okay?" Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, her voice cold. "I won't contact him first." Chu Yan sighed, "But with something like this happening, don't you think it's unnecessary to keep fighting with your family?" Qin Xiaoyu chuckled bitterly. "Family? All he ever does is try to control me. Is that what you call family? Anyway, I can't be bothered to talk to him unless he apologizes first." If Qin Feng had seen this, he would have probably laughed. In the previous life, Qin Xiaoyu was exactly like this. She not only refused to contact Qin Feng, but even ignored his messages and calls. She didn't respond until evening when Qin Feng personally came to the school to apologize and beg for reconciliation, after which she reluctantly agreed to go home with him and join the godforsaken game. But this time, it was completely different. She didn't want to contact Qin Feng. And Qin Feng would never contact her first. In Qin Feng's eyes, this younger sister, whom he had cared for over the years, might as well not exist anymore. Ever since she had gouged out his eyes with her own hands, Qin Feng could never again recognize her as his sister. The strange phenomenon spread across the globe. Governments of various countries quickly conducted investigations and released statements, explaining that as long as people fell asleep, they would enter a semi-transparent, ethereal state. The cause was still unknown, and they urged people to avoid sleeping for now and wait for experts to study it further. Up to this point, no one who had fallen asleep had woken up. Therefore, the outside world had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, in the godforsaken game, in towns scattered across the land, many players who had entered the game while asleep began to take action. They formed teams and began hunting monsters. To log out of the godforsaken game for the first time, there's a prerequisite: you must reach level 3. Qin Feng was relentlessly killing in the dark forest. Leveling up in the godforsaken game was difficult. At the beginning, solo grinding was nearly impossible. If you were in a team, experience points and tradable lifespan would be split, making it slow to level up. In Shell Town, it wasn't until 20 minutes after Qin Feng opened the leaderboard that someone else finally reached level 2. That person, going by the codename Wang Meng, led an elite team of hidden class players. 6 of them reached level 2 simultaneously, occupying positions 2 to 7 on the leaderboard. As for the golden-haired young man, he led dozens of players out hunting monsters. However, they quickly discovered something terrifying. Not a single monster dared to approach them. No matter what kind of monster it was, as soon as it saw this group of players, it immediately turned and ran. As a result, this group ended up with very little loot. Their only takeaway was becoming familiar with the terrain outside the town. Evolution points, I finally have 3. After Qin Feng slayed a level 1 crawler, he heard the system prompt and his eyes lit up. Just now, he had systematically taken out the baby spiders surrounding the nurturer. Out of 12 baby spiders, they only granted him 2 evolution points, and one of those came from his greedy hand skill. Clearly, without encountering a boss, obtaining evolution points from small monsters was extremely difficult. After clearing out the baby spiders, he searched for other monsters. Always keeping his invisibility active, Qin Feng moved swiftly through the dark forest. Before long, he had slain 5 more level 1 crawlers. At last, the 5th crawler dropped an additional evolution point. Time to evolve. Qin Feng opened his attributes panel. He was ready to evolve Greedy Hand once again. You have consumed 3 evolution points. Remaining, 0 points. Greedy Hand, Gold Platinum Assassin class skill. Can be used on monster corpses with a 70% 110% chance of gaining an additional loot reward. The evolution exceeded expectations. Qin Feng knew that in the godforsaken game, even a probability above 100% would still activate. With the 110% chance, the Greedy Hand skill guaranteed 1 extra loot drop, with a 10% chance for a third one. Perfect. After completing the evolution, Qin Feng turned to the crawler corpse before him and used Greedy Hand. Skill Greedy Hand success. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This time, the 10% chance activated, granting him 2 extra rewards. Invincible. Qin Feng was stunned. The 2 evolution points he had just earned, he wasn't planning to use yet. To evolve the same skill for the 4th time, it requires 5 evolution points, not 4. It seems that the required evolution points don't follow an arithmetic progression. As for the exact pattern, I'll figure it out once I evolve Greedy Hand again. For now, Qin Feng didn't need more damage or survival capabilities. Even if he faced a boss, he could handle it with ease. His focus was on evolving skills that would speed up his development. Greedy Hand was the best choice. Qin Feng checked his current tradable lifespan. I now have 146 days of tradable lifespan. But to extract equipment and skills into the real world, the minimum required tradable lifespan is 2.5 years, precisely 900 days. Also, I need to reach level 10 first. Still invisible, Qin Feng continued to move through the forest. Suddenly, he sensed a battle ahead. He sneaked closer and felt a surge of excitement. Before him stood another bronze-level boss, a level 2 monster. Swift Runner, LV2. Rank, Bronze. It was a 6-legged humanoid crawler, similar to the crawler he had just slain. Its head lacked eyes, but its rotting mouth was its most distinctive feature. Using all 6 legs, it moved with incredible speed, at least twice as fast as a new player. A new player encountering this boss would have no chance of escaping. As for defeating the Swift Runner, it would be even more challenging than taking down the Nurturer. Chapter 11, Instant Kill on the Defiler. Wang Meng's shock. When Qin Feng laid eyes on the Swift Runner, he instinctively glanced at his own agility stat. Thanks to the Shadow class bonuses and the agility boost from his bronze tier, Corrosive Dagger, Qin Feng's agility had soared to 34 points. In the abandoned game, doubling one's agility didn't equate to doubling movement speed. Instead, there was a specific calculation formula. With an initial 10 points of agility, the usual movement speed is around 3 meters per second, and sprinting can reach about 9.5 meters per second. Now, with 34 points of agility, my normal movement speed is 5.83 meters per second, and sprinting reaches 17 to 18 meters per second. Qin Feng's speed was nearly double that of some newbie players. Even so, it was just enough to match the Swift Runner's speed. That's sufficient. Being able to keep up with the Swift Runner means I don't have to worry about it escaping. Hiding within the shadows, Qin Feng observed the scene ahead. The Swift Runner was chasing down a player squad. Leading the group was a burly man wielding a shabby shield, steadily retreating while fending off the Swift Runner's attacks. That man was none other than Wang Meng, the second-ranked player in Shell Town. Behind him, 5 hidden class players were seriously unleashing their skills, targeting the Swift Runner. Unfortunately, whether it was the archer or the mage, both the male and female ranged classes found it nearly impossible to hit the Swift Runner. The Swift Runner's erratic movement and decayed claws and fangs quickly brought Wang Meng's health to half. Even with the Holy Shield Warrior class's high base durability, with health and defense stats about 30% higher than other newbies, Wang Meng was struggling. Their rise to level 2 had been relatively smooth, with Wang Meng bearing the brunt of the danger. But now, facing the bronze tier boss, the Swift Runner, Wang Meng was clearly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the Swift Runner still had at least 90% of its health left. At this moment, the youth, a sharp-eye archer, in Wang Meng's team, missed 2 more attacks, his face grim. No, this boss is too fast, hitting it from a distance is too hard. Wang Meng remained calm. Just keep attacking. We can wear it down and finish it off after respawning if necessary. But Wang Meng's plan was a bit too optimistic. As the battle dragged on, other monsters appeared from the surrounding woods. Defiler, LV2. Grade, Common. These were level 2 common monsters, humanoid in shape but covered in dark brown sludge, specializing in ranged attacks. 3 defilers emerged from the woods, hurling sludge at Wang Meng's rear line. Splat. A beautiful girl with a staff was struck hard in the chest by a glob of sludge. The force made her black robe tremble in a ripple of undulating motion. Ugh, yuck. It stinks. The pretty girl recoiled from the stench, utterly repulsed. But that was just the beginning. More and more sludge began to rain down on their rear line. The projectiles came fast, making them hard to dodge. The critical issue was, they still had the bronze tier boss, the Swift Runner, in front of them. If they scattered to evade the ranged attacks, Wang Meng wouldn't be able to shield them from the Swift Runner, and a single strike from it could be fatal. In no time, Wang Meng's team was in peril. Their health was rapidly dwindling. Wang Meng. Qin Feng squinted, sizing up the squad. Truth be told, he recognized Wang Meng. Of course, not from now, but from before his rebirth. Back then, Qin Feng was among the top 100 global players. Although he was on the lower end of the top tier, being an ordinary warrior class was already legendary. Many idolized Qin Feng. Among them was Wang Meng. After all, Wang Meng, with his hidden class, Holy Shield Warrior, had much better class bonuses and skills than Qin Feng, an ordinary warrior. Yet, Wang Meng's combat prowess fell short of Qin Feng's. Thus, Wang Meng held Qin Feng in high regard. Their acquaintance stemmed from Wang Meng representing the Summer Empire, cooperating with Qin Feng's guild, God's Lair. Whenever Qin Feng acquired surplus gear or skill books that the guild didn't need, he'd hand them to Wang Meng to sell to the Summer Empire, exchanging them for tradable lifespan. In my previous life, I formed the guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyou. This time, it's unnecessary. Still, Wang Meng is worth befriending. Qin Feng now aimed to convert all surplus gear and skill books into tradable lifespan to bolster himself. Thus, finding a stable sales channel was vital. Wang Meng was reliable, and the Summer Empire he represented had ample resources. Since these monsters must die, why not lend him a hand first? Qin Feng didn't plan on abruptly introducing himself. Just making an impression would suffice. He assessed the situation, swiftly closing in on one of the defilers from behind. Unleashing a sudden strike. The defiler was furiously hurling sludge at the pretty girl with the staff, oblivious to the assassin at its back. The corrosive dagger flashed, landing on the defiler's nape. -441, weak point strike. A single blow took it down. The defiler instantly dissolved into a heap of sludge, spilling across the scorched ground. You have slain, defiler, LV2. You have gained 20 experience points. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 4 days of tradable lifespan. The system notification surprised Qin Feng. It was fortunate to gain an evolution point from a common monster. He casually activated Greedy Hand. Skill, Greedy Hand, successful. You have gained 4 days of tradable lifespan. Too bad, no evolution point this time. Ordinary monsters rarely yielded evolution points. Greedy Hand's extra reward worked like killing another identical monster, not duplicating the loot. Thus, missing out on an evolution point was expected. Only bosses guarantee steady evolution point income. Having dispatched one defiler, Qin Feng remained patient. Before the monsters and players could react, he slipped back into stealth mode. Who? Seeing a defiler suddenly collapse into sludge, Wang Meng and his team were stunned. They only caught a glimpse of a dark figure before the defiler fell. How is that possible? Even a level 1 crawler takes us over 10 seconds to kill, yet someone just instantaneously took down a level 2 defiler. The 6-member team was utterly astounded. Chapter 12, Venomous Dart. A single skill to kill the boss in one shot. One of the polluters was swiftly taken down. The pressure on Wang Meng's team immediately lightened. The beautiful girl holding the staff, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Someone's helping us." Could it be the shadow from the rankings? In truth, with her face and body covered in mud and her health barely hanging on, her beauty was hard to discern. Only her captivating figure remained, naturally drawing a few extra glances. Her long, slender legs moved gracefully, displaying a lively agility that exuded energy and flexibility. Hold on. Wang Meng urged as his skill cooldown ended. With a grim expression, he activated Divine Shield. A golden light enveloped his sturdy frame, granting him 3 seconds of invincibility, buying precious moments under the relentless attacks of the swift runner. The rest of the team now had room to maneuver. With one polluter down, the threat from long-range attacks diminished significantly. Almost half a minute later, Qin Feng appeared again behind another polluter. Without any warning, he struck swiftly, once again instantly killing the polluter. No evolution points. Greedy Hand. A skill book dropped. Qin Feng casually picked up the skill book that the polluter dropped. He checked his inventory. Venomous Dart, normal, assassin skill. Throws a venomous dart up to 12 meters. Inflicts 40 attack damage and applies the venomous status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Requirement, level 2. Venomous, deals 30% of attack power per second as damage over 5 seconds. Cannot stack. Finally, an attack skill, and one with mid-range and sustained damage. Even for ordinary players, learning a skill like this early on could dramatically speed up their progression. However, skill books dropped by regular monsters were rare. Out of the many regular monsters Qin Feng had killed, only 2 had dropped skill books. The first was a crawler, which dropped the Ice Spike spellbook, and now this one, fetched by Greedy Hand. Equipment and skill books still have higher drop rates from bosses. But for ordinary players, without the basic equipment and skills, defeating even the weakest bronze-level boss is nearly impossible. Qin Feng reflected on this as he spent 3 evolution points to evolve the Venomous Dart twice. Venomous Dart, normal bronze silver, assassin skill. Throws a venomous dart up to 121314 meters. Inflicts 4080-120 attack damage and applies the venomous status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Requirement, level 2. Venomous, deals 30% 40% 50% attack power per second as damage over 5 seconds. Cannot stack. After 2 evolutions, the total damage of this skill more than doubled. Qin Feng acted swiftly, picking up the skill book, learning it, and evolving it, all in one smooth motion. Before the last polluter could react, turning to aim a mud attack at him, Qin Feng raised his hand, launching a venomous dart. The dart struck the polluter's head with pinpoint accuracy. Unlike new players, who would struggle with such precision, Qin Feng's 9 years of experience in the Forsaken game made him a master of long-range attacks. The venomous dart hit the head directly, triggering a weak spot attack. -237, weak spot. The damage might not seem high due to the lack of stealth, backstab bonuses, or shadow class passives that double damage. But right after attacking, Qin Feng vanished. The polluter, now green from the venom, saw 2 more damage numbers pop up above its head. 2 ticks of the venom's damage took their toll, and the polluter finally collapsed. This sustained damage is pretty high. And when I attack and then go into stealth, the damage gets doubled by my class passive. Qin Feng quickly noticed this detail, realizing that Shadow's 3rd passive doubled damage when not in enemy sight. This advantage explained the doubled damage from sustained effects after going stealth. Unfortunately, the last polluter also dropped nothing valuable. Now only the bronze-level boss, the Swift Runner, remained. Wang Meng was already drenched in sweat. I can't hold on much longer. The team's middle-aged priestess was casting healing spells non-stop, but the effect was limited. Wang Meng's health bar continued to drop steadily towards 0. Clearly, despite reaching level 2 by killing small monsters, the team hadn't gotten any useful gear or skill books, leaving their combat strategy quite basic. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Swift Runner. Timing his attack perfectly, Qin Feng launched a venomous dart just as the Swift Runner lunged at Wang Meng, hitting the boss squarely in the head. -845, weak spot. The attack landed with precision, maximizing stealth, backstab, and weak spot damage. Wang Meng and his team, who were tense with worry, stared wide-eyed as the boss's health bar dropped by half in an instant. Holy crap! Wang Meng couldn't help but curse. Their entire team had barely scratched the boss after all this time, and now, a single attack from this mysterious figure had cut its health by half. And that was just the dart's base damage. The true terror was yet to come. With the Swift Runner turning green from the venom, 4 continuous damage ticks sealed its fate. The boss collapsed before it could even struggle. Of course, Wang Meng and his team couldn't see Qin Feng's damage numbers. They only saw the boss's health bar plunging with each tick, their hearts racing in unison. Witnessing the seemingly invincible bronze-level boss succumb to the venom, the team was left in awe. That damage. Is he even human? Wait, is this guy really a player who started the game at the same time as us? You guys don't get it. The key is how he hit the boss's head with that dart, even with the boss moving erratically. Exactly, we struggled to land a hit on the boss, and he nails the weak spot with ease. The 6 of them inhaled sharply, their eyes fixed on the loot dropped by the boss. Yet, they knew they had no claim over it. In the Forsaken game, loot ownership was determined by the highest damage dealer, whether it was a team or an individual. Since Qin Feng dealt 90% of the boss's health, all the loot rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 13, So many crawlers, how am I supposed to play this crap? You have killed the Swift Runner, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of lifespan, tradable. As the boss fell, Qin Feng's mind was flooded with a series of system notifications. After throwing the deadly poison dart, he activated Shadow Step once more, re-entering his invisible state. The cooldown for Shadow Step is still 26 seconds, which is a bit too long. It impacts monster farming efficiency. However, it's better to evolve Greedy Hand with the evolution points if I can. Qin Feng thought to himself. He silently approached the Swift Runner corpse and began collecting the loot. To the 6 members of Wang Meng's team, this scene appeared nothing short of strange. There was no sign of any figure. Suddenly, the loot beside the boss's body disappeared. Friend, thank you. Wang Meng, aware that the powerful figure was nearby, solemnly cupped his hands in the air, offering a sincere thanks. Thank me. Qin Feng's voice, seemingly coming from all directions, echoed back faintly, out in the wilderness, don't trust others so easily. These words made Wang Meng's face harden. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, big brother. In the godforsaken game, only the small towns were considered safe zones. Outside the town, players could kill each other. Upon death, both tradable and non-tradable lifespans would drop by half. Of course, players could only pick up the tradable lifespan. As for non-tradable lifespan, players couldn't directly collect it unless a monster absorbed it, and then they killed the monster to convert 50% of it. Clearly, if Qin Feng wished to harm Wang Meng and his team, he could easily eliminate them now. But there was no need. Because they wouldn't drop anything valuable. These guys were too poor. At this moment, Wang Meng understood as well. If this powerful figure had intentions towards them, he wouldn't have bothered to offer a warning. This made Wang Meng even more appreciative. We'll take our leave now, not to disturb you further with your loot. I'm Wang Meng. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me. Wang Meng, ever considerate, said this before preparing to leave. However, the girl covered in mud, the pretty one behind him, suddenly waved her hand around. Big brother, I'm Black Plum Big Grape, can I add you as a friend? Upon hearing the girl's in-game alias, Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter. In truth, he recognized this girl. Of course, it was from his previous life. Her name was Lin Liu, her father's surname was Lin, her mother's surname was Li, hence the nickname, Black Plum Big Grape. She was indeed beautiful, lively, and charming. Her figure was also quite alluring. As for her class, she was a hidden class, the prophet, much stronger than regular mages. In the previous life, Qin Feng had teamed up with her a few times. Looks like her start this time is the same as last life, directly teaming up with Wang Meng. Eventually, she became a member of the Daxia official team. Qin Feng thought, shaking his head. There was no need to make connections with her now. He coldly replied, sorry, I'm not interested in Black Plum Big Grape. The girl, unwilling to give up, tried to pester him, but the middle-aged female priest in their group sighed, dragging her away as they turned to leave. Watching them walk away, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Wang Meng's class, Holy Shield Warrior, was indeed tanky. And the middle-aged female priest in their team was also a hidden class, Oracle Priest, with healing abilities twice that of regular priests. Otherwise, their team wouldn't have lasted this long. My attacks seem like they're instant kills. But with the cooldown of Shadow Step, the attack intervals are still a bit too long. It took almost 2 minutes to kill the boss and 3 pollution creatures. With an ordinary team, they would have been wiped out under the Swift Runner's assault long ago. Qin Feng shook his head, not dwelling on it too much. This round, he had reaped plenty. After Wang Meng and the others left, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand on the Swift Runner's corpse. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of lifespan, tradable. A bronze-level boss had granted Qin Feng 4 evolution points in total, along with 110 days of tradable lifespan and 5 pieces of loot. Good haul. Among the drops, there are 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Only 1 piece of equipment was usable by Qin Feng. In Godforsaken, there were so many classes that loot often contained items from other classes, this was common. Swift Runner's Skin Leggings, Bronze Assassin Equipment. Physical Defense +9, All Element Resistance +5. Cooldown Speed +15%. Equipment Requirement, Level 2. The defense and element resistance of this item were not very useful to Qin Feng. But the 15% cooldown speed was excellent. He equipped it immediately. The cooldown of Shadow Step, from 26 seconds, has decreased to 22.61 seconds. That's a good improvement. In Godforsaken, there was no concept of cooldown reduction, only cooldown speed. Later on, cooldown speed could be stacked to several 100%. For example, 400% cooldown speed would make the cooldown 4 times faster, equivalent to 1/5 of the original time. To put it simply, final cooldown time equals base cooldown time / 1 plus cooldown speed. Let's continue hunting monsters. With 1 more evolution point, I can evolve Greedy Hand to Emerald level. Qin Feng stayed invisible and delved deeper into the dark forest. At the same time, his tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. I still have plenty of equipment and skill books from other classes. Once my backpack is full, I'll head back to the town to trade them for tradable lifespan. Then I can consider extracting the equipment and skills back into reality. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qin Feng's combat power and resource reserves now were already equivalent to the progress made after 1 or 2 days in his previous life. It may sound like he developed very slowly in his previous life, but this was inevitable. As the number of players in the town increased, the monsters outside gathered in greater numbers. New players would find it far more difficult to hunt monsters. Instead, many player teams were wiped out by swarming monsters, constantly losing lifespan. For instance, right now, at Shell Town, Wang Meng and his hidden class team had returned to an area closer to the town, where only level 1 monsters spawned, not the level 2 ones. What shocked them was that they soon saw a 6-player team being attacked by over 10 crawlers. If they fought a single crawler, many teams could now manage it. But more than 10 crawlers? Too many crawlers? What the hell? A young man cursed in panic before being knocked down by 3 crawlers, who began to tear and gnaw at him. Chapter 14:10 million to have the Shadow Lord carry me to higher levels. Prepare for battle. Wang Meng's expression turned extremely serious as he raised the cheap large shield in his hands. Earlier, they had taken a short break and recovered most of their health and mana. The beautiful girl holding a staff, Lin Liu, was still brooding over not adding Qin Feng as a friend earlier. It must be because I'm covered in mud, and the big shot doesn't want to add me, boo-hoo. She was on the verge of tears. However, before she could wallow in self-pity for too long, the scene before her took her by surprise, and she immediately raised her staff, ready to fight. More than 10 crawlers. Within seconds, a 6-player team had been wiped out. At first, Wang Meng had been preparing for battle with a grave face. But then, the crawlers turned back to glance at their group, seemingly sensing that they weren't like the usual teams and were somewhat wary. They immediately turned and fled. Of course, before leaving, they absorbed all the non-tradable lifespan dropped by the 6 players. Although it took time for monsters to digest lifespan, the absorption and storage happened quickly. Once finished, the crawlers scattered, retreating into the depths of the forest. They ran. Wang Meng and the others were left stunned. These monsters didn't follow the usual rules. Moreover, the speed of those crawlers was alarmingly fast. Although not as fast as the sprinting beast, they were certainly beyond what Wang Meng and his team could catch up to. They want to run, and we really can't catch them. These monsters are scared of the strong. Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and the rest of the team were bewildered. Once again, they were filled with awe towards the game, God-forsaken. The monsters in this game were nothing like the passive ones in regular online games that simply waited for players to kill them. These monsters would form teams, gather together, and hunt players. They would rob players of their lifespan. As for what the monsters did with the stolen lifespan, Wang Meng and the others didn't know yet, but the mere fact that they did it was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Let's go. Wang Meng led his team onward. Soon, they encountered another 6-player team, 3 of whom were dead, with the remaining 3 fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and 5 crawlers were closing in on them, relentlessly attacking. It seemed like they were about to be killed. Arcane Orb. Triple shot. The 2 ranged players from Wang Meng's team attacked the 5 crawlers from afar. Each hit a crawler, knocking off about 1/10 of its health. Surround them, don't let them escape. Wang Meng charged forward with his shield, leaping into the fray and crashing down with a slam, stunning all 5 crawlers in place. Around Shell Town, such scenes were happening everywhere. What was supposed to be a game where players killed monsters for experience was now flipped on its head. The monsters were teaming up, gathering, and hunting players instead. At the town's revival point, flashes of white light kept appearing, almost non-stop. Each revived player had a grim expression. We need to reach level 3 to return to the real world. We thought it would be easy, but the monsters are forming teams, and we're supposed to level up this way. I have a question: if we can't reach level 3, will we be stuck here forever? Does that mean we'll become vegetative in the real world? No, we need to gather more people. A 6-person team isn't enough. Let's form 2 or 3 teams and head out together. No, too many people will attract a boss. A 40-man team just drew a cursed one, and it wiped out over 30 of them with a single skill. Countless players were filled with fear. Just then, they noticed. On Shell Town's leaderboard, the player ranked first, Shadow, had reached level 3. What the hell, is Shadow really that strong? We can barely handle small monsters, and he levels up so easily. Shadow seems to be soloing. After all, he's the only one with such a high level on the board. Definitely soloing. That's insane. People were left in disbelief. By now, many players had already ventured out of the town. They had experienced firsthand just how vicious the monsters outside were. In this situation, how could Shadow solo and level up so quickly? How powerful must he be? At this moment, the player pair, also known as Yali, along with her teammates, had just revived at the square. The girl in the black short-sleeve shirt had a face as dark as charcoal. Because this was her third time dying. Her non-tradable lifespan, originally at 80 years, was now down to just 10 years. The loss was staggering. Though she didn't know if this lifespan was real or not yet. It still weighed heavily on her heart. Her teammate, the soft-spoken girl with long hair, was trembling slightly. Yali, what do we do now? The girl anxiously glanced at her experience bar. So far, their team had killed 4 crawlers, but each player had earned barely 10 points of experience, still far from reaching the 100 points needed to level up to 2, let alone 3. Even those 4 crawlers had been difficult to kill. Because when they were low on health, they ran. It was only because Yali, with her hidden class, had the skills to pick off the fleeing crawlers with her longbow that they were able to finish them off. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill those 4 at all. Anyway, we can't die again. The girl in the black short-sleeve shirt, Yali, looked grim as she noticed that Shadow had leveled up to 3. This situation gave her an idea. Everyone scatter, and spread the news. Yali said solemnly, I'll pay 10 million renminbi for Shadow to help me level up to 3. Anyway, I just need to get back to reality. He's leveling so fast, he should be able to carry me easily, right? And so, the news quickly spread throughout Shell Town. A wealthy young lady was willing to pay 10 million renminbi to have Shadow, the top-ranked player, help her level up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was heading back. After killing the sprinting beast, he had continued to slay more than 10 crawlers in the dense forest, finally earning 1 evolution point from Greedy Hand. He immediately evolved Greedy Hand. You have consumed 5 evolution points, remaining 0. Greedy Hand, Platinum Emerald Assassin class skill. Can be used on monster corpses with a 110%-160% chance to gain an additional loot reward. The extra loot has a 20% chance to increase by 1 tier. Greedy Hand had evolved to the Emerald tier, and now it had a special effect. There was a 20% chance that extra loot would be upgraded by 1 tier. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect was downright amazing. If I continue evolving, won't the loot tiers be 100% upgraded? Killing a bronze boss could yield silver gear. Killing a silver boss could drop gold gear. Perfect timing. Qin Feng had just remembered the location of a boss. The boss was called Cursed One, a withered Trent-like monster that seemed to have killed dozens of players and was hiding somewhere in the dense forest, absorbing their lifespan. It wouldn't be long before the Cursed One evolved into a silver-tier boss. Chapter 15, Sell Ice Spike. The Arrogant Young Lady. However, advancing the boss requires some time. Anyway, no one can kill that boss right now, so I'll just let it take its time to evolve. Let me first head back and handle some things. Qin Feng glanced at his inventory. He was now level 3.5, but his 10-slot inventory was already full. Most of the items were equipment and skill books not suited for his class. To Qin Feng, these items were useless, and it would be best to exchange them for tradable lifespan. But to other players in Shell Town, these were all valuable items that could significantly boost their power. Take the Mage skill book, Ice Spike, for example. Once learned, it could slow down enemies and even had a chance to freeze them, though bosses, with their high control resistance, were difficult to freeze. But against regular monsters, it was a perfect tool. On his way back to Shell Town, Qin Feng saw many players getting chased down and killed by crawlers. He remained expressionless. This was a common occurrence in the early stages of the game. It wouldn't be long before players figured out that the best way to deal with this was to increase their agility. With high agility, players could move fast enough to avoid being chased down. Crawlers would be no match. Moreover, if crawlers attempted to escape, those with high agility could chase them down instead. That's why Qin Feng had focused on agility. As Qin Feng approached the safe zone of Shell Town, he finally dropped his invisibility. However, he brought up the system panel and activated the face mask function. In the game, players' appearances were the same as in reality and could not be altered. I'm still just an ordinary person in the real world. I haven't unlocked any abilities yet. I can't expose my identity. Qin Feng knew this well. Once his identity was exposed as the top-ranked player in Shell Town, trouble would surely follow, even the risk of death. He had seen such situations happen in his past life. After activating the face mask, a black veil covered his face, making it impossible for anyone to see his features. He wore a basic black robe, with swift-running leather leggings and corrupt skin boots on his legs and feet. Beneath the veil, only his cold, indifferent eyes were visible. Around Shell Town, the players from Jiangai City wore gloomy expressions. They all wanted to reach level 3 and return to reality. But right now, they couldn't even kill a single crawler. If they encountered a group, they had no way to fight back. So, they crowded into Shell Town, constantly discussing ways to improve. When Qin Feng returned, his cold and aloof appearance immediately caught the attention of nearby players. The leggings, boots, and corroded dagger in his hands were clearly dropped by wild monsters. Especially the dagger and leggings, which emitted a faint bronze glow. Clearly, they were bronze tier items. Who's this guy? Acting so cocky. With 2 bronze tier items, can you blame him for being cocky? Wait. Is this the Shadow ranked first on the leaderboard? No way. It really is him. The boss, someone's offering him 10 million renminbi to carry them to level 3. Boss, I don't need you to carry me, but I'll give you 100,000 if you tell me how you soloed the bosses. Ugh, big brother, I've died 4 times. I'll do anything you want, just help me out. I'm still a newbie. A crowd of players quickly gathered. Some wanted Qin Feng to carry them to level up, while others asked him how he soloed the monsters. But Qin Feng ignored them all. He walked directly to the town square and sat down next to a dilapidated flower bed. He opened the stall function and put up the 10 items and skill books for sale. Store name, equipment and skill sale, only for 10 minutes, act fast. Shell Town was bustling with people. Qin Feng estimated that 10 minutes would be enough. As soon as his stall opened, it immediately attracted all nearby players. This is really Shadow, the Shadow boss. Wow. The boss is selling equipment, and there are even 2 bronze tier items. Did he kill a bronze tier boss? I heard that the Cursebringer boss killed over 30 people earlier. Yeah, such a powerful boss, can someone really take it down right now? The players gathered quickly. Soon, a woman in a gray robe, accompanied by her team, approached. She had a seductive figure, with a perfect S-curve and long, beautiful legs that made it hard to look away. How much is this ice spike? She asked, looking at Qin Feng. Like Qin Feng, she had activated the face mask function. But Qin Feng recognized her. She was Grey Rose, ranked 11th on the leaderboard in Shell Town. The poor quality robe she was wearing seemed fitting for her codename. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose furrowed her brows, 100 days. That's too much. I can't afford it. Can you lower the price? Qin Feng shook his head, uninterested in speaking further. The Ice Spike skill book was a basic skill that would greatly improve early game monster farming for mages. 100 days was already cheap. Grey Rose quickly asked, can I use cash? Qin Feng responded indifferently, if you have enough cash, you can buy lifespan from others and come back to trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I'll hold onto the item for you. Grey Rose bit her lip. Wait a moment. She went to talk with her team in the party channel. Half a minute later, Grey Rose returned to Qin Feng. Alright, 100 days of lifespan. Let's trade. Qin Feng now had 268 days of lifespan. Grey Rose had reached at least level 2, and her team had killed around 30 to 40 crawlers. But all the lifespan obtained from the crawlers had been shared among her and her team. Now, Grey Rose had pulled all the tradable lifespan from her team to purchase Ice Spike, aiming to level up faster. You have sold Ice Spike skill book, and you have received 100 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 268 days 368 days. The trade was just completed when suddenly, a few people roughly pushed through the crowd and approached Qin Feng. Leading them was a black shirt ponytail girl, the player, Yali. She had clearly torn the sleeves off her starting black robe, so it was now a short sleeve, giving her a more lively and cool appearance. Shadow. The arrogant young lady looked down at Qin Feng, sitting by the flower bed, and said haughtily, "I'll give you a chance. Carry me to level 3, and when I return to reality, I'll pay you 10 million renminbi. My father is the chairman of Dajiang Industries, so you don't have to worry about payment." Her words shocked everyone. 10 million. All she wanted was to reach level 3. The surrounding players were astonished. Isn't this too good? For Shadow, taking someone to level 3 must be easy. Yeah, this is just a casual 10 million. But what no one expected was. Sitting by the flower bed, Qin Feng glanced at the short-sleeve girl without any change in his expression. I refuse. Chapter 16, Ruthless Jiang Li. Do you think this money is easy to earn? Hidden from view, Qin Feng was smirking. When he first encountered this Yali, he didn't recognize her. After all, in his past life, he had met countless people. How could he remember them all? But upon hearing Dajiang Industries, Qin Feng remembered. The young lady before him was Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industries. This woman had committed numerous ruthless acts in the past life. For instance, she bought tradable lifespans with cash, but once back in reality, she reneged on the deal and even killed her victims under the pretense of paying them. At least 10 people had fallen to her schemes. By then, society was already in chaos. Murders in reality were no longer rare. Jiang Li, leveraging the lifespans she had acquired, coupled with her hidden profession, rose rapidly. Qin Feng recalled that Jiang Li didn't face her downfall until the 4th or 5th year after the game God's Abandonment descended. Of course, these events had little to do with him. In his previous life, he focused on upgrading with Qin Xiaoyou and had no interactions with Jiang Li. As for now, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't fall for her lies. 1 million RMB. At present, such an amount was still valuable, but only if one could live to spend it. Currently, while Qin Feng was stronger than everyone else in God's Abandonment, he was still just an ordinary person in reality. Behind Jiang Li was Dajiang Industries, which employed a horde of enforcers. Would Qin Feng dare to accept cash? Accepting it would be a death sentence. Moreover, cash will soon lose its value in this world. Soon, the entire world's currency will be lifespan. Hence, Qin Feng maintained his cold demeanor. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Jiang Li. Qin Feng's attitude left Jiang Li momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected someone to resist the temptation of 1 million. Jiang Li frowned. Shadow, you might be strong in this game, but no one knows what's going on with it. If you stick with me, I promise you a life of luxury, cars, houses, women, anything you want. Qin Feng waved her off. If you're not buying anything, move aside and don't interfere with my business. You. Jiang Li nearly exploded with anger. Since childhood, she had been the treasured darling of her family and, in the eyes of others, the cherished daughter of Dajiang Industries, pampered by the chairman. Who dared to disrespect her? She had never been treated like this before. A hint of malice flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, though she quickly masked it. She smiled. All right, if you're not interested, let's leave it at that. Turning to leave, her expression grew dark again. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, unbothered. At this point, no one knows that tradable lifespans can be used to extract equipment and skills into reality. No one knows that God's Abandonment will soon shatter the world's order. Only personal strength is the foundation of everything. As for Jiang Li, the background she prided herself on would soon become utterly meaningless. Leaving Shell Town's central plaza, Jiang Li began plotting how to uncover Qin Feng's true identity. At that moment, a young man with a tattoo on his arm approached Jiang Li. Sister Li, my name's Mao Li Jun, but you can call me Old Mao. The young man grinned. I'm level 2 now and know a few tricks for leveling up. I can help you level up. Is that 1 million RMB still on the table? Hearing this, Jiang Li arched an eyebrow. Tricks? What kind of tricks? The young man, known as Old Mao, said, "Normally, I wouldn't share this, but since it's you. To show my sincerity, I'll tell you this: to level up now, you must allocate all 5 initial attribute points to agility. This way, we can run just a bit faster than the crawlers. Do you get it?" Jiang Li seemed to grasp the concept but soon furrowed her brow. She had already allocated her initial 5 points to strength, thinking higher damage was everything. But she didn't expect to be overwhelmed by hordes of crawlers. "Fine, you can help me level up." Jiang Li quickly agreed. "However, you're not as strong as Shadow. I can give you 500,000. Deal. Get me to level 3, and I'll pay you in cash in reality." Old Mao agreed readily, "No problem." As he spoke, Old Mao thought to himself, Shadow may be strong, but he's not very smart. Turning down an easy 1 million. What an idiot. Little did he know what kind of person Jiang Li was. That 500,000 was not as easy to earn as it seemed. On Qin Feng's side, he soon sold all his items. Compared to skill books, equipment was much cheaper. He had 2 bronze-level items left, one for warriors and one for priests, both with mediocre attributes, each sold for only 30 to 40 days of tradable lifespan. As for the other low-grade equipment and skill books, the prices were even lower. After selling all 10 items, Qin Feng accumulated nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 546 days. Not bad. By now, that cursed one should have evolved to silver level, right? Qin Feng packed up and left Shell Town. In stealth mode, he swiftly headed towards the cursed one's location. On the way, he noticed a young man called Old Mao leading Jiang Li out, seemingly ready to help her level up. One glance told Qin Feng what fate awaited Old Mao. But, of course, he had no intention of warning him. To Qin Feng, as long as no one bothered him, he couldn't care less about other matters. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng ventured deep into the dark forest. Arriving at the location where he had previously spotted the cursed one, sure enough, the boss had evolved to silver level, surrounded by gray mist, still advancing. From silver to gold, the evolution will take at least 7 or 8 hours. No need to wait. Qin Feng decided to act. Golden bosses would be plentiful later on, there was no need to wait here. Taking down the boss now to grow stronger was the right path. This area was fraught with danger. The forest was teeming with monsters. Only Qin Feng, with his permanent stealth, could reach here. Without hesitation, he silently approached the cursed one, which resembled a withered tree, and unleashed his venomous dart, hitting the boss directly in the head. A silver boss has 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze boss. Just 2 or 3 venomous darts. Qin Feng threw the dart and vanished. The cursed one was instantly severely wounded, losing almost a quarter of its health, continuously taking poison damage. But as it turned, there was no one in sight. This enraged the cursed one, emitting a furious sound. Its skeletal arms rose, gray elemental energy swirling in its hands, gathering, then, expanding. A massive area of effect skill, spanning over 20 meters, erupted, engulfing its surroundings. Chapter 17, Slay the Silver Boss. Golden Grade Equipment. The Cursed One, a magic-type monster boss. Most of its skills are area attacks with high damage. After throwing a venomous dart, Qin Feng retreated at full speed. Thanks to his speed, he barely escaped the boss's skill range before it exploded. That was close. If I'd been caught in that blast, with my current health and defense, I'd be done for. Qin Feng's heart raced as he watched the expansive gray mist burst in front of him. This cursed one had killed over 30 players, advancing to silver level in one go. It had even absorbed enough life force to potentially ascend to gold or even higher. But unfortunately for it, it encountered Qin Feng. After the gray mist burst, Qin Feng didn't approach. Instead, he distanced himself from the boss, waiting for his shadow sneak skill to cool down. The cursed one kept raising its hands, unleashing gray mist explosions into the air around it. These smaller skills had a lesser range but still posed a significant threat to Qin Feng. A single hit would be fatal for him. Fortunately, he remained invisible and kept his distance, avoiding any danger. Once his shadow sneak cooled down, the cursed one seemed tired, having used over a dozen skills and drained its mana. The cursed one warily scanned its surroundings and began moving deeper into the forest. Suddenly, A figure appeared behind it, and another venomous dart hit its head. -659, critical hit. Qin Feng's figure flickered and vanished. From about 10 meters away, his dart hit the boss's head accurately. His remote attack accuracy was unmatched by other players. He dared not get too close, there wouldn't be enough time to escape the boss's range attack. It could be said his strength was formidable on paper. But much of it also stemmed from his 9 years of rich experience in the past life. With 2 venomous darts, the boss's health bar dwindled to just a third. Unable to see its attacker, the cursed one could only flee deeper into the forest. The withered, frail, cursed one, with its long, thin hands dangling to its knees, ran as fast as it could. Anyone who saw this scene would be astounded. No one could imagine a silver-level boss being hunted by a player. Remember, this boss had wiped out dozens of players when it was still at the bronze level. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind the cursed one again. A venomous dart. Once again, the cursed one's body turned green from the poison. Under the continuous poison damage, the cursed one's health finally bottomed out. It let out one final gasp, its frail body collapsing onto the damp, decaying forest floor. You have killed the cursed one, silver level. You have gained 1800 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. The vast amount of experience boosted Qin Feng by 2 levels, reaching level 5. Additionally, the silver level boss granted Qin Feng 4 evolution points. Greedy hand. Qin Feng looted the corpse. A golden hand reached out from the void, grabbing the cursed one's withered body. Skill, Greedy Hand, activation successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. He received 2 additional rewards. Just this one silver boss brought Qin Feng 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Moreover, when Qin Feng used Greedy Hand, a golden light flashed under the boss's corpse. Is this a gold level item? No wonder it's an emerald level Greedy Hand. Qin Feng knew that the extra effect of the emerald level Greedy Hand had a 20% chance of upgrading loot by 1 level. Although he felt thrilled, Qin Feng was also a bit frustrated looking at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot under the boss's body. With only 10 slots in my backpack, I can't run back after every boss kill, right? That would waste too much time. Hopefully, this cursed one drops a storage ring or something. That would increase his storage slots. With hope, Qin Feng reached out to the pile of loot under the boss's body. At the same time, Qin Feng took down the silver level boss and reached level 5. In Shell Town, countless people were stunned when they saw the leaderboard. Level 3 to level 5 in one go. Did he kill some powerful boss? Just 10 minutes ago, the pro was selling equipment, and now he's up 2 levels. That's insane. My sister is 18 this year, I hope the pro takes a liking to her, so I can benefit and level up. Dream on. He wouldn't even look at a million. Why would he look at your sister? In the town center, Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and their 6-man team finally reached level 3. They instinctively glanced at the leaderboard. What the asterisk? The sharp-eyed archer in the team cursed, we just got to level 3, and that pro is already level 5. How can we survive? Wang Meng was also stunned. But he quickly shook his head and said gravely, let's not think too much about it now. Let's go back to the real world and inform our relatives and friends about the godforsaken game. The world might fall into chaos, at least we need to prepare our loved ones. Wang Meng's identity was a military police officer. The reason he fell asleep in the morning was because he had stayed up all night surveilling a criminal suspect and had just returned from a shift, only to enter the godforsaken game unexpectedly. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded gravely. They returned to reality. Their bodies in the godforsaken game gradually became ethereal until they disappeared. While countless people were in shock. Qin Feng also reaped his great harvest. From the silver level cursed one, he gained 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Even the untradable lifespan exceeded 200 years. My current untradeable lifespan is 418 years and 271 days. It seems like a lot. But in the advanced areas of the godforsaken game or in reality after the first desolation spread, the lifespan depletion will accelerate. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. He looked at his backpack. First, he checked the gold level equipment. Cursed ring, gold, universal for all classes. All attributes +8. Dark element resistance +26, critical hit multiplier +0.1. Requirement, level 4. An all attributes ring. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. 8 points in all attributes equated to 32 attribute points. This one ring was equivalent to what others would gain by leveling up 3 times. The additional dark element resistance is useful against many monsters. The critical hit multiplier starts at 1.5x, and with this ring, it's 1.6x. Not bad. In the godforsaken game, there was no concept of critical hits. Only a weak point hit multiplier existed. In other words, this multiplier was somewhat akin to the critical damage in some MMORPGs. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to a skill book. Compared to equipment, Qin Feng clearly preferred skill books. Because he could infinitely evolve his skills. And now, the Cursed One dropped a silver-level skill book that made Qin Feng's eyes light up with excitement. Chapter 18, Shadow Flash / Diamond Level Greedy Hand. Shadow Flash / Silver, an assassin skill. Blink in a direction, up to 15 meters, and enter stealth mode, lasting 5 seconds, dealing 3 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12, 10.43 seconds. Requirement, level 4 inch. Slash width, 2.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power, guaranteed as a backstab, but cannot cause critical damage. Qin Feng held the skill book and learned it directly. If he had learned the skill earlier, it would have taken him half the time to kill that silver-level Cursed One. The most important thing is, this skill not only keeps him in stealth but is also an area of effect skill. As for the cooldown time, 12 seconds is the base cooldown, while 10.43 seconds is the effective cooldown. After all, Qin Feng carried a 15% cooldown reduction attribute. A 15-meter-long, 2.1-meter-wide attack range. Perfect for dealing with small mobs. Through evolution, the range should improve, but there's no rush for now. Qin Feng focused his attention on Greedy Hand. He had evolved the Greedy Hand 4 times before, now, it was the 5th evolution. The evolution points required were 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 points, respectively. So, the evolution points needed for each skill evolution equal the sum of the previous 2 evolutions. If I'm right, the 6th evolution for any skill will require 13 points. While thinking about this, Qin Feng spent 8 evolution points to evolve the Greedy Hand once again. You spent 8 evolution points, 4 points remaining. Greedy Hand, Emerald Diamond, Assassin Skill. Can be used on monster corpses with a 160% 220% chance to obtain an additional loot reward. The extra loot has a 20% 40% chance to increase 1 grade. Seeing the enhanced skill effect, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Now, with each kill, I get 2 extra loots. Killing 1 monster equals others killing 3. And there's even a 20% chance for 3 extra rewards. Plus, a 40% chance to upgrade 1 grade. With the evolution of this skill, Qin Feng felt increasingly overpowered. When he looked at the conditions for the next evolution of Greedy Hand, he found that it indeed required 13 points for the next evolution. Without the Greedy Hand, Qin Feng might have taken a long time to gather those 13 points. But now, with Greedy Hand, as long as there are bosses, evolution points come easily. Still 4 evolution points left, let's boost the combat power first. Qin Feng realized he could no longer one-shot silver-level bosses. So, boosting combat power was necessary, otherwise, prolonged fights with higher-level bosses could be dangerous. You spent 3 evolution points, 1 point remaining. Shadow Flash / Silver Gold Platinum, blink in a direction, up to 15 18 21 meters, enter stealth mode, lasting 5 6 7 seconds, and slash all enemies along the path 3 4 5 times. Cooldown 12, 10.43 seconds. Slash width, 2.1 2.6 3.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 150 200 attack power. Evolution of Shadow / didn't reduce cooldown. A bit disappointing. But, relying on Shadow / alone, I can achieve infinite stealth. 3 slashes become 5 slashes, the damage is explosive. With 1 evolution point left, there were no skills available for evolution. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining loot. Nothing useful for him, but there was a silver-level warrior skill book, Battle Cry, which boosts the team's attack and defense by 20 points upon release. This skill book, once learned, could double the team's damage and durability in the early stages. If the warriors from the previous life had this skill early on, they'd be invincible. But now, this skill book can only be sold. Qin Feng felt a bit regretful. He stayed stealthy and surveyed the surroundings. This dense forest was already a level 4 to 5 monster refresh area. The cursed one, initially level 2, had risen to level 4 after digesting life force, which is why it dropped level 4 loot for Qin Feng. In the shadow of the distant woods, 3 rotten limb creepers were cautiously observing the corpse of the cursed one. Before they could react. Shadow / Level 4 ordinary mobs had around 1000 health points. But with 1 shadow / Qin Feng's figure briefly appeared for about 0.1 seconds before instantly traversing over 10 meters away. Along the path, each of the 3 rotten limb creepers received 2 slashes and was instantly killed. You have killed Rotten Limb Creeper, LV4. You gained 80 experience points. You obtained 5 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's mind. After effortlessly slaying 3 mobs, he returned to the corpses and used Greedy Hand. Fortunately, Greedy Hand isn't on cooldown. Too bad each monster corpse can only be looted once. If anyone knew Qin Feng's thoughts, they might have scolded him. Isn't 100% triple rewards satisfying? Still wanting to loot multiple times? Have some shame. With the learning of Shadow / Qin Feng's efficiency in farming mobs increased significantly. It seems reaching level 10 is just a matter of 2 hours. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to hit level 10 and bring abilities into reality. In the real world, on Blue Star, people around the globe were finally reaching level 3 and returning to reality. Initially, more and more people were entering the godforsaken game in their sleep. In reality, their bodies turned semi-transparent, causing panic and even end-of-the-world theories to spread rapidly. But as level 3 players returned to reality, the truth was finally known to the public. After falling asleep, our consciousness enters a godforsaken land. Godforsaken game. Like an online game. Playing the game makes you stronger. I'm invincible, I swear. Don't get too optimistic. I heard most people keep dying, and each death deducts half their lifespan. You can gain lifespan by killing monsters in the game. Does that mean immortality? Who knows if this is real? Who can explain the power that makes everyone enter the game in their sleep? It's true. In my small town, an old man with little lifespan left died a few times and instantly dropped dead. The entire town received a death announcement, but we don't know if he really died in reality. Countless discussion threads appeared on forums across the globe. The godforsaken game became the top trending topic on every website worldwide. In Jiangai City, Jiangai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan, who had returned to their dorms to rest, were also aware of the godforsaken game incident. Chapter 19, Qin Xiaoyou, those who have reached level 3 now are absolute big shots. In the dormitory, the 4 girls were enthusiastically discussing the god-abandoned game. Chuyu, the short-haired girl and Qin Xiaoyou's best friend, was tidying up her things while speaking. I heard that if people from the same area fall asleep at the same time, they'll appear in the same beginner village. I have to go back and take care of my parents. They've never played games before, and I'm afraid they won't be able to adjust. One girl sighed helplessly. Don't drag yourself into it. We can level up on our own first and then bring our parents later. Another girl, wearing glasses, nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Right. We can't even guarantee our own development, let alone worry about others. Qin Xiaoyou glanced at her phone. She had been waiting for an apology from Qin Feng, but until now, there was no message from him. This made Qin Xiaoyou increasingly angry. Such a big matter, and he still hasn't come to apologize. What a big shot. But asking her to apologize first was impossible. The most important thing was that Qin Xiaoyou felt she hadn't done anything wrong by skipping the exam to attend Song Fei's concert. In her mind, Song Fei's concert was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could an ordinary exam compare? Exams can be retaken, but a concert is something you can never get back. Fortunately, this time Chiyu came with me. It was the closest I've ever been to him. Thinking of Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyou felt sweet. At the opening of the concert, when Song Fei said, "I miss you all," it still lingered in her mind. I wonder when Song Fei will enter the God-abandoned game. With his strength, he must be working hard, and he'll definitely be strong in the game too. It's funny to think about it. Now in Qin Xiaoyou's mind, brother was almost entirely associated with Song Fei, not Qin Feng. In her past life, Qin Feng didn't know this. Because of the arrival of the God-abandoned game, Qin Feng had even come to the school, found Qin Xiaoyou, apologized, and begged her to play together. But in this life, do whatever you want. However, due to Qin Feng's choice, things were bound to change. In the previous life, although Qin Feng was at work and didn't immediately find Qin Xiaoyou when he got the news, he had always been messaging her, apologizing and calming her down. This time, however, Qin Feng hadn't cared about her at all. Apologize? What for? So, Qin Xiaoyou might enter the game early because of this. But what did it have to do with Qin Feng? Suddenly, Chiyu glanced at her phone and exclaimed with excitement, "Girls, look! Zhang Wei just reached level 3 and came out of the God-abandoned game." Qin Xiaoyou was a bit surprised. So impressive? Anyone who reaches level 3 now is definitely a big shot. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up her phone and tagged Zhang Wei in their WeChat group. Zhang Wei was the guy who had been napping in class. Once he appeared in the group, it sparked a wave of praise from the whole class. "Xiaoyu, a Zhang Wei big shot, can you share any strategies or tips with us?" The praise from the whole class made Zhang Wei feel a little puffed up. Especially Qin Xiaoyou's message, which made him think this was the perfect opportunity to flirt. Normally, Qin Xiaoyou kept her distance. But now, with an easy chance, why not take it? So Zhang Wei immediately started a private chat with Qin Xiaoyou and began boasting. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu, once someone in the town reaches level 5, the town's teleportation array will be activated. Then, we can teleport between beginner villages. You should just form a team and level up first. Once I get to level 5, I'll teleport to your town and carry you to a fast level up. Here's a secret. When you start the game, add all your attribute points to agility. Otherwise, you'll be too slow and monsters will kill you." Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyou was puzzled. She asked, "What if I'm a mage? Do I still need to add points to agility?" Zhang Wei replied seriously, "Yes. Agility isn't completely useless for mages either. It speeds up your casting, especially in the early game." Qin Xiaoyou replied, "Got it." Looking at Qin Xiaoyou's cute WeChat profile picture, Zhang Wei felt a little too proud, even fantasizing about winning Qin Xiaoyou's heart. Little did he know, in Qin Xiaoyou's eyes, the only brother was Song Fei. As for the others, they were just tools to help her level up. Qin Xiaoyou thought of Qin Feng and sneered inwardly. "Still not coming to apologize? You're really getting too cocky. Fine, I'll level up first. When Zhang Wei's town has someone reach level 5, he'll teleport over to carry me. Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we won't even know how high our levels will be." She felt that with a big shot like Zhang Wei helping her, leveling up would be quick. Unknowingly, Qin Feng had already reached level 5. If Zhang Wei was a big shot, then what about Qin Feng? The teleportation array in the initial town was bidirectional. Therefore, a single town activating its teleportation array wasn't enough. Another town also needed to have someone reach level 5 to activate it. This was why Qin Feng hadn't rushed back to activate the teleportation array. Besides, for Qin Feng, his goal was to quickly level up to level 10 and head for the main city. That was where the real game began. Besides, towns can teleport for free. Let me think, where would Song Fei be? Qin Feng, while easily farming monsters in the dim forest, narrowed his eyes in thought. In his previous life, not long after the game started, Qin Xiaoyou wanted to find Song Fei, but Qin Feng had stopped her from going. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyou, back then, a Song Fei fan group had learned about the town Song Fei was in. I think it was called Firefly Town. That works. I'll level up there and meet Song Fei. Every time I see him, I'll take him down. A murderous glint filled Qin Feng's eyes. The hunt within the game was just a prelude, aimed at making them fear going offline. The real hunt was yet to come. Qin Feng glanced at the leaderboard for Bishel Town. Right now, he was the only one who had reached level 6. Everyone else was still stuck at level 3. It would take some time before players in other towns reached level 5 and activated the teleportation. Keep farming. Shadow Flash. Monsters that others feared were instantly killed by Qin Feng, turning into experience points, lifespan, and loot. Meanwhile, in the real world, Blue Star, Jiangai City. Wang Meng returned to reality and quickly drove to the office to report the situation. What? You're saying someone in Bishel Town has already reached level 5? And they're soloing? They're called Shadow. If they reached level 5 now, does that mean they're the first in the world? In the office, more than 10 official senior staff members were all stunned upon hearing Wang Meng's report. Chapter 20, Shocked. Could it be that Shadow is a time traveler? At this moment, several high-ranking officials from Jiangai City had gathered together. Some of them were regular gamers and had developed an interest in the godforsaken game. Of course. As officials of the Great Xia Nation, their top priority was stability maintenance. After hearing Wang Meng's report, one of the officials frowned and said, "Wang Meng, according to your report, Shadow reached level 3 half an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality? Could it be that he doesn't have any family in reality, so there's no need to notify anyone?" Wang Meng shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe he really doesn't have any family." At that moment, a clear and pleasant female voice interrupted, Could it be that this Shadow is a time traveler? Aren't time travelers usually orphans, who then rise up quickly?" The others were stunned, turning to look at her. It was a beautiful female police officer, dressed in an elegant uniform with a slightly dazed expression on her face. Her long, straight legs and curvaceous figure were quite eye-catching. Seeing everyone staring at her, the beautiful officer blushed and said, "Was I wrong?" A minister-level official sighed and said, "And you? I told you not to read so many novels. This is a serious occasion, not the time for jokes." "Oh." The female officer stuck her tongue out, fell silent, and the officials continued discussing Shadow. From Wang Meng's description, Shadow's personality doesn't seem bad. That's right. Although his temper seems a bit strange, saving Wang Meng and the others shows he's a good person. Looks like getting to know this Shadow might be a good idea. After a brief discussion, the officials quickly made a decision to assign Wang Meng and Anu to get to know Shadow in the game. The first task was to understand Shadow's personality. The second was to figure out Shadow's real-world identity as much as possible. The third was to establish official cooperation with him. As for the lifespan data, we've received confirmation from higher-ups about its authenticity. Some elderly players who died in the godforsaken game have had their lifespans repeatedly halved after dying in the game multiple times. If their remaining lifespan is less than a day, death will result in a forced deduction of 1 day's lifespan, leading to actual death. So, this game has been confirmed to be extraordinary, and all countries have placed great emphasis on the godforsaken game. Right now, the government had 2 busy tasks. One was maintaining social stability. The other was exploring the godforsaken game. With human lifespans controlled by a mysterious game, it was impossible for any country not to take the game seriously. However, at this moment, all the countries in the world only knew that the game could affect lifespans. What was truly important was, once someone reached level 10, they would receive a system notification. They would be able to extract their level, attributes, equipment, skills, and everything from the game to reality by consuming tradable lifespan. At that point, global chaos would begin. An hour later, Qin Xiaoyou forced herself to fall asleep in her dorm room and entered the godforsaken game. Just like in her past life, she chose a random profession and received the hidden profession, Life Priest. This profession had higher healing capabilities than an ordinary priest and could maximize the survival rate of teammates. In her previous life, Qin Feng had been just an ordinary warrior, which made Qin Xiaoyou look down on him. Even though Qin Feng was very strong, Qin Xiaoyou still didn't respect him much. But she never knew that Qin Feng had chosen the warrior profession just to protect her in the game. This time, without her, Qin Xiaoyou, Qin Feng directly received the unique hidden profession, Shadow. Although both were hidden professions, their tiers were different. The Life Priest was an ordinary hidden profession, which others could also obtain. But Qin Feng's Shadow was unique. Its strength was much higher than that of an ordinary hidden profession. Great! I've received a hidden profession. Now, I must be worthy of Brother Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyou was overjoyed. Then she thought of Qin Feng and frowned. Why hasn't this person apologized to me yet? What's going on? Well, since the godforsaken game is out, I'm now a hidden profession. Don't come to me asking for help with leveling. With her hidden profession, Qin Xiaoyou felt quite inflated. Moreover, Zhang Wei had already promised to help her, which made her feel even more confident. However, she clearly misjudged the difficulty of the godforsaken game, which would definitely have her struggling in a way that would make her wish she were dead. At Shell Town, Qin Feng filled his bag with loot and was planning to return and process it. Luckily, I got a storage bag. Although it only has 5 slots, it's enough to store 5 pieces of loot. In the godforsaken game, players initially had a 10-slot bag, hanging on their left hip. Now, Qin Feng had a black cloth pouch on his right hip, adding 5 more slots. Qin Feng did a quick calculation. These items could be sold for at least 500 days worth of tradable lifespan. After killing the silver boss, Cursed One, and grinding for a while, Qin Feng had just barely reached over 600 days of lifespan. 500 days was already quite a lot. While invisibly making his way back, he saw 2 figures. Jiang Li from Dajiang Industries. Qin Feng silently passed by them. He overheard their conversation. Lao Mao, miss, you've reached level 3. The promise should be fulfilled now, right? Yili, don't worry, Dajiang Industries won't owe you anything. We'll return to reality now. I'll give you my phone number and you can contact me. By the way, sell me your tradable lifespan. I'll buy it for 10,000 per day. Are you selling? Lao Mao, sure, haha. The young man, Mao Lijun, was just an ordinary profession, a self-chosen archer who had focused on agility at the start, making leveling easier. Now, he had taken Yili to level 3, and it was time to collect. Shadow, even though you've reached level 7, it's still just a game. Like me, sees every opportunity to turn game abilities into cash. That's what a truly smart person does. Even if this game affects lifespans, the lifespan can be grinded anytime, so why rush? Mao Lijun was smug. He was already excited about the nearly 6 million he was about to pocket. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them. He soon returned to Shell Town. Still in stealth, he made his way to the basement of the central square, descended the stairs, and found a petrified teleportation portal. He reached out and touched it. Congratulations, you have activated the Shell Town teleportation array. Shell Town is now connected to other initial towns in Jiangai City, Great Xia Nation. You can teleport for free once per day. Multiple teleports require tradable lifespan. You have earned 1 reputation. After completing this, Qin Feng returned to the square. He resumed his appearance as a veiled assassin in a black robe, stepping into the view of the players in the town, drawing countless envious, jealous, and admiring gazes. Chapter 21, Space Ring. Gold Tier Boss. In Shell Town, Shadow is an existence admired by everyone. While most players can't even reach level 3. This Shadow has already reached level 7. If it were just an ordinary online game, people might only offer a few compliments, maybe some astonishment. But now, this godforsaken game is a transcendent game tied to lifespan. How could people not envy and be jealous? Under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. First, he activated the teleporter in the underground basement of the square and gained 1 point of reputation. Then he returned to the square and set up a stall again. Originally, there were many others setting up stalls around the shattered flower bed. But as soon as Qin Feng appeared, people quickly gathered around. Big Shot is here at last. I've prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for you to sell something. Last time the Big Shot showed up, sold a cone of ice, and it helped Grey Rose rise to 2nd place on the level ranking. So awesome. Of course, what the Big Shot sells can't be ordinary stuff. Many people, filled with anticipation, gathered. Everyone knew that the items Qin Feng sold were often tiered. At this stage, many players could grind small monsters but couldn't defeat bosses. They could accumulate lifespan, grind small monsters for low tier and a few normal items, but had no way of obtaining high tier gear and skill books. Buying from Qin Feng was their only option. After all, they couldn't even defeat bosses. Anything Qin Feng sold, as long as it was useful equipment or skill books, was guaranteed to sell out quickly. For example, the Battle Cry skill book dropped by the silver tier boss, Cursor, was sold for 300 days of lifespan. This was no small sum. One skill book exchanged for nearly a year's worth of lifespan. Many warriors wanted to buy that Battle Cry, but couldn't afford it, only able to envy the level 4 warrior who bought it. Is it worth buying a skill book for 300 days of lifespan? Living longer with no money is just torture. It's better to turn lifespan into cash. See, you're short-sighted. The person who bought that skill book can double their monster farming efficiency. What's 300 days of lifespan to them? That's right. As long as they're strong enough, not to mention 300 days, immortality isn't impossible. Besides the skill book, there were also some low-tier equipment and skill books. Poor, normal, and bronze items were all there. Items with better attributes were priced higher, such as shoes that increase movement speed or skill books with control or acceleration effects, selling for 50 to 80 days of lifespan. Others were priced lower, only 20 to 40 days. Aside from selling items, Qin Feng also indicated that he was buying storage bags and similar items. Not long after, a beautiful girl in a black robe, with a slender figure, walked gracefully towards Qin Feng. She had a staff hanging from her waist. It was the hidden class Prophet, codenamed Black Linen Big Plum, from Wang Meng's team. Prophets belong to the mage class and can wear mage equipment. Due to the passive traits of their class, prophets are much stronger than ordinary mages, especially in terms of damage. Big shot, I have what you want. The beautiful girl approached Qin Feng. Her bright eyes sparkled as she stretched out a pale hand, presenting a ring in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a glance. Space ring, 12 slots of storage space. Does not occupy the ring or backpack slots. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Normally, each player could carry up to 3 storage bags, meaning the limit was 3 bags. But a space ring was a special storage item that doesn't occupy the backpack slots. In other words, it's additional storage space. Though this item could drop from any monster, its drop rate was extremely low. In the past, a space ring could be sold for over 10 years of tradable lifespan, more than 3,650 days. So Qin Feng asked, "How do you want to sell it?" Black Linen Big Plum mysteriously said, "I don't want your lifespan. I just want to add you as a friend, and I'd like to invite you to help our team kill a boss." Qin Feng thought for a moment and sent a friend request to the girl. Player, Black Linen Big Plum, accepted your friend request. Player, Black Linen Big Plum, sent you a private message. Qin Feng opened the private message window. After chatting with the girl for a while, he quickly understood the situation. It turned out that after Wang Meng logged off, he hadn't returned yet. The beautiful girl, feeling a bit bored, wandered around and killed monsters, only to find a golden tier boss. She certainly couldn't kill it alone. She had planned to wait for the whole team to come online to tackle it. But after thinking it through, even if the entire team joined, they most likely wouldn't be able to defeat it. The previous bronze tier Swift Runner had already left a deep impression. Now that she had met Qin Feng, she decided to introduce herself and use the space ring to get Qin Feng to help her take on the boss. Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked, "What's the name of this golden tier boss?" Black Linen Big Plum shook her head, "I'm too far to see clearly. But the health bar is clearly golden tier. It's on a ship in the swamp. It looks all run down." A ship? Qin Feng nodded, having an idea in his mind. He told the girl in private chat, "I can help you fight it. If the boss drops equipment or skill books you can use, I'll give them to you. Everything else is mine." How does that sound? The beautiful girl was a bit surprised. Huh? What about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Her plan was for Qin Feng to join the team, and whoever the boss drops items for could take them. But for Qin Feng, that would be too much of a loss. Qin Feng shook his head, "Your team has all kinds of classes. If it doesn't drop something for me as an assassin, wouldn't I just be working for free? Black Linen Big Plum thought for a moment and agreed. A golden tier boss definitely wouldn't be easy to handle. So she asked, then how about this? If it drops equipment or skill books for Captain Wang Meng and the others, can we get a small discount when buying them? Qin Feng nodded, that's fine. The beautiful girl agreed, alright, let's go when the captain and others come online. Qin Feng checked that his items were mostly sold, and shook his head, saying, no need to wait. Just take me there, I can handle it alone. The moment these words left his mouth, Black Linen Big Plum froze. Ah. The girl was stunned. One person, killing a golden tier boss. This sounded way too cocky. In the girl's eyes, although Qin Feng leveled up quickly, had high damage, and could appear and disappear like a ghost, the boss monsters in godforsaken game were extremely strong. Especially golden tier bosses, who knew what skills they might have. And this big shot was so sure he could solo it. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Chapter 22, Tracking. Instant kill. Berserk Zone. In fact, Qin Feng's words were certainly not said recklessly. Upon hearing the girl's description, Qin Feng immediately realized that the golden level boss was a rare, special boss, the Golden Ghost Ship. This type of boss can appear at any level range. If it appeared near the starting town, it would likely be level 5. Its health and attack are similar to other golden level bosses, but it has many more skills, making it highly difficult to defeat. The most important point is that this boss drops a very useful special item. That special item would be worth more than 1,000 years of lifespan in the later stages. To encounter a golden ghost ship this early near the starting town, what luck. Moreover, a level 5 golden ghost ship is the easiest to defeat. If it were a higher level golden ghost ship, its skill range and damage would be absurd. A few minutes later. After selling his last 2 items, Qin Feng left Shell Town with the girl, Black Plum Big Li Z. He counted the total lifespan accumulated from his sales, which amounted to 650 days, bringing his total tradable lifespan to 2,174 days. However, it still wasn't enough. In order to extract the level, attributes, profession, equipment, and skills from the Forsaken game into reality, 6 or 7 years of lifespan would not suffice. I'm not far from level 10. Before that, I must accumulate as much lifespan as possible. And this unexpected boss, the Golden Ghost Ship, would be another turning point for Qin Feng. Once he defeated it and obtained that special item, his development would accelerate. Qin Feng and Black Plum Big Li Z left the town together. The beautiful girl's real name was Lin Liu, and her large, bright eyes held a hint of shock. She couldn't imagine how Qin Feng could possibly solo a golden level boss. Golden level bosses must have large area attacks, right? Even if he can turn invisible, he can't be unharmed. With his assassin physique, if the boss hits him, he could easily die. Suddenly, Qin Feng retreated to her side. You're a bit slow. Qin Feng said indifferently, someone's following us. The girl's eyes widened. What? What should we do? Having someone follow them was clearly not a good thing. If they were ambushed while fighting the boss, it would be troublesome. Qin Feng replied, you just keep going, I'll be right back. Lin Liu didn't turn around. Her graceful figure in a black robe continued walking forward on the scorched earth. Qin Feng, however, quietly disappeared from sight. A few seconds later, Qin Feng moved back to the woods a few dozen meters away and spotted 5 players who were following him. Shadow slash. His figure flashed through the dark woods. The blade gleamed. For damage numbers floated in front of Qin Feng's eyes. The 4 followers dropped dead on the spot. The last one, seeing the others instantly killed, turned pale and tried to flee. However, a poison dart struck his skull with pinpoint accuracy. -948, weak spot attack. He was instantly killed. Unfortunately, these 5 were poor, and the lifespan they dropped totaled barely 10 days. Just like killing 2 small monsters. Qin Feng calmly walked away from the woods. We need to speed up. Qin Feng caught up with Lin Liu, directly scooping her up and slinging her over his shoulder. Huh. Lin Liu was stunned. This position, was it like being kidnapped by a mountain bandit? But soon, she was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. Currently, Qin Feng had 72 agility, which allowed him to move at 8.5 meters per second regularly. When running at full speed, he could reach 25 meters per second. That meant he could cover 100 meters in just 4 seconds. This already far exceeded the limits of a normal human. As soon as I reach level 10, I can use the tradable lifespan to extract these attributes into reality. I want to have these attributes in the real world too. Qin Feng thought. He had to admit, Lin Liu's figure was superb. With a slender waist, long legs, and a perfectly curved body, she had no flaws in her S-shaped figure. Although this was a game, it was the same in reality. In the Forsaken game, the player's height, weight, and appearance were indistinguishable from the real world. This was another reason people quickly believed that the Forsaken game was an extraordinary game. This technology was far beyond what the current technology on Blue Planet could achieve. At this moment, though Qin Feng couldn't make Lin Liu invisible as well, carrying her while running at top speed meant that no one could catch up. Though I'm strong now, I don't have a way to counter invisibility, so I can only deal with visible enemies. If someone's following me invisibly, I wouldn't be able to notice. He could only carry Lin Liu and move as fast as possible, ensuring that no one could catch up. Guided by Lin Liu, Qin Feng moved through the dark woods. Any small monsters they encountered were instantly killed by a poison dart. Lin Liu watched with awe. Qin Feng's strength was truly overwhelming. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally reached a cliff. Standing at the edge, looking down, they saw a fog-filled swamp. In the swamp, there was a ship. A broken ghost ship with a faint golden glow, its health bar visible even from over 100 meters away. The health bar was long, framed with golden borders, marking it as a golden level boss. It's definitely the golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heart raced when he saw the broken ship. He placed Lin Liu down on the cliff. Stay here and be careful not to be ambushed. I'll go handle the boss. After speaking, without waiting for Lin Liu's response, Qin Feng found a path and began descending the cliff. As soon as he stepped into the swamp, the system notification sounded in his mind. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has become a berserk zone. Lifespan drain rate in the area, 100x. This swamp had a 100x lifespan drain rate. That meant, if one stayed in this berserk zone for about 15 minutes, they would lose a whole day's lifespan. Of course, such temporary berserk zones weren't too impactful. But after the Forsaken game's arrival 3 months ago, the first wave of the wasteland spreading would occur, and the entire Blue Planet would turn into berserk zones, even more terrifying disaster zones and nightmare zones. At that time, humanity's true disaster would begin. For now, Qin Feng only glanced at the system notification before disregarding it. He had already entered stealth mode and was walking across the swamp. Even in the swamp, players in stealth didn't leave footprints or any trace. Qin Feng moved toward the center of the swamp. Soon, the mist parted like clouds, and a broken ghost ship, nearly 5 meters long, appeared before him. On the ghost ship was a skeleton, nearly falling apart, holding an oar. At the bow of the ship was a bell burning with golden ghost fire. Golden Ghost Ship, LV5. Grade, Gold, Special. Existence countdown, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Chapter 23, The Chance to Take on the Boss. Total annihilation on the spot. Fortunately, there's still 45 minutes left. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. This special boss always had a time limit for its appearance. It would exist in a certain area for a while before disappearing. Now, with 45 minutes remaining, Qin Feng had enough time to defeat the Golden Ghost Ship. Let's begin. Qin Feng glanced at the Shadow skill, which was off cooldown, and immediately launched his attack on the Golden Ghost Ship. Shadow Slash. 5 consecutive damage numbers appeared from the ghost ship. Qin Feng's figure flashed and reappeared, launching a poison dart at the golden bell on the ship. -621, weak point attack. The ghost ship's weak point wasn't the skeletal rower but the golden bell. After executing his 2 skills, Qin Feng immediately activated Shadow and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Immediately, the skeletal rower on the golden ghost ship let out a screeching sound, and its hollow eyes lit up with ghostly flames. Suddenly, dozens of powerful water columns erupted from the surrounding marsh. Qin Feng was well aware that, with his current frail body, being hit by these water columns would result in certain death. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. After executing his ambush, he immediately retreated, but water columns continued to spray all around, almost taking him out. The closer to the ghost ship, the denser the water columns become. Unless you're a warrior with full silver gear, you won't survive a single strike from these water columns. Qin Feng remained calm, evading each water column with careful positioning from a distance. Meanwhile, as the water columns erupted, rotten water spirits crawled out of the marsh. There were 12 of these rotten water spirits, each as strong as a silver boss. And killing these spirits yielded no rewards. This was the most insidious part of the Golden Ghost Ship boss. If you ignored the spirits, the 12 silver tier monsters were more than enough to wipe out any team. If you fought them, you would get no reward, and waste a lot of time. The most terrifying part. The Golden Ghost Ship summoned 12 more rotten water spirits every 3 minutes. If the team's damage output wasn't enough, the spirits would keep multiplying, leading to an eventual wipe. As for the Golden Ghost Ship's health, even with Qin Feng's current damage, after 2 skills, he had only reduced its health by a tenth. That meant the boss still had 40,000 to 50,000 HP left. For most players, whose skills only dealt 20 to 30 damage, killing this Golden Ghost Ship was simply a pipe dream. Xiao Hei, I'm going to die once. While dodging the boss's attacks, Qin Feng opened a private chat with Lin Liu and instructed her, "You don't need to worry about the boss. Just wait for me to return." After reading the message, Lin Liu was stunned. "Who's Xiao Hei?" Qin Feng replied, "Aren't you Xiao Hei?" Lin Liu almost lost it but had no retort, who told her to pick the ID, Black Plum Big Plum. Meanwhile, in Shell Town, several players were searching around for Qin Feng. Damn, you really think Iron Man is easy to bully? A middle-aged man in heavy armor with a cross-shaped scar on his face was grimly searching for Qin Feng. This middle-aged man's code name was Iron Man. Earlier, the players Qin Feng killed had been under his command. I used to slay legends and conquer one sabak after another, while this kid was still sucking his thumb. Iron Man was very interested in Qin Feng. He had been trying to track him down, but Qin Feng kept using invisibility, making him impossible to find. Finally, Iron Man got his chance. Qin Feng had gone out with a girl. Typical young men, can't resist bringing a girl along so soon. Iron Man sneered. He figured, if Qin Feng could hide, the girl couldn't, right? If he followed her, he'd discover Qin Feng's secrets. But then, Qin Feng turned around and killed all his subordinates. Now, Iron Man was leading a group of about 20 players, expanding the search in the direction Qin Feng had gone. A few of his subordinates were killed by monsters, but Iron Man didn't mind. As long as he could uncover Qin Feng's secret, everything would be worth it. Finally. "Boss, we found the girl. She's on a cliff. In front of her is a marsh, and the shadow is soloing the boss." The discovery made Iron Man ecstatic. He immediately ordered his subordinates to gather and head toward the marsh. At this moment, Qin Feng continued to dodge the Golden Ghost Ship's water-based attacks, seizing every opportunity to unleash Shadow Slash and Poison Dart. Due to the frequent boss attacks, Qin Feng had few chances to strike. By the time the Golden Ghost Ship's health had dropped to half, about 10 minutes had passed. In other words, Qin Feng only found a chance to attack once every 2 minutes. Just as the Golden Ghost Ship's health reached half, the ghostly bell at the ship's bow suddenly rang, and an invisible soul wave spread out, reaching over 100 meters. When Qin Feng was touched by this soul wave, he was immediately immobilized. Even though Qin Feng was in stealth, this soul wave forced him out of his invisible state. The next moment, a water column erupted beneath his feet, engulfing him. It instantly killed Qin Feng. This was the Golden Ghost Ship's half-health mechanic, a 5-second area-wide immobilization that couldn't be avoided, forcing players to endure it. And this, Qin Feng had already predicted. You have died. You lost 326 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died. You lost 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Feng lost half of his lifespan on death. It was a significant loss, but it wasn't a big deal. He could recover the tradable lifespan by returning to the spot where he died. As for the non-tradable lifespan, even if he looted it from monsters, it would be halved. Of course, this loss was nothing compared to the item the Golden Ghost Ship could drop. Just as Qin Feng died and respawned in town, Iron Man arrived with his subordinates. He saw Qin Feng's death and the lifespan orb that had dropped. Ha ha ha, heaven is on my side. This idiot really thinks he can solo a golden boss. Brothers, let's take over the boss and grab the lifespan he dropped. Look at that big gray-white orb, it's at least several hundred days of tradable lifespan. Iron Man, leading his subordinates, charged toward the golden ghost ship. But just moments later. In the marsh, over 30 rotten water spirits, combined with the golden ghost ship's water columns, wiped out all 24 of his men. They didn't even get close to where Qin Feng had died. The gray-white lifespan orbs scattered throughout the marsh. A boss that even Qin Feng had to die to kill wasn't something so easily tackled. Iron Man and his men, dead back at the town, were left dumbfounded. Goddamn, how is this boss so strong? How did the Shadow manage to bring it to half health? This is insane. Chapter 24, Server-wide gold first kill. Shocking the world. Iron Man and his 23 subordinates all resurrected in a burst of white light at Shell Town. Their faces were grim. They had intended to take over the gold-level boss that Shadow was fighting, but to their surprise, the boss was far stronger than they had anticipated. This is ridiculous. We were barely in that swamp when we were surrounded by silver-level monsters. And those water columns were spraying everywhere, there was no way to dodge them. I could react, but I didn't have enough speed. How fast does Shadow have to be to dodge those water columns? Must have invested everything in agility, right? Impossible. If he invested everything in agility, where would he get the damage from? How could he bring the boss down to half health? That's right. We were attacking for a while, and we barely took 3% of its health. How did he solo the boss down to half health? Iron Man's face darkened. The losses they suffered this time were immense. Iron Man's theory was that dying and losing some non-tradable life wasn't a problem. The key was to get strong enough before all your non-tradable life was gone. But now. This was a pure throwaway. Let's go, keep moving. Iron Man, unwilling to accept defeat, led his team to continue, despite the surprised gazes of many players in Shell Town. Their situation had raised some eyebrows. It wasn't common for such a large group to be wiped out. Soon, others began following them, leaving the town and heading toward the swamp. However, Qin Feng was much faster than them. By the time Iron Man and his team set off, Qin Feng had already returned to the swamp. Shadow Slash. Toxic Dart. He resumed the same tactic, attacking the Golden Ghost ship. After reaching half health, the Golden Ghost ship gained several new abilities. One of them was a large area attack, where the skeleton oarsmen of the ghost ship would strike, sending waves of water in all directions. With Qin Feng's current stats, being hit by these waves would guarantee death. But for Qin Feng, this was easy to dodge. When the waves spread, all he had to do was jump. However, the spread of the waves was erratic, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, requiring quick reflexes from players. If anyone was too slow and got within 100 meters of the Golden Ghost ship, they would surely die. Most of the boss's other attacks were single target. Since Qin Feng was always in stealth, those attacks didn't trigger. He only needed to avoid the area attacks. By the time the boss had only a quarter of its health remaining, Iron Man and his team had finally arrived. They saw the swamp littered with life orbs and immediately wanted to go in and kill Shadow, and claim the boss's loot. But just as they were about to step out of the forest and enter the swamp, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the trees, striking Iron Man and then spreading to several of his subordinates. This was the typical damage range for most players at their stage. To prevent anyone from disturbing Qin Feng, Lin Liu had been hiding in the forest and launched a surprise attack. Moreover, Wang Meng's elite team knew that agility was crucial in the game. Lin Liu's movement speed was much faster than an average player's. After landing the surprise attack, she immediately fled. Qin Feng, still in the swamp, kept an eye on the situation. He didn't pay much attention to it. In fact, even if those players entered the swamp, they would mostly die. Shadow Slash. Toxic Dart. Qin Feng took another opportunity, dealing another round of attacks. The boss had only 5,000 health left, making it appear to be down to a tenth of its health. Just as a group of players following Iron Man arrived at the edge of the swamp, Qin Feng used his last Shadow Slash, slicing through the Golden Ghost ship. 5 quick slashes followed, hitting the boss's ship. You have killed Golden Ghost ship, gold level, ... You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Congratulations, you have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of tradable life. At the same time, the global announcement sounded in the minds of all Abandoned Gods players. Player, Shadow, Shell Town, has achieved the first kill of a gold level boss, earning 3 reputation points. This announcement played 3 times in a row. It left all players in Abandoned Gods worldwide in a dazed and shocked state. Gold level boss. First kill. Holy crap, what's up with this Shadow guy? So strong. Damn, I can't even beat a regular monster, and this guy soloed a gold level boss. Which country's starting town is Shell Town? Definitely a strong player from our country, Dahan. Wait, it must be someone from our Sakura country, this Shadow is a pro. Players all over the world were stunned at this moment. Even in reality, anyone who had played Abandoned Gods heard the global announcement. For instance, Wang Meng. He had just reported back and was heading toward the swamp when he heard the announcement and was completely dumbfounded. He had just said that Shadow could only solo a bronze boss. And now, that guy had soloed a gold level boss. How can the gap between people be so huge? I'm leading a hidden class team, and we're barely able to handle a bronze boss, and this Shadow soloed a gold boss. Wang Meng was instantly filled with doubt. In the abandoned lands. While countless players around the world were stunned, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. After all, in his past life, he had been the first to kill several bosses. Though he did it with a team, he had triggered these full-server announcements many times. Gold, Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond level bosses counted for first kills based on their tier. For example, a gold level boss first kill only counted once. Now that Qin Feng had triggered it, no one else would get the first kill of a gold level boss. However, if it were an epic level boss, each kill would trigger a server-wide announcement. This time, Qin Feng wasn't in a team with Lin Liu. So the announcement only listed his name. As the final Shadow Slash was released, the golden ghost ship shattered, dropping a heap of loot. Before Qin Feng could pick it up, a group of players rushed into the swamp. Guang, use your skills to find that guy. Kill him, and we'll claim the gold boss's loot. A tall, skinny young man, with pale skin, eyes gleaming at the loot dropped by the boss, clearly intent on stealing it. A gold-level boss. In other words, the loot on the ground was at least silver-level equipment and skill books. He even saw a golden glow, meaning there were gold-level items. Then, behind him, a hunter player raised his hand, summoning a spectral horned eagle. The eagle flew up, and waves of light blue energy spread out in all directions. This energy wave could reveal hidden players. With this strategy, the group of players planned to find the stealthy Shadow and kill him. However, when the spectral horned eagle flapped its wings and released the energy waves, it failed to detect any hidden players. Chapter 25, Epic Level Greedy Hand. Ghost Fire Bell. At this stage, the anti-stealth skills available to players are all at level 1. However, Qin Feng. As an assassin class, the Shadow profession automatically comes with +1 stealth level. So, these players naturally couldn't detect Qin Feng. As for the loot on the ground, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. After all, with the protection time for loot ownership, others couldn't steal it. Seeing the players summon the Ghost Hawk, Qin Feng immediately understood their plan. Still want to kill me and steal the loot? Dream on. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He moved like an invisible ghost, circling the area. The other party, a group of about 10, gathered together and moved closer to the corpse of the golden ghost ship. They guessed that Qin Feng had already fled. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to summon the Ghost Hawk and still not find him. He's smart. The tall, skinny young man sneered and raised his hand. But don't get complacent. Stay ready for battle. The loot protection time for the boss is 5 minutes. After that, the loot belongs to us. The Ghost Hawk flew above their heads, sending out anti-stealth energy waves, making them feel secure. But then, suddenly, a figure flashed through their sight. Accompanied by countless flashes of blade light, the damage numbers burst out around the 10 players. They only saw the damage numbers floating around them, and then everything went black, instant death. Shadow Slash. If the enemies were scattered, it would be a bit troublesome for Qin Feng to kill them. But since they were gathered together, Qin Feng wouldn't hesitate. Full wipe. The blade light flashed, and beside the scattered corpse of the golden ghost ship, 12 grayish-white life orbs appeared. The whole swamp finally fell silent. By the way, where did Lin Liu go? Qin Feng glanced around the swamp but saw no one. He didn't rush to use the greedy hand skill on the golden ghost ship's body, but first opened the skill panel. I had 6 evolution points before, and this boss gave me 7 points, which makes 13 points in total. Let's evolve Greedy Hand. Greedy Hand, Diamond Epic, Assassin Skill. 220% 300% chance of getting an additional loot reward. The additional loot has a 100% chance to increase by 1 grade. Epic level Greedy Hand. A qualitative change. 100% increase by 1 grade. Isn't this invincible? Qin Feng's breathing quickened. Even after 9 years of fighting in the God-abandoned game, he had never heard of such an outrageous skill. No need for further talk, he started looting. You have used the skill Greedy Hand. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have obtained 216 days of life, tradable. You have obtained 216 days of life, tradable. You have obtained 216 days of life, tradable. A series of system notifications flooded in, making Qin Feng's heart race. In one go, he obtained 21 evolution points and 648 days of life. Qin Feng collected all the tradable life orbs dropped by everyone in the swamp, including the over 1,000 days of life that dropped from himself. Then he checked his tradable life, 3,115 days. Another 21 evolution points. Let's continue evolving Greedy Hand. Qin Feng opened the skill panel. However, just as he was about to evolve Greedy Hand, he received a system notification. The skill Greedy Hand has reached epic level. Further evolution requires 10 times the evolution points. Do you want to consume 210 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng chose no. 210 evolution points, where could he get so many? From epic to legendary, it requires 10 times the evolution points. Does that mean the later stages need even more? Qin Feng sighed. Fortunately, he now acquired evolution points faster. With an epic level Greedy Hand, a single golden level boss dropped 28 evolution points. With this, evolution points will need to be spent on other skills for now. Qin Feng shook his head and temporarily decided not to upgrade the skill. Instead, he looted all the items from the golden ghost ship and checked them one by one. The most important one, of course, was the special item he wanted. Ghost Fire Bell, special item, while carried, death will not cause loss of life. This effect has a cooldown of 1565 seconds. Soul Absorption, passive, when you kill a monster, the life dropped increases by 20%. Soul Shock, active, shake the Ghost Fire Bell to stun all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. This special item was something that, even in the later stages of the God-abandoned game, could only be obtained by players with over 1,000 days of life. The most important effect was Soul Absorption. It increased the life dropped by 20% when killing monsters. In the God-abandoned game, the importance of tradable life was undeniable. Not only was tradable life required for extracting abilities into the real world, but it was also needed for many other things later on. In short, the more tradable life a player has, the stronger they become. And the Ghost Fire Bell isn't considered equipment. It's just an item. It doesn't take up an equipment slot, only a backpack slot, making it very convenient. With the Ghost Fire Bell, the player could prevent losing life upon death every half hour. For Qin Feng, this increased his margin for error. After all, even though he could remain stealth at all times, his health was still too fragile. Of course, there was one thing that excited Qin Feng even more. Even after killing the Golden Ghost ship, it's not guaranteed that the Ghost Fire Bell will drop. Statistically, the drop rate for this item is about 30%. And this time, with the basic drop and the 3 extra drops from Greedy Hand, I got 2 Ghost Fire Bells. In his previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells. So Qin Feng wasn't sure if their effects could stack. He checked his detailed attributes. He found the kill enemy life increase stat, which showed an astonishing 40%. Holy crap, that's insane. Qin Feng was shocked. The effects of 2 ghost fire bells actually stacked. From now on, the life drop from monster kills would increase by 40%. Too bad, in the God-abandoned game, the special effects of the same item share cooldowns. The passive effect of not losing life upon death only triggers once, and both Ghost Fire Bell's passive effects will enter cooldown together. Soul Shock, active effect is the same. Once used, both will enter cooldown. This was the basic setting of the game. Qin Feng had played for 9 years, so he understood it all too well. Of course, even if only the soul absorption effect stacked, it was already outrageous. Qin Feng's progress was already fast. Now, it would be even faster. Next, Qin Feng continued to check the loot. Thanks to the effect of Greedy Hand, he got over 10 items from the Golden Ghost ship, including 11 pieces of golden equipment and skill books, 2 pieces of platinum level equipment, and 1 platinum level skill book. Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyou was astonished. The legendary Shadow Master is from our city. Originally, a gold-level boss would drop 2 to 4 silver items, with a small chance of gold equipment appearing. But now, thanks to the effect of the epic Hand of Greed, all loot from the boss increases in grade. 3 of the golden loot items were directly upgraded to platinum level. Among these rewards, there were 3 items usable by the assassin class. Qin Feng examined them one by one. The first was a platinum-level assassin weapon. Ghost Ship Dual Blades, Platinum, Assassin Weapon. Attack plus 136, Agility plus 22. Attack Speed plus 24%, plus 17 Armor Penetration. Requirement, Level 5 inch. Unique effect, your normal attacks deal damage twice. This effect isn't very useful since I rely on skills for damage. However, the weapon's base attack power is high, and it adds 22 agility. Attack speed will also improve skill casting and reduce skill cooldown. It's not entirely useless. As for the armor penetration attribute, its benefits are significant. Against the Golden Ghost ship earlier, the skill damage was noticeably lower than against other monsters. That was because the gold-level boss had high defense. The armor penetration attribute was quite beneficial. Qin Feng immediately equipped the weapon. He then checked the next piece of equipment. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, Gold, Physical Defense plus 25, Fire Element Resistance plus 50. Damage Block plus 14, HP plus 419. Requirement, Level 5 inch. A decent piece of armor. Especially the Damage Block attribute. With this armor, most players at this stage can't even break my defense. And, since I haven't invested in Constitution, my current HP is only 350 points. This armor directly adds 419 HP. After all, it's a gold-level item. A single piece of equipment had attributes higher than a full set for others. The last item was a skill book. Ghostly Blur, Gold, Assassin Skill. Passively gain a 15% dodge rate, immune to all damage when dodge is triggered. Seeing this skill, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Finally, a survival skill for assassins. The dodge build isn't mainstream in the Abandoned God game, mainly because dodge rates can't be stacked high. Even with a 50% dodge rate, it's easy to die. But I can infinitely evolve skills. Even achieving an 80% dodge rate would be quite impressive. Qin Feng glanced at his remaining 21 evolution points. Others might struggle to decide which skill to evolve first when faced with these options. But for Qin Feng, the decision was quick. Focus on increasing damage first. The higher the damage, the stronger the bosses I can defeat, yielding better loot. Qin Feng temporarily ignored the new Ghostly Blur and chose to evolve Shadow Slash first. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points, 13 points remaining. Shadow Slash, Platinum Emerald Diamond, blink in a direction, up to 21 24 27 meters, and enter stealth, duration 7 8 9 seconds, slashing all enemies in the path 5 6 7 times. Cooldown, 12, 10.43 seconds. Slash width, 3.13.64.1 meters. Each slash adds 200 250 300 attack power. Evolving Shadow Slash twice in a row doubled its damage. Even without stealth, a single skill could deal 3,000 damage. If combined with stealth and backstab, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach 6 or 7,000. With 13 evolution points left, Qin Feng chose to evolve an initial skill, Backstab Enhancement. You have consumed 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points, 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, Common Bronze Silver Gold, dot, passive, increases damage by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30% when attacking from behind the target. This was a steady damage increase, so the higher, the better. After organizing his gear, Qin Feng's combat power increased significantly. Facing the Golden Ghost ship again, he could finish it in under 5 minutes with little chance of dying. After all, his agility increased by 20 to 30 points, improving his speed and allowing him to dodge even the half-health AoE attack of the Ghost ship. Next, Qin Feng looked into his backpack. There was another platinum piece of equipment and a platinum skill book. The equipment was for archers, and the skill book was for priests. Platinum items aren't suitable for sale right now. Better hold onto them for now. Qin Feng wasn't worried about exposing the effect of his Hand of Greed. As long as he was strong enough, exposure was no concern. The key was that no one could afford platinum items at this stage. Such equipment could easily sell for 5 or 6 years of lifespan, and skill books could fetch 10 years or more. Besides the platinum items, there are 7 or 8 gold items and skill books I can sell to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng pondered. A mage skill book and a magic ring were for Lin Liu. It was agreed that anything that dropped for her would go to her, which was fair. After all, Qin Feng had obtained a space ring from her, whose value was much higher. Other items for warriors, priests, and archers could be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. They might not be able to afford them now. But Qin Feng trusted Wang Meng's character and was fine with them owing him. After all, he had worked with Wang Meng for several years in his previous life and knew he could be trusted. Roughly calculating, these items added up to thousands of days of lifespan. With everything sorted, Qin Feng left the swamp and opened Lin Liu's private chat channel. "Xiao He, where are you?" Lin Liu couldn't stand being called Xiao He and regretted choosing such a codename. But names couldn't be changed in the abandoned god game. So she reluctantly replied, "I was caught by Iron Man and his crew, got killed, and returned to the town. Fortunately, our team's tradable lifespan is with Uncle." She referred to Wang Meng as Uncle. Wang Meng's strong survival skills made it safer to entrust the lifespan to him, avoiding the loss of half upon death. "Alright, wait for me to return, and I'll give you the items." Qin Feng entered stealth and headed towards Shell Town. Soon, he spotted Iron Man leading over 20 players, still heading towards the swamp. Seeing them as a group of wild monsters, Qin Feng launched an attack. Meanwhile, in Moonlight Town, another place in Jiangai City of the Great Summer Kingdom, Qin Xiaoyou had found a team after acquiring the hidden class, Life Priest, and was struggling to level up. They were discussing the recent world-first kill of a golden boss. "Hey, I heard Shell Town is our Jiangai City starting town. Does that mean the Shadow God is from Jiangai City?" Everyone was buzzing with excitement. As a priest, Qin Xiaoyou stayed behind, healing while listening to the chatter, secretly delighted. Shadow. The global first killer of the gold-level boss was from Jiangai City. This revelation excited Qin Xiaoyou, and she decided, when someone in our town reaches level 5, I'll go to Shell Town to find Shadow God. She was quite dissatisfied with her current temporary teammates. It took ages to kill a small monster, and sometimes they even got chased by wild monsters, looking pathetic. She thought, teaming up with Shadow would surely speed up leveling, wouldn't it? Chapter 27, Shadow God. The girl's shock. Each town that first reaches level 2 unlocks the town ranking board and earns 1 point of reputation. The first to reach level 5 activates the town's teleportation array and gains another 1 point of reputation. Currently, aside from Qin Feng, who has reached level 8, no other town has players at level 5 yet. Many level 4 players are frantically grinding to reach level 5. Only when someone in a town reaches level 5 and activates the teleportation array can the town connect with others. And there's a rule. Towns in Jiangai City can only connect with other towns within the Jiangai City area, not beyond. At this moment, on his way back to Shell Town, Qin Feng encountered Iron Man and his 23 underlings. Qin Feng noticed their vigilance, they seemed aware of his area damage skills and avoided grouping together. But with his platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades, even normal attacks could take down a player with just 2 hits. He found the optimal angle and unleashed a shadow strike. Qin Feng transformed into a shadow, dashing through the crowd, triggering over a dozen damage numbers. With just one shadow strike, he had already wiped out more than 10 people in an instant. Then, without bothering to go invisible, Qin Feng wielded his ghost ship twin blades, moving at lightning speed, like a phantom assassin, attacking the remaining dozen or so people. Iron Man and his men were frozen in fear. Quick, take him down. One guy taking on so many of us. Wishful thinking. Watch out for his invisibility. Seeing Shadow reveal himself, they tried to retaliate. But their counterattacks soon turned to despair. In this Forsaken game, there was no such thing as attack locking. Qin Feng's agility was far superior, allowing him to perfectly dodge any crowd control skills they attempted. As for the attacks that did land on him, they barely scratched him, dealing single-digit damage. Many couldn't even break his defense. Qin Feng's level was higher, his equipment better, especially the gold-grade, Ghost Fire armor, which gave him overwhelming strength over these players. He immediately slaughtered Iron Man and his men, who were crying and pleading. Stop, stop, don't come closer. He's too fast, we can't hurt him at all. How are we supposed to fight this? Big brother, please spare me, I have less than a year left to live, ah. Qin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. I originally planned to take down the boss, but I got wiped out by the boss group. I didn't bother with you. But you kept causing trouble, expecting me to let you go. Qin Feng's figure flitted like a ghost through the dark woods. Ultimately, he killed 22 people, including Iron Man. When the survivors fled, only 2 managed to escape. It wasn't that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. It's just that they scattered in different directions, and those 2 were farther away, so it wasn't worth his time to chase them. Too bad, the lifespans dropped by these people add up to only about 30 days. How poor. Qin Feng shook his head. During his massacre, he received a system notification. Due to his excessive killing, he gained a Slayer debuff. At level 1 Slayer, he would lose 75% of his current lifespan upon death. At level 2, he would lose 87.5% of his current lifespan upon death. In other words, each level of Slayer status made dying akin to dying twice. However, Qin Feng had the Ghost Fire Bell. Even if he accidentally died once, he wouldn't lose any lifespan. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't care about the Slayer debuff. It wouldn't lower his stats or hinder his progress as long as he didn't die twice in a row. Soon, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. His Ghost Fire armor, with its dark red flame patterns on a black background, looked both stylish and menacing. His arrival caught everyone's attention. It's Shadow. Damn, that armor is so cool. Is that gold-grade armor? So jealous, he really soloed a gold boss. Heh, I bet he exploited a bug to solo the boss. Ha, why don't you exploit a bug and solo a boss for me? Amidst envious and jealous stares, Qin Feng made his way to the town's central plaza. Suddenly, a group of people approached him with great respect. Leading them was a pale, tall, thin young man. It was he who, along with his teammate with the ghost-horned eagle, tried to snatch the gold ghost ship's loot, only to be instantly wiped out by Qin Feng. Brother Shadow, my apologies. The tall, thin young man lowered his stance, standing before Qin Feng. Brother, this is an assassin skill book we just pooled our lifespans to buy. Please accept it as if nothing happened between us, okay? This surprised Qin Feng. He glanced at the skill book handed over. Gouge, common, assassin skill book. Single target skill, deals an additional 20 damage and causes a 2-second stun on hit. Cooldown, 22 seconds. A control type skill book. If someone offered something, why not accept it? Qin Feng casually took the skill book and said coolly, fine. He immediately learned the skill book. Then, he waved them off and finally met with the long-waiting girl, Lin Liu. However, Qin Feng didn't realize. The tall, thin young man, codenamed Leisure Cloud, watched his departing figure with a sinister glint in his eyes. Being strong in the Forsaken game, so what? As long as I find you in real life, I can imprison you, turning you into my slave to harvest lifespans. When other towns activate their teleportation arrays, I'll send a woman to get his information. Leisure Cloud, whose real name was Dongfang Xian, was a notorious rich second generation in Jiangai City. He sneered, thinking. Judging by Shadow's unfamiliar voice, he's definitely not one of us, which means, he's just a poor nobody. I'll send a professional beauty his way, and let's see if he can resist. Qin Feng met Lin Liu. The girl wore a black mage robe, tightly wrapping her curvaceous figure, exuding an alluring charm. For you. Qin Feng casually tossed her a gold-grade mage skill book and a piece of gold-grade mage equipment. Lin Liu had been a bit anxious, wondering if Qin Feng might claim the boss didn't drop any mage equipment. But instead, she received 2 gold-grade items. A fire-type AoE skill with an additional 150 attack points. A magic necklace with 15 spirit points and 3 MP regeneration per second. This. Lin Liu's mind buzzed. These 2 items were just too good. With these, she was soaring to new heights. Chapter 28, The Temple of Faith. Visitors from Shell Town. Originally, Lin Liu thought that if Qin Feng gave her even a single piece of silver-level mage equipment or a skill book, it would be quite generous. But unexpectedly, 2 pieces of gold-level equipment. This skill, this necklace. It directly multiplies my damage several times, and my mana recovery more than doubles. Previously, Lin Liu's mana recovery rate was 2 points per second. Now, with that necklace, it was 5 points per second. Her sustainability in battle skyrocketed. It could be said that her efficiency in farming monsters was now faster than her entire team combined before. Thank you so much, big brother. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes were filled with delight, almost moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. No need to thank me, it's as agreed. Just give me the spatial ring. Besides, this girl had been chased by Iron Man and his gang once while helping Qin Feng. Though he didn't really need her help. But it was clear that this girl's character was commendable and worth befriending. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liu came to her senses, her pretty face a little flushed, and quickly handed over the 12-slot spatial ring. By the way, big brother, Lin Liu hesitated and then said, I found an underground cave while fleeing in the forest earlier. It seems to be the entrance to some ruins. Are you interested? Ruins entrance. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. They say Lin Liu is a lucky charm, and now it seems true. First a golden ghost ship, now a ruins entrance. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful girl before him, feeling that befriending her was indeed worthwhile. Of course, Qin Feng thought that if he hadn't given her anything, she might not have mentioned the ruins entrance. Sincerity is mutual. Seems like these 2 pieces of gold-level equipment were enough to win her over. Qin Feng almost chuckled. He put the spatial ring on his left pinky. Finally, 27 slots in my storage space. Qin Feng sighed in relief. In this Forsaken game, bag slots were extremely scarce, and there was no place to store supplies in the initial towns. With 27 slots now, everything was more convenient. Qin Feng told Lin Liu, since your team leader isn't online yet, I'll sell the items to you guys once he's here. I'll go check out the ruins you mentioned first. The girl nodded. Okay. Lin Liu was very excited now. She took out a parchment map from her backpack and marked a location for Qin Feng. Here's the entrance to the ruins. It's a stone slab on the ground. I wanted to hide in it but got scared by ghostly whales shortly after entering, so I ran out and got chased by Iron Man and his group. As she spoke, Lin Liu described the entrance to Qin Feng. Got it, Qin Feng memorized the location. In fact, the layout of each initial town and its surroundings were identical. These novice towns were all copied landscapes. However, ruins and golden ghost ship bosses were random, some towns had them, and some didn't. Incidentally, Qin Feng's previous life's town didn't have them. He didn't expect Shell Town to have both ruins and a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng bid farewell to Lin Liu. He entered stealth mode and left Shell Town once again. I originally planned to farm till level 10. But with these ruins, there's no need to farm elsewhere. Clearing the ruins should definitely get me to level 10. In initial towns, there were mainly 3 types of ruins. One was the tomb. One was the cursed ruins. The last was the Temple of Faith. Tombs were straightforward, filled with monsters and a tough golden boss at the end. Cursed ruins were inhabited by creatures cursed by ancient or evil gods, often turning into ghosts or mad beings. Temples of faith housed followers of ancient or evil gods, and the maps were extremely complex. Clearing the latter two could yield special items or skill books. For example, Qin Feng's ancient god's eye, the Eye of Judgment, came from a temple of faith. Regardless of which ruins Lin Liu mentioned, Qin Feng wouldn't miss it. Because the monsters in these ruins were at least bronze, some even silver level. For Qin Feng, it meant a massive amount of evolution points. With my epic level greedy hand, even killing a bronze mini-boss gives 8 evolution points. A silver boss yields 16 evolution points. Compared to killing high-level bosses, the multitude of mini-bosses provided way more evolution points. Soon, Qin Feng, still in stealth mode, reached the spot Lin Liu marked. In a patch of gray-black weeds, he indeed found a stone slab. Qin Feng moved it aside, revealing a staircase leading down. Sure enough, as the slab was moved, ghostly wails echoed from the tunnel below. Of course, Qin Feng wasn't scared. He entered the passage and covered the slab. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only faint yellow torchlight illuminating the stone walls. In the dim light, Qin Feng's expression quickly changed. The murals on these walls, they're exactly like the ones from the Temple of Faith in my past life. This is a Temple of Faith. And it seems to be the temple of the ancient god of judgment. Qin Feng possessed the Eye of Judgment, and held the power of judgment. This temple's sudden appearance felt unusual. Let's see what's inside. Qin Feng took a deep breath, staying in stealth as he proceeded down the passage. Meanwhile, players in various initial towns were fervently leveling up. Of course, none could match Qin Feng's speed in the ruins killing bosses. But since they were lower level, their experience requirements were less. Soon, someone reached level 5. Activating their town's teleportation array. Each player had one free teleport daily to visit other initial towns. Thus, Shell Town quickly saw an influx of players from other towns. Because the global first kill golden boss hero, Shadow, was in Shell Town. The town bustled with an increasing crowd. Would you like to continue with more chapters or work on specific parts of the story? Chapter 29, Qin Xiaoyou joins the team. The Judged. Why are there so many people? Wang Meng logged in again, and saw that the number of players in Shell Town had increased several times over. He was momentarily stunned. After entering the godforsaken game for the first time, players needed to reach level 3 to leave, which was equivalent to logging off. To log in again, all one had to do was close their eyes for more than 10 seconds, and an option would pop up asking if they wanted to return to the forsaken land of the gods. Wang Meng was originally level 3 and ranked in the top 10 in Shell Town. But now, he had been pushed down to around the 20th rank. We have to hurry up. Wang Meng quickly messaged his teammates, like Black Plum Big Grape, and others. He found that 2 of them hadn't logged in yet. One of them was the middle-aged female priest. We need to recruit another priest. Wang Meng called the other 3 together. When he saw Lin Liu, he couldn't help but pause. He noticed a faint golden necklace shimmering on her chest. Wang Meng and the others were dumbfounded. What's this? Lin Liu smiled and briefly explained what had happened with Shadow. Finally, she added, it seems that Shadow still has equipment and skills for your class. I'll contact him later and see if he can sell them to us at a discount. Wang Meng chuckled, silver grade is fine, but if it's something of gold grade, we probably won't be able to afford it. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team looked on enviously. That's amazing, you actually became friends with Shadow. If we can get close to him, we might end up living the good life, haha. Lin Liu gave him a scornful look. Look at you, relying on someone else. Maybe you should think about why you're not making progress. Have you been grinding monsters and leveling up? The sharp-eyed archer rolled his eyes and ignored her. Although they met in the godforsaken game, their relationships were quite good. Moreover, Wang Meng had checked on their real-life situations, so he knew them fairly well. With background sorted, it was time to solidify the team. Wang Meng then said, we need to find a priest to grind monsters with us. We'll start with 5 people. I have a colleague in the next town, and once her town has a level 5 player, she'll be able to teleport here and join us. Lin Liu raised an eyebrow. Where's Sister Wang? Wang Jie was the middle-aged female priest from their team. Wang Meng shook his head. Wang Jie is going to another town to find her son, so we're out of priests. They weren't like Qin Feng, who could solo grind. In a team, both tanks and healers were essential. So Wang Meng set up a stall. But he didn't sell anything, instead, he wrote on the stall. Team recruiting needs a priest class. There were many such stalls, but because Lin Liu stood behind Wang Meng, the faint golden necklace on her chest instantly caught the attention of many. Gold-grade equipment. Many doubted it. But just based on Lin Liu's looks, a few young priests soon came over to apply. However, when they heard that they had to provide their real-life identity and have it officially recorded, they all started backing off. At that moment, a long-haired girl walked over. It was Qin Xiaoyou, who had already reached level 3 and was a life priest. Qin Xiaoyou was very polite. I'm a hidden class life priest. May I join your team? Wang Meng glanced at her, his expression unchanged. Life priest, a hidden class, sounded great. But what he was looking for was someone reliable for the long haul, so he needed to confirm her real identity. Qin Xiaoyou didn't mind and straightforwardly revealed her identity. I'm a first-year student at Jiangai Normal University. My parents are both deceased, and I only have an older brother. Well, he's actually the one my parents adopted, not my biological brother. Qin Xiaoyou emphasized this. Wang Meng nodded. Qin Xiaoyou. Alright, you're in. Let's see how you perform. Xiaoyuya has joined the team. Actually, Qin Xiaoyou had originally wanted to use Xiaoyou as her code name. But since she joined late, the name was already taken. She didn't want to add numbers, so she just added the character Ya. After joining the team, Qin Xiaoyou smiled, seemingly nonchalantly glancing at Lin Liu's golden necklace again. The global first kill of a gold-grade boss had taken place in Shell Town, claimed by Shadow. So, it was highly likely that this necklace was connected to Shadow. Such a development was naturally something Qin Feng hadn't expected. In this life, his rise had been incredibly fast, with the first kill of a gold-grade boss making his alias, Shadow, famous worldwide. His fame was so great that even Qin Xiaoyou was tempted. At that moment, Qin Feng, inside the Temple of Faith, had been walking down the passageway and soon arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was empty. Only two humanoid demonic creatures, kneeling and bowing, held something above their heads as though they were lifting it. The ghostly wail they had heard at the entrance was emitted by these two demonic creatures. Ancient God's devout followers, the judged, LV-10. Grade, Silver. Qin Feng, remaining invisible, entered the hall and saw the two kneeling followers. He immediately activated Shadow Strike. Breaking the stealth. Backstab. In addition to the critical hits, all applicable damage bonuses triggered. But the weak spot damage didn't apply. Shadow Strike couldn't cause weak spot damage, no matter how skilled, but the skill's base damage was high. 7 damage numbers appeared above the heads of the two devout followers. But their health bar had only decreased by half. After all, they were level 10 silver bosses, and their health was more than double that of the cursed ones Qin Feng had fought before. In fact, the combined health of these two devout followers exceeded that of the gold-grade golden ghost ship. Initially, Qin Feng had been preparing to dodge their attacks. However, the two kneeling devout followers didn't attack Qin Feng. Instead, they turned around and knelt in the direction where Qin Feng was hiding. These two are the judged, and I hold the power of judgment. Do they not attack me? Qin Feng had an idea, feeling surprised. To verify this thought, he deliberately dropped his stealth and kept a distance from the two devout followers. He discovered that the two followers, who looked like ghouls, indeed didn't attack him. Instead, upon seeing him, they completely prostrated themselves on the ground. Chapter 30, Devout Believers. Underground Maze. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill these two creatures to obtain evolution points and experience. However, the current situation left Qin Feng a bit confused. Even though he had struggled through 9 years in his previous life, he had never heard of such a situation. I'm afraid it's really because I possess the authority of judgment. Qin Feng had an idea in his mind. The appearance of such a strange temple of faith here might really be related to his Eye of Judgment. This temple held secrets. After thinking for a while, he tried to speak up. Do you know the way? Guide me. The two devout believers seemed a bit bewildered after hearing his words. Obviously, they didn't understand what he was talking about. In fact, Qin Feng knew that the monsters in these god-abandoned lands were actually creatures from other civilizations. However, they had been eroded and corrupted, all losing their sanity and even turning into beasts that only knew how to plunder lifespan from humans. These two in front of him seemed to have retained a bit of their sanity. Just as Qin Feng was thinking this, the two devout believers suddenly became alert. A fierce look suddenly appeared on their rotten faces, and they abruptly turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the hall to attack. Qin Feng heard the sound of chaotic footsteps coming from the passage outside the hall. It seemed that some other players were arriving. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two devout believers condensed two balls of green fire in their hands and directly threw them towards the distance in the passage. Ah! Ah! Damn it! They're two silver-level bosses. We can't even deal with one, and now there are two. Run, run quickly! Balls of green fire were thrown by the two devout believers, and in the passage, there were sounds of chaos, panicked footsteps, and shouts. Qin Feng re-entered the stealth state. He came to the entrance of the hall and looked into the passage. He saw that the entire passage was already covered by a sea of green fire, and in the fire, 6 players who hadn't had time to escape were being burned to ashes. Grey Rose. Qin Feng saw a familiar figure in the flames. It was the mature and charming woman who had bought the ice spike technique from him before. Unexpectedly, she had also found this temple of faith. Unfortunately, her team's strength wasn't enough. The 2 silver-level guards had wiped them out. This passage is too narrow. Facing the flames of the devout believers, there's no place to dodge at all. So when normally encountering bosses, one should enter the hall first to give oneself enough space to dodge. Qin Feng shook his head. He watched coldly as the 6 people were burned to death by the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish-white lifespan orbs appeared in the passage. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to go forward and pick them up. He found that it was quite good. These people had actually dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. To Qin Feng's surprise, the 2 devout believers showed no interest in this lifespan at all. After killing the 6 people, they returned to the hall and once again knelt and crawled towards the place where Qin Feng had just disappeared. Qin Feng ignored them for the time being. He searched around the hall but found that there was no way leading to other places at all. Could it be that's it? Just 2 small silver-level bosses. Qin Feng was extremely puzzled. Continuing to explore didn't yield any results. Qin Feng simply took action and killed the 2 devout believers. Just as he had expected, no matter how he attacked, the 2 devout believers had no intention of fighting back at all. They were just killed by Qin Feng like this. You have killed, devout believer of the ancient god, the judged, silver level, ... You have obtained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Congratulations on obtaining 4 evolution points. You have obtained 188 days of lifespan, tradable, ... After killing the 2 devout believers, Qin Feng reached level 9. He directly released the Hand of Greed on their corpses. Soon, Qin Feng dealt with these 2 small silver-level bosses. 32 evolution points in total, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. The epic level Hand of Greed is so awesome. And a total of 4 gold-level items and over 10 silver-level items were dropped. Among them, there was a gold-level necklace that could be used by assassins. Believer's Pendant, Gold, Assassin Accessory. Agility plus 15, cooldown speed plus 20%. Equipment requirement, level 8. Unique effect, summon a silver-level devout believer to fight for you. Cooldown, 600 seconds. The attributes of this necklace were good. Mainly the 20% cooldown speed. After Qin Feng put it on, the cooldown of his Shadow Concealment skill was shortened from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The cooldown of the Poison Dart was shortened from 4.3 seconds to 3.7 seconds. And the cooldown of the Instant Shadow Slash was shortened from 10.4 seconds to 8.8 seconds. It'll be more efficient to kill monsters. Qin Feng thought to himself. As for the other loot, they were all level 8, 10 equipment, and no one would buy them at this stage. Just keep them for now. Qin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, the floor in the middle of the hall loosened abruptly. When the 2 devout believers were killed, the mechanism was finally triggered. Is this an elevator? Qin Feng took a look. In the middle of the hall, a circular stone disc protruded from the floor. Qin Feng had seen many of these in his previous life. He immediately stepped on it. Immediately after that, the circular stone disc made a rumbling sound and actually carried him downwards. A circular pit appeared in the middle of the hall. After Qin Feng was sent down, 2 semicircular stones immediately slid out from the side and blocked the pit. Everything returned to its original state, as if that circular stone disc elevator had never appeared. If other people came here, they would only see the corpses of the 2 devout believers and nothing else. Boom. After a loud noise, the circular stone disc carrying Qin Feng landed on the ground. Crushed stones and sandy soil loosened and scattered around Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt that the circular stone disc had carried him down at least 300 or 400 meters. Arriving here, it was actually much brighter around. On the stone walls on both sides, there were dim yellow torches at intervals, emitting light. This is indeed a maze. Qin Feng took a look inside. He had explored many such mazes in his previous life and was quite proficient at it. However, it would still take a lot of time to fully explore it. Most importantly, there were many mechanisms in the maze. With Qin Feng's current attributes, once he triggered those mechanisms, it would almost be a dead end. Fortunately, I just got this thing. Qin Feng touched the believer's pendant on his chest. He used its special effect to summon a silver-level devout believer. A gray-skinned humanoid monster crawling on the ground condensed in front of Qin Feng. Explore the way ahead. Under Qin Feng's command, the devout believer began to crawl in front of Qin Feng and started to explore this underground maze. With a minion to explore the way, it was much easier for Qin Feng. Having some free time, Qin Feng opened the skill panel, preparing to use the just obtained 32 evolution points to continue evolving skills. Chapter 31, Epic Level Ghostly Blur. The Doubt of the Long-Legged Beauty. 32 evolution points, plus the remaining 3 points from before, made a total of 35 points. Greedy Hand needs 210 points to evolve again. I won't touch it for the time being. This Temple of Faith may be dangerous, so I'll evolve Passive Dodge first. In order to have a higher survival rate, Qin Feng chose to evolve Ghostly Blur. You consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 24 points remaining. Ghostly Blur, Gold Level Epic Level, Assassin Skill. Passively gain 15% 75% dodge rate, and dodging can immune all damage. After the skill reaches the epic level, the evolution points required for the next evolution will increase tenfold. Originally only needed 8 evolution points. But because it's from epic to legendary, it needs 80 points. Qin Feng shook his head and put this skill aside for the time being. 75% dodge rate was already very high. Then he continued to evolve the Flash Slash and also evolved this skill to the epic level. You consumed 13 evolution points and have 11 points remaining. Flash Slash, Diamond Epic, flash in one direction, up to 27-30 meters, and enter the invisible state, lasts 9-12 seconds, dealing 7-9 slashes to all enemies on the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width, 4.15 meters. Each slash deals an additional 300-500 attack points. From Diamond to Epic level, the additional attack of Flash Slash had increased by a full 200 points. And the number of slashes had increased from 7 to 9. The total damage had almost doubled again. Too powerful. You know, Qin Feng learned the epic level skill in his previous life several years later. In this life, he had an epic level skill at the beginning. Although these skills had relatively low values because of the low level, these skills could evolve infinitely. However, since the evolution points required from epic to legendary level will increase tenfold. So, the higher the initial rank of the skill, the more cost-effective it is for me to evolve. Qin Feng calculated. If a skill was already at the epic level, then evolving to the diamond level was the first evolution, and the basic evolution points required was 1 point, and 10 times that was only 10 points. It could quickly evolve to the legendary level, the mythical level, and even, the ancient level, the immortal level. But if a skill was a common skill, then to evolve to the epic level, it had to evolve 7 times. By that time, the basic evolution points required would be 21 points or even 34 points. 10 times that was 210 points or even 340 points. Too costly. However, there was an advantage that no matter what rank of skills I learned, I could evolve them to the epic level at a very low cost. That is to say, all my skills would be at least epic level in the future. There were still 11 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng thought for a while and evolved the initial skill, Stealth. You consume 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Stealth, Silver Gold Platinum. Enter the invisible state for 16-20-24 seconds. The attack power of the first hit after breaking the invisibility is increased by 90, 120, 150. Cooldown 26-24-22 seconds. The final basic cooldown of the skill was 22 seconds. But because Qin Feng had a 35% cooldown speed attribute, the final effective cooldown was 16.3 seconds. This invisibility skill still had too long a cooldown time. And the attack power after breaking the invisibility was a bit low. I definitely had to replace it later. Qin Feng consumed all the evolution points and his attention returned to the maze in front of him. The devout believer, crawling on the ground, was advancing at a relatively fast speed. When passing a corner, suddenly, a large iron ball flew out from the wall beside and smashed the devout believer away. The first stage of damage was being hit by the iron ball. The second stage of damage was being smashed into the wall, and the devout believer was smashed flat on the spot, a horrible sight. Qin Feng temporarily stopped moving forward, waiting in place for the cooldown time of summoning the devout believer. This maze was intricate and full of dangers. I could only let the summons explore the way like this. Qin Feng sighed. Although it would waste a lot of time, this temple of faith was obviously related to his Eye of Judgment, and he must explore to the end. Otherwise, no one knew what secrets he would miss. Just as Qin Feng was exploring this temple, at the entrance of the temple, the long-legged beauty, Grey Rose, with her teammates, 2 men and 3 women, carefully returned. When they were ready to deal with the 2 silver-level mini-bosses, they were shocked to find that the 2 silver-level bosses were already dead. Grey Rose had black curly hair and wore a grey robe, wrapping her graceful and exquisite figure. When she saw the bodies of the 2 devout believers, she couldn't help frowning. Someone killed them. At this stage, the only one who could kill 2 silver-level bosses so quickly must be the Shadow Boss, right? Shadow Boss, had he come here? Behind Grey Rose, the teammates were all shocked. Looking at the grey and white bodies of the 2 devout believers, they talked and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Although they were prepared, they were also afraid that they couldn't defeat them and would die again. Only Grey Rose, looking at this scene, seemed a bit puzzled. Last time I came here, I seemed to see a figure communicating with the Silver Boss. Was that Shadow? Did I see it wrong, or? Last time when Grey Rose came here, she had already stepped half into the hall. She caught a glimpse of a black figure communicating with the 2 Silver Bosses. But because she heard the Silver Boss roaring, she immediately backed out and was finally burned to death by the Silver Boss's green flame. Now recalling, was that black figure Shadow at that time? Grey Rose was very suspicious. I believe I didn't see it wrong. But why didn't these 2 Silver Bosses attack Shadow? Could it be that Shadow had some means to confuse the boss? Was that why he could kill so many bosses? No matter how Grey Rose guessed, she could never guess the truth. As time passed, the number of players teleporting to Shell Town was increasing, and the town was already overcrowded. A town could hold a maximum of 10,000 people. Now Shell Town had almost reached the upper limit. This had led to the fact that the monsters around the town were completely not enough to kill. There were almost 10 times more players. Those crawlers, polluters, and so on, never expected that so many people would come to this town. They scattered and hid. But they were still dug out and killed by the players. In this case, even an elite team like Wang Meng couldn't kill monsters quickly. At most, they only reached level 5 in 3 hours. Lin Liu's gold-level skill couldn't be used at all. Wang Meng frowned. It seems that we have to teleport to other towns with few people to increase the leveling speed. Lin Liu said, no problem. But before leaving, we have to wait for Shadow Brother and trade with him. Wang Meng nodded. Qin Xiaoyou, who was standing beside, listened to their chat quietly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Chapter 32, Mysterious Woman. Assassin's Divine Skill, Graceful Liberation. Deep within the Temple of Faith. 3 hours. Based on my exploration speed, it should be about right. According to the experience from his previous life, the Temple of Faith didn't have much more than this. For others, they probably wouldn't be able to make it through without dying dozens or even hundreds of times. However, Qin Feng was not only experienced but also able to summon a silver-level, devout believer, to explore the way for him, so there was no possibility of failure at all. At this moment, Qin Feng arrived at a passage filled with starlight. The star-blue light decorated the entire passage like a walk of fame. The devout believer was crawling in front, and Qin Feng followed behind. They walked all the way towards the end of the starlight passage. What appeared in front of him was an ancient bronze gate. "Open the door." Qin Feng gave an order to the devout believer. The devout believer crawled forward to push the door, but found that it couldn't be pushed open at all. The bronze gate didn't budge an inch. Qin Feng confirmed that there was no danger around. Only then did he step forward. Just as he raised his hand and touched the bronze gate, he felt movement from the entire gate, and it actually started to open. As the gate slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready for battle at any time. But what appeared in front of him was a starlight hall. In the very center of the hall, there was an altar. Beside the altar stood a woman draped in a white robe, with a white headscarf covering her head so that her face couldn't be seen. The woman in the white robe had her hands crossed in front of her chest and slightly bowed towards the starlight altar. When the bronze gate opened, Qin Feng didn't enter immediately but took a look at the woman in the white robe. As a result, he couldn't see any information about the woman at all. When Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the hall, the woman in the white robe slowly turned around, and her graceful and alluring figure under the white robe slowly bent her knees and actually knelt down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She lowered her head. It seemed that she was murmuring something, and the starlight in her hands was flickering. In the next moment, her entire graceful body dissipated into starlight. She disappeared. Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, he noticed that on the altar in the hall, an ancient treasure chest appeared, shining with a brilliant golden light. If it's a gold treasure chest, it emits a light golden light. This is a bright golden treasure chest, which means that epic-level items can be obtained from it. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know the identity of the mysterious woman just now, but he thought it was related to his Eye of Judgment. Moreover, the woman seemed to be very respectful to Qin Feng. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order the summoned silver-level, devout believer, to walk towards the altar in the hall. Until it reached in front of the treasure chest, the devout believer reached out and opened the treasure chest, and nothing unexpected happened. Soon, the devout believer took a skill book obtained from the treasure chest and handed it to Qin Feng. What is the skill book? An assassin's divine skill. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Graceful liberation, epic level, assassin skill book. Passive effect, weak point hit correction plus 100%, weak point attack multiplier doubles. Throat slit, actively used, makes your next attack cause a throat slit effect, dealing 100% of the damage of that attack per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 44.4 seconds. This skill has both a passive effect and an active effect. The passive effect is extremely powerful. It's easy to understand that the weak point attack multiplier doubles. As for the weak point hit correction, for example, the head and the heart of a person are weak points. Others have to hit the weak points precisely to trigger the weak point attack. But after learning graceful liberation, it's equivalent to magnifying the opponent's weak points. The higher the weak point hit correction value is, the easier it is to hit the opponent's weak points. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect is very useful. At this stage, the main monsters he encounters are humanoid ones, so it's easy to hit the head, but later he will encounter many strange things. For example, a certain monster has no head, and its weak point is just a glowing dot on its body. For ordinary players, it's impossible to hit the weak point at all. But with the passive effect of graceful liberation, it's not difficult to hit that glowing dot. Because the system will automatically correct it, making the player's attack closer to the target's weak point. A weak point hit correction of plus 100% is equivalent to magnifying the opponent's weak point area by 1 time. As for the active effect of this graceful liberation, it's even more outrageous. It directly makes the next attack cause a throat slit effect, which is equivalent to a 3-second bleeding. For example, after Qin Feng activates throat slit and casually slashes someone with a knife, causing 300 points of damage. The effect of Throat Slit can make the opponent receive an additional 300 points of damage per second for the next 3 seconds. In total, it's 300 by 4, which equals 1,200 points of damage. Simply put, the Throat Slit effect of Graceful Liberation is to triple the next damage, but it takes 3 seconds to fully deal it out. If it's a skill like Instant Shadow Slash, the 9 slashes are regarded as one attack, and the damage of Throat Slit will be accumulated and calculated. This one epic level skill has instantly increased my burst damage by several times. And I can spend 10 evolution points to evolve this initial epic level skill to the legendary level. Qin Feng still only had 3 evolution points on him now. Because there wasn't a single monster in this underground maze, which surprised and disappointed him. After all, in the previous mazes, there were all kinds of devout believers and fanatical believers, all powerful monsters that blocked players from exploring. As for what exactly was going on with this Temple of Faith, Qin Feng didn't know either. Most likely it's related to my Eye of Judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Thinking too much about this kind of thing was useless. If he saw that mysterious woman in the white robe again next time, Qin Feng would definitely try to communicate with her. He missed the chance this time, but it didn't matter. With the assassin's divine skill, Graceful Liberation, in hand, Qin Feng's damage became even more terrifying. Now, if he encountered the level 5 gold level golden ghost ship again, perhaps he could kill it with just one instant shadow slash. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone disc in the middle of the Starlight Hall and was carried upward by the circular stone disc. After rising 500 or 600 meters, he finally returned to the ground. After the circular stone disc brought him up, it directly turned into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never appeared before. It's been so long. Wang Meng and the others should have logged in. Qin Feng mainly had almost all his backpack slots occupied. So before setting off to level up, he had to sell all the items on him. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a piece of news. Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng frowned. Chapter 33, You Really Are Something, Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng really didn't expect that Qin Xiaoyou would come to the god-abandoned land at this time. Moreover, she had also come to Shell Town and joined Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng understood Qin Xiaoyou's thoughts almost instantly. She wants to find Shadow and get on good terms with him. If it's not for this purpose, why would she come to Shell Town? However, she can figure out that I have a connection with Lin Liu. She's a bit clever. Qin Feng sneered. In his previous life, he had been with Qin Xiaoyou day and night, so naturally he knew what his sister was thinking. In the early stage of the God-abandoned game, when Qin Feng hadn't risen to prominence yet, Qin Xiaoyou had always wanted to join other powerful teams, but Qin Feng had stopped her every time. Fortunately, Qin Feng quickly rose to power in the God-abandoned game. After that, Qin Xiaoyou obediently followed Qin Feng. It seems that in this life, the timeline has changed a bit. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyou was in Wang Meng's team, there was no need to sell the priest equipment to them. Even if it was a coincidence, Qin Feng couldn't possibly let Qin Xiaoyou take any advantage. Nor could he show any sign of knowing her. After all, now, there were too many people keeping an eye on the name, Shadow. I haven't extracted my abilities to the real world yet. If people find out my real identity in the real world, there will be a lot of trouble, even deadly trouble. However, as long as I reach level 10, I can at least extract the stealth skill, and then I'll have a certain ability to protect myself in the real world. Even just a pistol would be enough to take Qin Feng's life. So, exposing himself now would be courting death. But Qin Feng wasn't far from level 10. Soon, he would be able to extract extraordinary abilities and descend into the real world. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. When he finished exploring the Temple of Faith, it was already afternoon in the Great Xia. Just in Jiangai City alone, hundreds of initial towns had been activated. That is to say, hundreds of thousands of people had entered the God-abandoned game. However, Qin Feng never expected that there would be so many people in Shell Town. Looking around, there was a sea of people, densely packed. And when Qin Feng's cool figure wearing the ghost fire leather armor appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow, Shadow. Brother Shadow. Can we add you as a friend? Are you Shadow? I'm the chairman of the Runding group in Jiangai City. I'm planning to invite you to join our group. Big Shot Shadow, do you need any followers? I can cheer for you. Big Shot, this is my sister. She's your die-hard fan. She just wants to get to know you, nothing else. Qin Feng just used an instant shadow slash and flashed across a distance of 30 meters, and then entered a stealth state that no one could detect. First, he got rid of those people who gathered around him. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu at a relatively hidden place and rushed there. Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and several others in the team were all waiting for Qin Feng behind a ruined house. Behind them was Qin Xiaoyou. The girl was looking forward to it and also very nervous. She kept squeezing her right hand with her left hand and then her left hand with her right hand, constantly looking around. Qin Feng appeared in front of Lin Liu and glanced at Qin Xiaoyou, but his eyes were completely like those looking at a stranger. He didn't say a word. He directly took out a bunch of things from his backpack. He first added Wang Meng as a friend and then sent a private message. This is gold-level warrior equipment. The attributes are good. The price is 300 days of lifespan. I'll sell it to you for 280 days. This is a gold-level skill for archers. The skill isn't very useful. The price is 550 days of lifespan. I'll sell it to you for 520 days. This is... Qin Feng threw all the equipment he had reserved before to Wang Meng and marked the prices one by one. These prices were all very reasonable. Brother, I only have 925 days of lifespan on me now. Wang Meng said with a bitter smile, I can't afford so much. It's okay. You can owe me. Qin Feng said casually. All these things added up to 2,200 days of lifespan. With the official financial resources, they could pay it back soon. Wang Meng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you, brother, for trusting me. He first traded 900 days of lifespan to Qin Feng, took away the equipment and skill books, and thanked him again and again. With this equipment and skills, their team's speed of killing monsters would be improved to a new level, and they could even find ways to deal with silver-level bosses. Damn it. Big Shot Shadow is so awesome. I can use gold equipment so early. This gold-level skill is so cool. My output has increased by more than 3 times at once. And the Big Shot even allows us to buy on credit. This is trust in us. Whoa. Wang Meng and the others were all shocked and amazed. However, soon, they found a problem. Hey, why isn't there anything for priests? This sentence made Qin Xiaoyou, who was waiting to be given something, stunned. There was nothing for priests. Qin Feng didn't react at all to this. He quietly went into stealth. His figure disappeared in front of everyone. In fact, it wasn't that Qin Feng didn't have anything for priests. In his backpack, there was still a gold-level priest scepter and even a gold-level priest skill book. But how could Qin Feng possibly let such precious things be taken advantage of by Qin Xiaoyou? Qin Feng not only wouldn't give her things. He even planned to find another priest and forcefully put that person into Wang Meng's team and let them kick Qin Xiaoyou out. After all, Qin Feng also planned to sell a large number of unusable equipment and skill books through the official channel later to save time. If Qin Xiaoyou kept staying in this team, it would eventually affect his cooperation with the official in the future. However, at this moment, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Player Xiaoyuya has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message, hello, Big Shot. I'm the priest in Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. So polite to outsiders. In front of me, she's always been impatient. You really are something, Qin Xiaoyou. Qin Feng simply ignored her. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. Because there were too many players in Qin Feng's friend application list. Treating Qin Xiaoyou like a stranger and just ignoring her was enough. Among a bunch of player names, why should he specifically pick her to reject as a friend? How shameless was she? At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived at the town square. He was preparing to teleport to Firefly Town. Song Fei's initial town was Firefly Town. This guy held a concert in the neighboring city yesterday, but after the concert ended, he came to Jiangai City and played with 2 girls all night. When the God Abandoned game descended, Song Fei was directly assigned to the initial town in the Jiangai City area, Firefly Town. Since the town teleportation has been opened, why don't I kill you, Song Fei, a few times first? Qin Feng smiled coldly. In his previous life, although it was Qin Xiaoyou who gave him the soul-wandering water, the real culprit was Song Fei. Qin Xiaoyou being stupid was one thing. This Song Fei was the person that Qin Feng really wanted to kill. And to kill him in the real world, he had to first make the other person scared and retreat in the game. Otherwise, if the other person was always online, he would be invincible in the real world, and no matter how strong Qin Feng was, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Chapter 34, Firefly Town. Song Fei's Fangirls. Anyway, for Qin Feng, it was all the same wherever he killed monsters. Going to Firefly Town and taking the chance to kill Song Fei a few times could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Although he couldn't completely get rid of that guy. He could first kill the other guy offline and then find an opportunity to get rid of him completely. Besides, remember that Xiao Shui is also from Firefly Town. We can see if we can meet her. Gui Xue, codenamed Snowy Day, was one of the managers of the Slaying God Guild in Qin Feng's previous life, and her profession was White Bird Priest. The White Bird Priest was a very powerful hidden profession in the Priest series. She came with a white bird that could assist in healing and bestow buffs. Although Qin Xiaoyou also had the hidden profession, Life Priestess, this pampered young lady hardly knew how to fight at all. In the previous life, Qin Xiaoyou had always just stayed behind Qin Feng, responsible for healing him and adding buffs. Qin Feng had always been there to protect her. But Gui Xue was a powerful existence who had once soloed an epic-level boss. She was Qin Feng's right-hand man. If I meet her, I'll bring her into Wang Meng's team. If Gui Xue joined the team, the one who would be squeezed out would naturally be Qin Xiaoyou, who was also in the Priest series. Qin Feng didn't want any variables to appear during his growth process. Qin Xiaoyou was that variable. All in all, Qin Feng didn't care what she was like, as long as she didn't show up in front of him. Besides, by making this request, he could also see Wang Meng's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng had developed too fast and wasn't quite clear about the official attitude yet. This time, he could also observe it by the way. Firefly Town. This was an initial town in the Jiangai City area. Qin Feng went invisible, used up his free teleportation times for today, and quietly came to this town. Compared with the bustling Shell Town, Firefly Town was much quieter. In the town, although there were also many players coming and going, it wasn't crowded. Some players were shouting and setting up stalls in the square. There were also players appearing in the middle of the square with a flash of white light. Naturally, these resurrected players didn't look too good. Qin Feng walked around the town. He didn't see Song Fei or Gui Xue. Just then, he heard several newly resurrected players chatting. Hurry up, don't let others take advantage. That silver-level boss has less than half of its health left. Damn it. That son of a bitch Song Fei brought so many fangirls with him. Who the hell can compete with him? I really don't know how a little star like him can have so many crazy fans. I'm not convinced anyway. I'm going to kill that pretty boy today. These players were speaking indignantly as they walked towards the outside of the town. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Oh. There's a clue. Song Fei is outside fighting a silver boss. And he brought a group of fangirls with him. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned up slightly. One could imagine that if Shadow hadn't appeared and if Qin Xiaoyou had also landed in Firefly Town, she might very well have been one of those fangirls. Song Fei. This guy didn't have a hidden profession. Instead, he chose the mage profession in a rather flashy way. With a bunch of fangirls, he rose rapidly in the early stage, but his potential was insufficient in the middle stage, let alone in the later stage. Finally, he somehow learned that Qin Feng, who was among the global top 100, and his sister Qin Xiaoyou had once been his fans. Anyway, in this life, Qin Feng wouldn't let Song Fei live comfortably. He would first kill him offline. And then after extracting abilities to the real world, he would directly launch an assassination on him. At this time, Qin Feng followed those indignant players and left the town area. He maintained his invisible state. Whenever the invisible state was about to end, he would find a hidden place to renew it. After leaving the town, he first entered a dark forest. Then he came to a gloomy valley. This is the level 5 monster spawning area, the Weeping Valley. The monsters here should be the Fireburners and the Shacklers. The Fireburners were a kind of long-range attacking monsters with high fire element attacks, but their attack methods were rather simple, just throwing fireballs. As for the Shacklers, they were melee physical attacking monsters with their hands and feet chained, and they only bit with their mouths. No matter which kind of monster it was, their facial features were extremely strange. Players who were a bit timid would even be scared to cry and didn't dare to face these monsters at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered the gloomy valley, he heard many shouts and curses from the players. Among them were mixed with many women's scolding voices. They all sounded quite young, but they cursed more fiercely than each other. Qin Feng quietly moved forward. Soon he saw that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed fire burner, over 3 meters tall, spraying blood-red flames towards the surroundings. The two-headed fire burner was a silver-level boss. Its body over 3 meters tall was burning with blood-red flames. Both of its heads had no eyes, and their mouths were split open, showing extremely crazy smiles. It had 4 arms, and the flames on its arms exploded, enabling it to attack 4 targets simultaneously. In the field, many players were surrounding the boss and launching attacks. Even, the players were also attacking each other. Among the crowd, surrounded by many fangirls, was Song Fei, wearing a black robe and holding a staff, looking rather flashy. His game code name in Abandoned by God was Rebellious God of Magic, which was quite childish. But many fangirls went crazy because of it. Around Song Fei, many players wanted to attack him, but they were all blocked by the girls around him. Those fangirls, one by one, were ready to sacrifice their lives to protect their brother Song Fei. In the field, there were already many players' corpses left. There were those of the girls and those of the players who wanted to attack Song Fei. And Song Fei, together with the other 5 girls in his team, was attacking the silver-level boss, two-headed fire burner. That's right. In Song Fei's team, including him, all 6 people were mages. What? Tank? Priest? Sorry, he didn't need them. The girls surrounding him were a natural human wall. As for the priest, he wouldn't receive any damage, so why would he need a priest? After entering the Abandoned by God game, Song Fei only needed to do one thing, which was to cast skills, kill monsters, and harvest experience and lifespan. Chapter 35, Song Fei, Ah. Am I dead? Song Fei was actually very puzzled too. He didn't enter the God Abandoned game too late. After all, he had played with 2 girls all night and just happened to fall asleep after having breakfast in the morning. Moreover, he was in Firefly Town and had so many girls helping him. Originally, he thought that he must be leveling up quite fast. However, he didn't expect that the Shadow in Shell Town had completely surpassed him in terms of leveling speed. And he had even achieved the first kill of a gold-level boss. That guy must have used a bug to kill the gold-level boss, right? This silver-level boss is already so hard to kill. How could anyone be able to solo a gold-level boss? However, overall, Song Fei was still quite happy. With dozens of girls protecting him, he could be said to be like a fish in water in the God Abandoned game. Although he was just an ordinary mage class, Song Fei still managed to reach level 6 at a very fast speed. In Firefly Town, he was the one who activated the teleportation array. As long as I kill this silver-level boss, I can reach level 7. That Shadow in Shell Town is said to have been stuck at level 9 for a long time. Let me gather my strength and surpass him to become the number 1 player in the God Abandoned game. With such thoughts in mind, Song Fei was determined to take down the two-headed fire burner in front of him no matter what. He led dozens of girls to besiege the boss together. As for the other players around, they were also targets for them to hunt. According to the current situation, it seemed certain that Song Fei would be able to take down the silver-level boss. However, just when the two-headed fire burner had only 1/3 of its health left, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a figure wearing a cold and gloomy leather armor instantly appeared beside Song Fei, who was surrounded and protected by the girls. The figure only appeared for an instant and then disappeared from the scene again. Immediately after that, 9 flashes of blade light burst out on Song Fei and several girls around him. Song Fei only saw a bunch of damage numbers floating in front of his eyes, and then his vision went black. You have been killed by Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. A system prompt came, leaving Song Fei dumbfounded. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was actually back on the square of Firefly Town. I'm dead. Song Fei had an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing that the silver level boss still had 1/3 of its health left and victory was within reach, suddenly a shadow came out and killed him. Impossible. How could Shadow come to our Firefly Town? There are so many initial towns in the Jiangai City area. Why did he come to mine? And he even met me and snatched my boss. On Song Fei's greasy and effeminate face, he looked as if he was constipated. Just behind him, there were also 5 mage girls from his team who had also been killed and sent back. They were all looking bewildered now too. I'm dead. How could this happen? Why is brother dead too? It's Shadow. But why did Shadow kill us and brother? Definitely to snatch the silver level boss. So bad. He actually launched a sneak attack when brother wasn't paying attention. How despicable. So annoying. Brother Song Fei. Should we go back and take revenge now? I don't think so. The other sisters will avenge brother. The 5 girls were chatting while looking at Song Fei with affectionate eyes. Song Fei tossed his hair in a showy way and put on a confident smile on his face. Assassins are indeed powerful when they use stealth to launch a sneak attack, but once they show up, they'll become sitting ducks for us. Just wait and see. He'll soon be killed and sent back by our people. That's what he said. However, soon, he realized that something was a bit wrong. Because more and more players were being resurrected on the square, and most of these resurrected players were actually members of his girl group. As more and more girls were resurrected, Song Fei became a bit flustered. How is this possible? All of you were killed. This doesn't make sense. It's okay if that Shadow launched a sneak attack once, but how could he slaughter you guys like killing pigs? Song Fei's face turned ugly. The girls who were resurrected later were on the verge of crying and started chattering away. Brother Song Fei, I'm sorry. We're so useless, but that Shadow is too fast. My attacks couldn't hit him at all. Yeah, and it seems that he has a dodging ability. Many of our attacks clearly hit him, but the prompt showed that our attacks were dodged. Even if the attacks hit him, it's useless. My Ice Spike technique hit Shadow, but it only caused 2 points of damage. The situation was getting worse and worse. Even soon, around the silver level boss, 2-headed fire burner, there wasn't a single member of Song Fei's girl group left. All of Song Fei's people had been killed and sent back to the town by Qin Feng. In the Weeping Valley. After Qin Feng launched a sneak attack and killed Song Fei instantly, he didn't leave but started slaughtering those fangirls of Song Fei on the spot, making them cry and scream in agony. Of course, these girls were very good at one thing. That was verbal attacks. They cursed Shadow like crazy. But they could only satisfy their urge to scold. With their strength, they basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if they managed to touch him by chance, Qin Feng had a 75% dodging probability and could be immune to damage. Most importantly, the defense of the gold level Ghost Fire leather armor was simply beyond what they could break through at present. Under the siege of dozens of girls, Qin Feng was like entering an uninhabited land. In just a minute or two, he slaughtered them all. There were also some solo players around. Originally, they had united to compete with Song Fei. These solo players were all dumbfounded at this time. You know, this team of solo players had a total of more than 10 or 20 people. However, during the confrontation with Song Fei, quite a number of them had been killed, and some even had been killed 2 or 3 times. So they deeply knew how terrifying, crazy, and desperate the girl group led by Song Fei was. However, now an assassin had appeared and gone on a killing spree. Those girls could only be furiously angry but helplessly, and they were slaughtered like little chickens while stubbornly cursing. Damn. This is so fierce. Who is this assassin? Could it be Shadow? Definitely the big shot who achieved the world's first kill of a gold level boss. Who else could it be? I think so too. But why did Shadow come to our Firefly Town? Everyone, step back and leave the boss to the big shot. The solo players were quite discerning and retreated to the back of the valley one after another, with a sense of worship and admiration in their hearts. Soon, only Qin Feng was left beside the boss. Facing this situation, Qin Feng used shadow concealment and entered the stealth state. Just when everyone thought that he was going to leave quietly, suddenly a poison dart shot out and instantly hit one of the heads of the two-headed fire burner. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. When that poison dart hit the boss's head, the health bar above the boss's head was emptied instantly. Chapter 36, There's Anti-Stealth and Crowd Control. What assassin do I have to be afraid of? For a moment, the more than 10 solo players who had retreated to the side were all dumbfounded. What? What the hell? One dart and the boss is killed instantly. The boss only had 1/3 of its health left. It's normal to kill it instantly, right? Do you even hear what nonsense you're talking? Even if the silver level boss only has 1/3 of its health left, it still has several thousand health points. Is it normal to kill it instantly? Is this the big shot Shadow? At first, I thought the big shot had used bugs to farm the gold level boss. Now it seems that's really not the case. This damage is simply amazing. Our skill damage is only dozens of points, while his skill damage is thousands of points. It's 100 times ours. Are we playing the same game? It's like using the stats from King of Glory to play League of Legends, right? Everyone was shocked and stared blankly at the two-headed fire burner as its health bar emptied and it crashed to the ground. The corpse of the two-headed fire burner was burning with blood-red flames, leaving blackened marks on the ground of the valley. Qin Feng's figure appeared beside the boss's corpse. He was playing with the platinum level, ghost ship dual blades, in his hand and looking at those 10 or so solo players like they were prey. Go quickly. Damn it. The big shot won't want to kill us, will he? Stop looking. Our lives are at stake. Let's go. People were immediately terrified. More than 10 of them instantly left the Weeping Valley and disappeared into the woods, fleeing as fast as they could. There was no way around it. In the God Abandoned game, death meant losing lifespan. They didn't dare to take the risk. Although Shadow had shown up and killed Song Fei and the others, it didn't mean that the big shot Shadow would be on the same side as them. Judging from the situation just now, it was obvious that if Shadow wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. How could they dare not run? Watching those people flee, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He directly used the active effect, Soul Shocking, of the Ghost Fire Bell once. Jingle, jingle. The sound of the bell spread eerily and could immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius. If there were targets in the stealth state, they would be immobilized and then their stealth state would be removed. Fortunately, after the bell rang, there was no one around. Qin Feng turned around and raised his hand to release the Hand of Greed on the corpse of the two-headed fire burner. Immediately, 3 additional rewards burst out from the corpse of this silver-level boss, shining with silver light and even a faint golden light. Qin Feng calmly picked up all the items. Now, after fighting just one boss, the items can take up most of the slots in my backpack. I still have to reach level 10 and leave the initial town to free up some space. Qin Feng shook his head. The amount of experience needed to level up from level 9 to level 10 was quite a lot. After killing this silver-level boss, his level didn't reach level 10 but was still 1/3 short. If only the Hand of Greed could also give extra shares of experience. Qin Feng couldn't help but think. But if that were the case, the effect of the Hand of Greed would be too exaggerated. Of course, the most crucial gain this time was 16 evolution points. Qin Feng opened the skill interface and directly evolved Graceful Liberation once. You have consumed 10 evolution points, with 9 remaining. Graceful Liberation, Epic Level Legendary Level, Passive Effect, Weak Point Hit Correction plus 100% 200%, Weak Point Attack Multiplier doubles. Actively used, make your next attack cause a Throat Slit effect, dealing 100% 150% of the damage of that attack per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30, 22.2 seconds 25, 18.5 seconds. The weak point hit correction had increased by another 100%, reaching 200%. It was equivalent to magnifying the target's weak points by 2 times. This. All enemies will be like sitting ducks in front of me, right? If it's magnified a bit more, my instant Shadow Slash could also deal weak point damage. Qin Feng took a sharp breath. The weak point attack multiplier didn't increase, but the damage of Throat Slit had increased significantly, and the cooldown had also been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally, it was an additional 3 times damage. Now it had become an additional 4.5 times damage. Now I can really kill a gold-level boss in an instant. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed an assassin's divine skill. This skill had directly brought his damage to another level. Initial epic level skills are really awesome. With 10 evolution points, it can be evolved to the legendary level. However, to evolve from the legendary level to the mythical level, it actually requires consuming 100 times the evolution points. Originally, the second evolution of a skill only needed 2 evolution points. But from legendary to mythical, it directly requires 200 points. Qin Feng was amazed. I have to say that no matter how many evolution points there are, it always seems not enough. According to this rule, to evolve the epic level Hand of Greed, it needs 210 evolution points. When it reaches the legendary level, it will need 3,400 points to evolve further. Qin Feng felt that he had a long way to go. However, it was okay. Now that he had the Hand of Greed, as long as he left the initial town, it would be relatively easy to farm several hundred evolution points. Qin Feng took a look and still had 9 evolution points on him. So he consumed another 8 points to evolve Backstab Enhancement once. You have consumed 8 evolution points, with 1 remaining. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, Gold Platinum. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 30% 40%. After finishing this, Qin Feng collected all the white lifespan orbs in the field. In total, he obtained over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. Plus, there were actually several decades of non-tradable lifespan on the boss's body. Done. Time to go back. Qin Feng cleaned up the battlefield and entered the stealth state again and left the Weeping Valley. And at this very moment, Song Fei, who had been killed and sent back to the town square, naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. Soon, one of his subordinate girls, who was an archer class and had learned a skill called Eagle Eye. This girl came to Song Fei, looking very expectant and said, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." Another girl holding a staff volunteered, "Brother Song Fei, I've learned an area control skill, Ice Blizzard. Even that shadow won't be able to escape." Song Fei laughed loudly and said, "Okay, let's go and kill Shadow." There was an anti-stealth skill. There was also an area control skill. What assassin did he have to be afraid of? There were so many of them. First, detect the target, then control it. Even if each of them threw just one skill, they could kill the opponent. Immediately, several girls beside them started complaining that Shadow, relying on being an assassin to launch sneak attacks, has no sense of honor. How dare he attack brother? He must pay the price. Exactly. Later, we'll control Shadow and let brother kill him, and let him know the consequences of provoking our brother. These girls kept calling him brother. If Qin Feng heard this, he would probably feel sick. For a while, Song Fei led a large number of girls and marched towards the Weeping Valley again. Chapter 37, Death Notice, Song Fei questions his existence. Song Fei led his group of fangirls, and the whole group was magnificent and imposing. Many players around saw this formation and quickly kept their distance from them. Damn it. What does this little star want to do out there again? Hee hee, you don't know yet. This guy just got killed and sent back from outside. How satisfying. What? With so many girls protecting him, how could he get killed? The other guy is Shadow. What do you think? Damn. Shadow is awesome. But Shadow is really brave to mess with these people. I think these girls are all crazy. Many players were shocked after hearing this. Some people shook their heads and sighed when they saw the lineup in Song Fei's team. Shadow is doomed. I saw that there's a hunter who can detect invisibility in Song Fei's team. Yeah, I was invisible and wanted to launch a sneak attack before, but I was spotted by that female hunter's eagle eye skill. If Shadow's invisibility is useless, he's just a fragile little assassin. And I remember that the mages in their team have quite a lot of control skills. Shadow is going to be in trouble. Many people looked rather regretful. But they still followed from a distance, wanting to see how this exciting scene would end in the end. Song Fei, with his group of fangirls, was now full of confidence. There were many players following behind, but he didn't care. Great. Song Fei sneered inwardly, with so many people witnessing it, when I kill Shadow, people will know that being powerful alone is useless, especially for an assassin. How can a fragile little assassin compare to my noble mage? Song Fei was quite satisfied with his profession. Although it was just an ordinary mage. In his eyes, an ordinary mage was stronger than any other hidden professions. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that Shadow's profession was the shadow profession, but he was sure it was a hidden profession in the Assassin series. So what if it's a hidden profession? It will soon become my stepping stone. You got the first kill on the gold boss, and I'll get the first kill on you. This is the food chain. The little sister who knew the eagle eye skill now came to Song Fei's side, feeling very honored. She looked around proudly. When they were fighting the boss and Song Fei got killed just now, her eagle eye skill had just ended, and she had used up all her mana points by casting skills. This made her feel very guilty. I should have kept my mana points to maintain the eagle eye state all the time. Brother Song Fei died once because of me. Woo. The sister felt very guilty, but she was also proud that she could help Song Fei. Now beside Song Fei, she almost wanted to cling to him. However, this sister wasn't very good looking. Song Fei wasn't really interested in her either. He just regarded her as a tool. After all, she gave him all the tradable lifespan she got without any conditions. How nice was that? Just as they were walking towards the Weeping Valley, Qin Feng, who had returned while maintaining his invisible state, happened to see this group of people. So imposing. Are you planning to seek revenge on me? Qin Feng smiled. He maintained his invisible state. Due to the +1 invisible level brought by the shadow profession, at this stage, it was impossible for anyone to see through his invisibility. At this time, Qin Feng had already come to the side of Song Fei, who had an arrogant look on his face. He didn't attack directly either. Instead, he reached out and patted Song Fei on the shoulder twice. Who? Song Fei was startled and immediately turned around, but he didn't see anyone. Because Qin Feng's patting on the shoulder like this didn't count as launching an attack, so it wouldn't make him break his invisible state. When Song Fei turned around and didn't see anyone, a ghostly voice came to his ears, "I'm here to inform you that you're going to die." As soon as the man's voice came out, Song Fei immediately realized that it was Shadow. Protect me. Protect me. Song Fei was scared out of his wits. But before the others around could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed across the field. Immediately after that, the blade light of the flash slash burst out on Song Fei and several of his fangirls beside him. Qin Feng made a move and once again instantly killed Song Fei. Although Song Fei had put a magic shield on himself in time, that magic shield could only withstand 300 to 500 points of damage and was instantly shattered by the blade light of Qin Feng's flash slash. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly noticed that compared to when he was beside the silver level boss last time, Qin Feng's damage had become even higher. Damn it. Song Fei opened his eyes again and found himself back in the town square. He was a bit dazed. He looked as if he was constipated, and his face turned green. Having died twice in a row, the tradable lifespan he had saved up until now, which was about 2,000 days, was left with only 500 days. All of these were saved by the fangirls and were dropped when he died. They must have been taken advantage of by Shadow. How is this possible? Didn't you use the eagle eye? Didn't you see him approaching? Song Fei stared at the archer girl who was resurrected with him with wide eyes. The girl was also dumbfounded. She said in a panic, "I did use the eagle eye, but there was no one in my field of vision. I looked around, but I didn't even see a single shadow of a person." This sister was now both scared and upset. She was upset because she had made a mistake. Although she didn't know what exactly went wrong, she had killed her beloved brother Song Fei again. And she was scared that after making another mistake, would she be driven away by brother Song Fei. However, Song Fei didn't blame this sister. After all, for him to be so popular, he must have some skills. When it came to dealing with fans, he definitely wouldn't scold or beat them casually. He began to look for the reason. Why couldn't the eagle eye see Shadow? He couldn't help asking in the team channel. Soon, a sister who randomly got the assassin profession in the team said weakly, "I saw that there's something called the invisible level on my attribute panel. Could it be that Shadow's invisible level is relatively high?" This made the archer sister immediately nod and say, "Yes, yes. I have it here too. My eagle eye skill has an anti-invisibility level of level 1 and can only see targets with level 1 invisibility." If the other party has an invisibility level of level 2 or above, I won't be able to see them. Now the mystery was solved. Song Fei knew that he had provoked a terrifying existence with a level 2 invisibility level. This made his scalp tingle. This guy comes and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I defend myself? Song Fei was terrified. He had originally thought of fighting against Shadow, but now, after learning that Shadow had a higher invisibility level, he didn't have any intention of dealing with Shadow at all. Because he couldn't catch the other party at all. As soon as the other party showed up, he would die. Even Shadow had the time to pat him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Chapter 38, White Bird Priest, Gui Shue. Qin Feng killed Song Fei again. This guy has quite a lot of lifespan on him. Qin Feng calculated. The first time he killed Song Fei, he got over 1,000 days of lifespan. The second time he killed him, he got more than 500 days of lifespan. That means this guy originally had over 2,000 days of lifespan. However, how come these fangirls around him don't have any lifespan at all? Do they give all their lifespan to Song Fei as soon as they get some? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. Could it be that these women thought that this, abandoned by God, game was really just a game? Of course, even if the lifespan was real, Qin Feng still doubted that these fangirls would probably still give all their lifespan to Song Fei. If it weren't for the fact that their non-tradable lifespan couldn't be given away, they might even give their own lifespan. Crazy fans are really terrifying. Qin Feng shook his head. Looking at the lifespan light balls all over the ground, these were all left with non-tradable lifespan, and added together, they amounted to several hundred years. It was a pity that he couldn't pick them up, and they could only be taken advantage of by the monsters around. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he didn't see Song Fei. He didn't even see those fangirls. Did they go to another town? Or did they log off? Soon, while invisible, he inquired about the news in the town and learned that Song Fei had taken the girls to level up in another direction of the town. Although I know the direction they left in, I don't know where their destination is. Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. In this situation, even with his speed, it wouldn't be easy to find Song Fei in the wilderness. However, just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young girl wearing a white priest's robe. The girl was walking sideways in front of Qin Feng, and there was a white owl-like bird perched on her shoulder. The girl was Gui Shue. She was also one of the core managers of the Slaying God Guild created by Qin Feng in his previous life. Qin Feng was already extremely familiar with Gui Shue. However, in this life, obviously, she didn't know him yet. The White Bird Priest has a wide-range detection ability. Let her help. By the way, get to know her in this life. After a brief thought, Qin Feng showed up in front of Gui Shue. Her game code name in Abandoned by God was Snowy Day. Qin Feng blocked her way. Beauty, do me a favor. Gui Shue had fair skin and a pure appearance. Especially her eyes were clear and bright, giving people a pure yet alluring feeling. As for her figure, it was covered by the white priest's robe, and it couldn't be seen clearly for now. Ah, are you Shadow? When she saw the men in front of her clearly, Gui Shue's small mouth opened slightly, looking surprised and delighted. Then Qin Feng remembered that in this life, he seemed to be too famous. The name Shadow was now known to countless players all over the world. So, it wasn't right to say that Gui Shue didn't know him now. At least she could recognize his identity at a glance. Yes. Qin Feng nodded and didn't beat around the bush with her. He said straightforwardly, I heard that your profession can search for targets in a wide range. Help me find out where Song Fei is. As a reward, I'll sell you this gold-level staff at a lower price. While speaking, Qin Feng took out a gold-level priest staff dropped by the gold ghost ship boss before. This gold priest staff was originally planned to be sold to Wang Meng all at once. But the priest in Wang Meng's team turned out to be Qin Xiaoyou. Naturally, Qin Feng couldn't give the item to her. Now giving it to Gui Shue was just right. Ah, this. When Gui Shue saw the gold-level priest staff in front of her, her eyes immediately lit up. Okay. No. Where did you hear that I can search in a wide range? I haven't told anyone about it. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Do you want this gold-level weapon or not? Gui Shue nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. But I may not be able to afford it. Qin Feng, don't you have 500 days? The original price is at least 7 or 800. Gui Shue tilted her head, oh, then I just have that amount. Then. Deal. Qin Feng, deal. Then find Song Fei's location for me. Gui Shue gave a sly smile, opened the trading interface, and put all her 500 days of lifespan on it. She was in a priest profession. Although it was a hidden profession, it wasn't easy for her to solo all the time. Fortunately, her personal operation skills and game understanding were excellent, which was also the reason why she could become a core combat member of the Slain God Guild in the later stage. This girl was definitely not just an auxiliary profession. Simply put, her healing was quite powerful. When she held the gold-level priest staff in her hand, she immediately giggled. Hey, get to work. Qin Feng reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Oh, oh. The little girl seemed to wake up from a dream. She didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and gave a sly smile. Big guy, aren't you afraid that I'll take the stuff and leave without helping you? Qin Feng smiled, why, are you a fan of Song Fei? Gui Shue narrowed her eyes, big guy, you even know that I'm not a fan of Song Fei. Could it be that you're a friend of mine in real life? But your voice doesn't sound like it. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently, guess. Gui Shue shook her head, too lazy to guess. Go ahead. She waved her hand and directly let the white little owl on her shoulder fly into the sky. Then her eyes turned snow white. Qin Feng knew that this meant she had switched her perspective to her white bird. The white bird soared in the sky. It took in the area within a dozen kilometers around the Firefly town. And Song Fei, with so many girls, was quite an obvious target. Soon, Gui Shue got the coordinates of where they were and told Qin Feng. After telling the coordinates, Gui Shue continued, I can't guarantee that they won't move. By the time you get there, they might have moved. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, let's add each other as friends. Keep an eye on them and tell me their latest location at any time. Gui Shue, ah. Big guy, you want me to keep watching? How long do I need to watch? If it's too long, She was obviously a bit scared. What if the big guy asked her to watch for a whole day and night? It'll be just a while. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain to her. He sent a friend request, turned around and walked towards the place where Song Fei and the others were outside the town, and instantly entered the invisible state. Only then did Gui Shue feel relieved. Just a while. Then it's okay. Gui Shue felt happy when looking at the weapon in her hand. She gave a silly smile, accepted Qin Feng's friend request, and then continued to switch to the white bird's perspective to keep an eye on Song Fei and the others outside. Song Fei and the others were indeed moving all the time. He was walking with his group of fangirls along the bank of a desolate river. Many monsters along the way were easily killed by them, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. I think I don't have any enmity with that shadow. Since he snatched a silver-level boss from me and killed me twice, that should be enough, right? He won't chase me all the way here, will he? Song Fei thought that he didn't have any grudges against Shadow. It really shouldn't be like this. Chapter 39, Emerald-level skill, Curse of Blooming Flowers. Is Song Fei's good day coming? Song Fei was here, leading his group of fangirls, clearing out monsters all the way along the riverbank. Many monsters, seeing so many people, tried to run away one after another. However, both Song Fei and his fangirls had added quite a bit of agility, and they were very fast. They rushed forward in a swarm, and those monsters didn't even have time to escape before being killed one after another. Song Fei was having a great time killing monsters. However, he didn't know that Shadow was quickly making his way towards his location. Qin Feng rushed towards the riverside where Song Fei was according to Gui Shue's guidance. Along the way, whenever he saw any monsters, he would casually deal with them. However, these monsters were not of a high level, so Qin Feng didn't gain much experience. Just when he came to a big tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hey, big guy, where are you? At this time, Gui Shue suddenly sent a private message and asked. She had been keeping an eye on Song Fei but couldn't see Qin Feng's location. After all, Qin Feng had been in an invisible state all the time. Take a look and see if there are any other big trees like this nearby. Qin Feng showed up and pointed at the big tree in front of him. Gui Shue, huh? The girl was a bit confused. Weren't they looking for Song Fei? Why were they looking for big trees again? Of course, this wasn't difficult for her. About 20 seconds later, she sent a message. There were 2 other similar big trees nearby, and both were within 100 meters of Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked around these 3 big trees and then found some special symbols on the trunks of the trees. Gui Shue was very curious. What are these symbols? Qin Feng, guess. Qin Feng reached out and traced around the symbols on one of the trees. Then he walked to the other 2 big trees, also found 2 different symbols, and traced them with his hand. When his fingers passed over those special symbols, the symbols all lit up. When different symbols lit up on the trunks of the 3 big trees, a jade-colored treasure chest faintly appeared in the middle of the 3 trees. Gui Shue's eyes lit up. Wow. Qin Feng ignored her and walked to the illusory image of the jade-colored treasure chest, waiting for it to completely solidify. Unexpectedly, I can encounter the blessing of the ancient god in the novice village. Qin Feng had a smile on his face. The blessing of the ancient god could appear anywhere in the land abandoned by the gods. Basically, they were just some strange symbols. Just like now, there were 30 or 40 kinds of symbols on the 3 big trees combined. Lighting up different symbols on each tree would have different effects. Some would summon evil monster bosses, and some would summon a group of small monster minions. There were also treasure chests, and even some unique rewards. As for how to combine the symbols, for new players at this stage, it was completely in the exploratory stage. But Qin Feng was a reincarnator. During the 9 years of his previous life, he had encountered too many blessings of the ancient god. Moreover, there were quite a few rules summarized by people on the online forums in his previous life. So now, Qin Feng directly combined them to get the best reward, a jade-level treasure chest. If relying on luck to combine and get the reward of a jade-level treasure chest, the probability was less than 1 in 1,000. Open. When the jade-level treasure chest in front of him solidified, Qin Feng directly reached out to open it. This scene made Gui Shue, who was looking down from above, her eyes turn red with envy. A jade-level treasure chest. The big guy is so amazing. This one treasure chest is worth at least 1,000 days of lifespan, right? That means, over 10 million RMB. At present, many people outside were already buying lifespan. According to Qin Feng's memory, on the first day, the ratio of tradable lifespan was generally 1 to 10,000 to 20,000. That is to say, 1 day of tradable lifespan could be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 yuan in cash. However, this price was the initial price. On the second day, it was already 1,50,000 or more. It became more and more expensive later until the cash of countries all over the world completely lost its purchasing power. That's why the official forces were so powerful. In the early stage of the Abandoned by God game, the official forces of various countries had purchased a large number of tradable lifespans. When it came to using cash to buy lifespan, the official forces could print money infinitely. Who could compete with them? I have to quickly write it down. Gui Shue's heart was beating fast. She stared fixedly at the 3 trees from the sky, trying to remember what they looked like. Later, she planned to use her scouting ability to search more in the wild. However, the blessing of the ancient god appeared in different locations each time, and the symbols that appeared each time were also different. There were tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. If it were Gui Shue herself, a jade treasure chest. Qin Feng didn't believe that this girl could be that lucky. It would be extremely rare for her to open a gold treasure chest, and most likely, she would summon a bunch of monsters and get hardly any rewards after fighting for a long time. When Qin Feng opened the jade treasure chest and reached out to take the items inside, a system prompt came. You have opened the jade-level treasure chest. You have obtained the jade-level skill book, Curse of Blooming. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qin Feng was a bit stunned. Curse of Blooming? What kind of skill is this? Qin Feng had never heard of this skill name in the 9 years of his previous life. He looked at the skill book he was holding in his hand. The skill book faintly emitted a faint jade-colored light, and on the cover was a strange blood-red flower with some eerie patterns on it, looking like a creepy smiling face. Check the skill. Curse of Blooming, Jade Level, Universal Skill Book. Use it on the corpse of a player who has been dead for less than 15 seconds, and a cursed flower will grow on the enemy's corpse. the cursed flower will continuously absorb the target's tradable lifespan until the target's tradable lifespan is 0. There is no cooldown time. After reading the skill introduction, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This skill is too abnormal. It could be used on the corpse of a player after killing them. It could continuously absorb the target's tradable lifespan. Of course, Qin Feng knew that the cursed flower growing on the corpse definitely had a health bar. That is to say, the flower could be destroyed by others. However, as long as Qin Feng killed everyone around, wouldn't there be no one to destroy the flower? Song Fei's good days are coming. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned up slightly. He directly learned the Curse of Blooming skill at the Jade level. Under normal circumstances, when a player was killed, only half of the tradable lifespan on them would be dropped. But with this skill, Qin Feng could make all the tradable lifespan of the enemy burst out every time he killed a player. He just needed to guard the enemy's corpse and let the cursed flower absorb all the other party's tradable lifespan. One could imagine that this skill would become a nightmare for many enemies. Chapter 40, Song Fei's defense was broken. Shadow, are you crazy? If it's an effect like this, then I do have an impression. In my previous life, someone did obtain this skill. I just didn't know the name of that skill. So this is what it's called. After learning the skill, Qin Feng entered the stealth state again. Over there, although Guishue was envious, she didn't forget her duty. She was always keeping an eye on the positions of Song Fei and his group of girls. After obtaining the Curse of Blooming Flowers skill, Qin Feng continued to rush towards the riverside where Song Fei was. His speed was extremely fast. Now when he ran, it only took him about 3 seconds to cover 100 meters. The distance between him and Song Fei was getting closer and closer. At this time, Song Fei was dealing with a level 7 bronze level boss, the Corroded Claw, by the river. Just when he was about to make a move and deal the final blow to the boss, suddenly a voice rang in his ear again. I'm here to inform you that you're going to die. Damn it. Song Fei was so startled that he jumped up on the spot and ran forward without looking back. As a result, a poison dart instantly shot through the air and landed on the back of his head. Minus 2115, weak point attack. Since Qin Feng's poison dart skill was only at the silver level now, the damage seemed to be less than that of the epic level, instant shadow slash dot. But it was enough to deal with Song Fei. This fragile little mage didn't have more than 1,000 health points in total. Moreover, Qin Feng's poison dart also came with continuous damage from the poison. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more health, he wouldn't be able to withstand Qin Feng's attack this time. Are you fucking crazy? Song Fei's vision went black, and he fell into a somewhat frenzied state. He had actually been thinking all along whether that shadow would come to kill him. He felt that since they had no enmity, the other party shouldn't keep targeting him like this. But now, sure enough, he had been killed by Shadow again. This made him think that this Shadow was really crazy. Why the hell is he always targeting me? Because I have a lot of girls around me. Is he jealous of me? Song Fei was on the verge of breaking down. Now he finally confirmed that this Shadow just wanted to mess with him. Even this guy came to our Firefly town because of me. Song Fei knew that on the surface, he hadn't offended Shadow, but he knew his own charm. All along, relying on his 2.5 years of practice career, he had already attracted a large number of female fans. Is the woman you're chasing after my fan? What the hell does that have to do with me? Song Fei couldn't help but think like this, and he suddenly felt a bit like crying, but no tears came out. If it were in the normal society, he wouldn't be afraid of this kind of thing either. After all, there were laws in the Great Xia. But in the God-abandoned game, the laws of the Great Xia couldn't govern anyone at all. After all this Shadow is just a loser who couldn't get the girl and is blaming me. Song Fei sneered, and immediately he looked down on Shadow a few degrees. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan dropped by half again. Originally, he had 2,000 days. After dying twice, he should have had 500 or so days left. But this time when he went out, the girls around him provided him with another 300 days of lifespan. So he had a total of 800 days of tradable lifespan. However, soon, Song Fei noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with his tradable lifespan. Originally, he had 860 days. After dying and losing half, he should have had 430 days left. But now, why do I have less than 400 days of lifespan left? And it's still decreasing. Song Fei was dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as his tradable lifespan dropped from 390 days to 380 days, and then to 370 days. It just kept dropping. What the hell is going on? Is there such a punishment for dying too many times? Soon, the girls around him were also killed and sent back by Qin Feng. One by one, they chattered and panicked, saying, "Brother, brother, it's bad. That shadow used a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared on brother's corpse. It seems to be absorbing something from brother." Hearing this, Song Fei took a sharp breath. "There's a flower growing on my corpse. That flower is sucking my lifespan." Song Fei broke down on the spot. He realized that Shadow's methods were even more vicious than he had imagined. At the scene where Song Fei died, by the river, Qin Feng appeared alone. Song Fei and the more than 30 girls around him had all turned into corpses. Having killed so many people at once, the killer negative status on Qin Feng directly stacked up to 4 layers. When the killer status reached 4 layers, 96.875% of the current lifespan would be dropped upon death. It was almost equivalent to losing everything. For other players, this was definitely a very uncomfortable negative status. But for Qin Feng, it didn't matter. After all, he had the Ghost Fire Bell, which allowed him not to lose any lifespan when he died, completely offsetting the negative effect of the killer status. By the river, corpses were lying everywhere. On each corpse, a blood-red flower had bloomed. The health bars of these flowers seemed to be based on the level of the target corpse. The flower on Song Fei's corpse has 3,600 health points, and his level is 6. The flowers on the corpses of the other women, those at level 4 have 1,600 health points, and those at level 5 have 2,500 health points. It should be the square of the level. For now, it would be quite difficult for other players to destroy these flowers. But later, when each player's damage output increased, it would be relatively easy to destroy the flowers. So, this emerald-level skill, Curse of Blooming Flowers, wasn't that invincible. However, as the saying goes, as long as Qin Feng killed everyone, it would be impossible for anyone to destroy these blood-red flowers. More than 30 blood-red flowers were sucking the tradable lifespan of these players together, and even Qin Feng was a bit shocked. Another 1,000 days of lifespan. These people have killed quite a lot of monsters. And this scene also fell into Guishue's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision, looking down from the sky and taking in everything. Wow, wow, wow. Is this Shadow's strength? One person wiped out Song Fei's whole group. The other side had no power to fight back. And what's going on with those red flowers on the corpses? They look so eerie. Guishue seemed a bit scared as she watched the scene. The delicate body under her white robe couldn't help but tremble a little. This big shot was so awesome. Song Fei was really unlucky to have provoked him. Damn it, log off. Here, Song Fei originally wanted to gather his strength and reach level 10 to surpass Shadow. But he had been killed by Shadow 3 times. Although dying in the God-abandoned game wouldn't cause a level drop, his tradable lifespan was all gone. After he was killed and sent back, the Death Flower sucked his lifespan. In just 1 minute, his tradable lifespan was completely sucked away. Even his non-tradable lifespan was running out. If I get killed again, I'll have no lifespan left. Song Fei realized the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 41, Shock Among the Sisters. Losing lifespan leads to actual death. Actually, Song Fei still had another option. That was to teleport to other towns to kill monsters. In that case, Qin Feng might not be able to find where he was. However, Song Fei just couldn't swallow this anger. He had practiced hard for 2.5 years to achieve what he had today. How could he be bullied in a game? Girls, let's log off first. I'll go and buy some lifespan in the real world and then exchange it for equipment when I come back. By then, when we're fully armed and our combat power has greatly increased, we'll come and fight him again. After saying this to his female fans, Song Fei logged off in Firefly Town. After hearing Song Fei's words, the dozens of girls around him also logged off together. When logging off, they were in pain yet also felt happy. They were happy because they had actually gotten to be in close contact with their idol, Song Fei. The pain came from the fact that they had been punished in the God-abandoned game along with their idol and had been randomly killed by Shadow. Oh my god, I'm so lucky to have been so close to Brother Song Fei in the game. Woo-woo, Brother Song Fei looks so handsome when he uses his skills. Although it's just in the game, it's so great to be able to follow Brother Song Fei. Everything was so nice at first, but then that Shadow showed up halfway through and was like a mad dog, biting people randomly. That Shadow is really a psycho. He must be jealous of Brother. It's okay. It seems that lifespan can be bought with cash. Let's pool our money and buy more to give to Brother. At this time, most of these crazy fangirls of Song Fei still didn't know what the lifespan in the God-abandoned game meant. After all, since they entered the game, they had been staying with Song Fei all the time. They hadn't learned about the confirmation of lifespan in the real world released by the official organizations of various countries. Precisely because of this, they didn't hesitate to give all their lifespan to Song Fei. They didn't even have any complaints when they were killed one after another. It wasn't until they returned to the real world that they finally learned the news released by the official. The God-abandoned game was truly an extraordinary game. Whether it was the tradable lifespan or the non-tradable lifespan, they were all real. Once the lifespan reached 0, the player would die in the real world. After getting this news, these girls were all shocked as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? Isn't this just a game? We were killed by that Shadow 3 times. Our tradable lifespan is 0. And there are only a few years left of our non-tradable lifespan. I originally had over 70 years of lifespan, and now there's only a little over 1 year left. No way. How could so much be lost after dying 3 times? I killed quite a few other players and had the killer status. Dying once is equivalent to losing lifespan twice. Whoa. Oh my god, I also only have 2 years of lifespan left. Is this lifespan actually real? I don't believe it. Many of these girls immediately regretted it. They had thought that this was just a game. So in the game, they gave everything to Song Fei, helped Song Fei, and even didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to block attacks for Song Fei. However, as it turned out, the God-abandoned game was real. When the lifespan reached 0, they would die. Even when helping Song Fei fend off monsters, many of these fangirls were surrounded and killed by monsters. There were also some who killed many other players for Song Fei. As a result, after being killed by Qin Feng 3 times in a row, they only had 1 or 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. Does that mean we only have 1 or 2 years left to live? These girls were instantly dumbfounded. Most of them were all a bit regretful. Of course, there were also quite a few fangirls who were already so obsessed that as long as they could be close to Song Fei, they thought it was worth it even if they really only had 1 or 2 years left to live. Meanwhile, Song Fei himself started to buy lifespan on a large scale. Buy. The price of tradable lifespan is over 10,000 per day now. Buy it for me. I only have over 100 million in assets now. Damn it, the rest of the money was taken away by the agency. Forget it. Over 100 million is okay. First, buy several thousand days of tradable lifespan, fill up on equipment and skill books. I don't believe that Shadow can still kill me. After Song Fei chose to log off, Qin Feng indeed couldn't kill him in the game anymore. But he didn't know. When Song Fei returned to the real world, he was actually in real danger. Qin Feng returned to the square of Firefly Town and found Gui Shue, who was waiting for him. If Song Fei logs on, notify me. Gui Shue nodded nervously. Okay. She clearly looked a bit scared. Since she had witnessed with her own eyes the scene where Shadow slaughtered Song Fei and those girls, Gui Shue had developed a bit of a psychological shadow towards this Shadow. The scene of corpses lying everywhere and red flowers blooming on the corpses gave her a creepy feeling. This is a gold level skill for the priest class. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book was an output skill for priests, Sword of Holy Judgment. Although it was a single target output skill, its output was quite good and it was one of the few output skills for priests. As soon as the skill book appeared, Gui Shue's beautiful eyes lit up. Yes. Qin Feng directly said, 500 days of lifespan. The little beauty was immediately choked up. She rubbed her little hands and asked a bit embarrassedly, well, big shot, can I buy it on credit? Qin Feng thought for a while and said, if you promise me one thing, I can sell you the skill book at half price. Guishue stared at him and took 2 steps back. Let's make it clear first. I'm not selling myself. Qin Feng. What was this girl thinking? After Qin Feng explained, Guishue finally learned that this terrifying big shot actually wanted her to join his friend's team. Of course, the team Qin Feng mentioned was Wang Meng and Lin Liu's team. In order to get Qin Xiaoyou out of the team, Qin Feng naturally wanted to put a powerful priest-class player into their team. Guishue was just right for it. The little beauty tilted her head, thought for a while and said, okay then. But if they're too weak, I'll complain to you, big shot. Qin Feng smiled, it won't be that bad. Their strength is okay. If Wang Meng heard this, he would probably spit out blood. Among ordinary players, their team could be considered top-notch. Yet in Qin Feng's eyes, it was just, okay. After reaching an agreement with Guishue, Qin Feng started to contact Wang Meng. Wang Meng, I have someone here, a hidden class white bird priest, with good strength. Does your team want her? Qin Feng had thought that Wang Meng might decline a bit. But unexpectedly, Wang Meng responded very quickly. Chapter 42, Qin Feng's Fan, the only hidden dragon swordsman. Wang Meng, brother, since you said she's quite capable, she must be good. Since you've spoken up, of course there's no problem. Qin Feng didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly. So he sent a private message and said, all right. She's in Firefly Town. There aren't many people killing monsters here. You guys can take a look and see if you want to come over. Wang Meng immediately replied again, no problem. There are just too many players in Shell Town. We were just thinking about changing to another place to level up. Wait a moment, we'll be there right away. Hearing this, Qin Feng signaled to Guishue, and the two of them went to the side and waited. Shell Town. When Wang Meng received the private message from Qin Feng, his always slightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. In fact, even without Qin Feng's private message, Wang Meng had already planned to replace someone. Because Qin Xiaoyou was just too bad. Logically speaking, as a priest profession, one only needed to apply buffs well and keep the team's health topped up. However, Qin Xiaoyou was always in a flurry when healing. In the Abandoned by God game, there was no such thing as locking for any skills, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wang Meng was moving to avoid the monster's attacks, Qin Xiaoyou could even cast the healing skill in the wrong direction, putting the whole team in danger. Wang Meng couldn't bear this kind of situation either. He was just about to change the map and replace someone when Qin Feng contacted him. You know, Wang Meng had received instructions from the official leaders. For Shadow's requests, he should agree to everything he could to try his best to build a good relationship with Shadow. Wasn't this just a good opportunity to do someone a favor? Xiaoyou, there are too many people in Shell Town now. Wang Meng chose his words carefully and said, we're going to change to another place to level up. You came from another town, and you've already used up your free teleportation times, right? Qin Xiaoyou was stunned when she heard this. Yes. She secretly rejoiced, thinking that Wang Meng was going to subsidize her with the 100 days of lifespan needed for the second teleportation. But Wang Meng said, well, the thing is, in the town we're going to, there are colleagues, and we've just formed a 6-person team. So. These words made Qin Xiaoyou a bit confused. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiaoyou felt a bit sad. She was being persuaded to leave. This made her a bit regretful. Because since she entered the game, she had joined many teams, but none of them were as strong as Wang Meng's team. In Wang Meng's team, she only needed to slack off and muddle along to gain experience and lifespan. Wang Meng finally said politely, anyway, you have me as a friend. If you have any problems, just let me know. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang. Qin Xiaoyou breathed a sigh of relief. With Wang Meng's words, her mind became active again. What she was thinking now was to use Wang Meng as a connection to get to know Shadow. She didn't know that Wang Meng was just being polite. He and Qin Xiaoyou were neither relatives nor friends. After this separation, who would care about her? He might help with something convenient, but if it took a bit of time, how would Wang Meng have the time? In fact, it was already quite good-tempered of Wang Meng to endure the discomfort and bring Qin Xiaoyou to level up for so long. After persuading Qin Xiaoyou to leave, Wang Meng sent a private message to Qin Feng to confirm the town and the location. Then he teleported over with the remaining 3 teammates. Firefly Town. Qin Feng and Gui Shue waited together and soon saw Wang Meng and his 3 teammates. Besides Lin Liu, there was also a young, sharp-eyed archer, and a middle-aged man with the hidden profession, Card Master. The Card Master, hidden profession belonged to the magic damage output profession, but they couldn't hold a staff or learn conventional magic skills, so it was rather special. As soon as Wang Meng saw Qin Feng, he initiated a trade with Qin Feng. He gave Qin Feng 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng smiled bitterly and said, "I still owe you 500 days of lifespan. Our captain will give it to you when she arrives. It's really hard to earn lifespan in this game." Captain. Qin Feng was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He nodded and accepted the 800 days of lifespan, then pulled Gui Shue to his side. "She's Snowy Day. His name is Wang Meng. You two can get to know each other." At this time, a beautiful female figure ran out of the underground teleportation room in the square. The figure was wearing silver-white light armor that tightly wrapped her streamlined body. There was a long sword hanging from her waist, her long hair flowing freely, her long legs straight and slender, and her figure was very voluptuous. She looked a bit excited and expectant. It wasn't you, the pretty policewoman who seemed a bit ditzy when she had a meeting with Wang Meng before. She and Wang Meng were responsible for contacting Shadow together. When she ran over, she seemed to be full of vitality. Qin Feng just took one look and was quite surprised. "Is it really in you?" The only hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, one of the top 20 strongest players in the world in the previous life and also one of the mainstays of the official forces of the Great Xia. But I remember that in the previous life, this woman wasn't in the same team as Wang Meng. Qin Feng was just stunned for a moment, and that beautiful and graceful figure had already come to him. "Shadow Boss, wow, it's really you. Nice to meet you. My name isn't you, and I really admire you." And you stretched out her hand with an adoring look on her face. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he had met a strong player in the Abandoned by God game who ranked higher than him in his previous life. Recalling the previous life, and you, the Dragon Swordsman with the game code name, Justice Execution, was a nightmare for many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng fought her one-on-one, he wouldn't be her match. After all, in his previous life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior profession, while Enyu's profession was the only hidden dragon swordsman. It was on the same level as Qin Feng's current Shadow. Now seeing Enyu's adoring look, Qin Feng was still a bit unaccustomed to it. However, considering that Enyu was only a level 5 newbie now, Qin Feng felt relieved. In this life, Qin Feng's growth rate was too advanced. Not only did he have the only hidden profession, but he also had an unheard of original primary talent. Even someone at Enyu's level had been left far behind by Qin Feng. "Hello." Qin Feng calmly reached out and shook hands with her. "Shadow Boss, your growth rate is really fast." Enyu pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Her pretty face and eyes were full of admiration. "I even said before that you might be a transmigrator or a reincarnator or something, hee hee." On Qin Feng's face covered by the black veil, there was a half-smile look. "A transmigrator? A reincarnator?" And you had quite a rich imagination, but this beauty definitely couldn't imagine that Qin Feng was both. At this time, and you reached out to Qin Feng again. "Let's trade, boss. Wang Meng still owes you 500 days of lifespan, and I have it here." Qin Feng nodded. Obviously, and you had already represented the official forces of Jiangai City and purchased a lot of tradable lifespan. Her hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, had a strong survival ability. The official forces must be at ease with putting the lifespan on her. "All right." Qin Feng nodded. Soon, he received 500 days of lifespan from Enyu. Enyu looked at Qin Feng, blinked and said, "Boss, if you have any equipment in the future, just sell it to us. We'll take anything. Also, all the lifespan of the official forces of Jiangai City is with me. Boss, you won't kill me, right?" This girl seemed ditzy, but she was actually very smart. These words were obviously testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't resist and killed her, it would naturally affect the official attitude towards him later. Chapter 43, the first level 10 player in the world. The assassination plan is launched. Although Qin Feng in this life didn't need to be afraid of the official forces, he also had no reason to make enemies with them. After all, when Qin Feng killed monsters to level up and got equipment and skill books from the monsters, he still needed to cooperate with the official forces in order to sell them at the fastest speed. Establishing a long-term cooperation would bring much higher profits than getting some lifespan by killing someone once. Moreover, who knew how much lifespan this woman had? If he attacked her and only got a few days of lifespan, wouldn't it be a huge loss? So Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. He threw Gui Shui into their team and then turned around to leave for leveling up. He took a look at his experience value and found that he was still 1/3 short of reaching level 10. Barring any accidents, I'll be able to reach level 10 and extract abilities in the real world in less than half an hour. On the other side. After Qin Xiaoyou left Wang Meng's team, she logged off once. Thanks to Wang Meng, she had nearly 200 days of tradable lifespan on her, and she planned to sell it for cash first. After all, at the current ratio, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000 yuan in cash. She was naturally tempted. However, when she returned to the real world and habitually opened the WeChat group on her phone, she saw a piece of news that shocked and was unacceptable to her. Oh my god, Shadow slaughtered brother Song Fei. And killed him 3 times. Qin Xiaoyou was dumbfounded. She had teamed up with Wang Meng and the others for a while, and of course she knew that the lifespan in the Abandoned by God game was real. Once the lifespan dropped to 0, people would die. So, when she learned that Song Fei had been killed 3 times in a row, she felt as if her heart was being stabbed. Even if he originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, after dying 3 times, there would be only a little over 12 years left. But why did Shadow kill brother Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyou couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought. Originally, she was 100% on Song Fei's side. But now, her heart was in a struggle. After all, she thought that she had a chance to get to know Shadow. Brother Shadow was the first one in the world to kill a gold-level boss. And from the chat in the group, he killed Song Fei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people. His strength is terrifying. Besides, Song Fei just entered the game. Why was he hanging out with so many girls? Qin Xiaoyou had a feeling of being left out, like she wasn't invited to the party. This made her feel a bit resentful towards Song Fei. But no matter what she thought, after all, she had been a fan of Song Fei for so long, and her state of mind was still a bit wavering. Song Fei or Shadow? Which one should she choose? Due to being persuaded to leave by Wang Meng first and then hearing the news that Song Fei had been killed 3 times, Qin Xiaoyou's mood became very bad. Forget it. I'll sell the lifespan first. Originally, Qin Xiaoyou wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. Because Zhang Wei had already contacted the Qian's group before and sold tradable lifespan face-to-face at a ratio of 1 to 15,000. But she saw that in Song Fei's WeChat fan group, the administrators were appealing. Brother Song Fei needs help now. Any sisters in Jiangai City can go to brother and sell him your tradable lifespan. The ratio is 1 to 10,000. Girls, here comes the chance to make money and help brother at the same time. Qin Xiaoyou couldn't help herself when she saw this message. Brother Song Fei is at the Dajiang Square. I can't just stand by and watch brother Song Fei's lifespan run out. Qin Xiaoyou gritted her teeth and decided that even if she would lose some money, she would still sell the lifespan to Song Fei. At this time, Qin Feng was already very close to his assassination plan. He was in the high-level monster area of Firefly Town, killing monsters non-stop to level up. He was only a tiny bit of experience away from reaching level 10. Each initial town was an island surrounded by the sea on all sides. The town was in the center of the island. The closer it was to the coast, the higher the level of the monsters. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he directly came to the coastline of the island and killed the level 10 monsters along the coast one by one. There were tide tamers that launched water element spell attacks. There were diggers that could burrow into the ground and appear and disappear mysteriously. There were also crimson armored ones that looked like lobsters and were covered with carapaces all over their bodies. These small monsters couldn't withstand even one of Qin Feng's skills and all became the experience under Qin Feng's hands, contributing evolution points and lifespan. Although he didn't encounter any bosses along the way. Half an hour later, Qin Feng had already gained quite a number of evolution points by relying on the epic level, Greedy Hand. Looking at the 13 evolution points on the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skill panel. he evolved the Backstab Enhancement once. You consumed 13 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, Platinum Jade. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, the damage is increased by 40% 50%. From the initial 10% backstab damage increase to the current 50% increase, the effect of this skill was becoming more and more significant. Immediately after that, as Qin Feng killed 2 Crimson Armored Ones with a Flash Slash, he finally reached level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes +2. You have obtained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked Profession Promotion. You are the first player to reach level 10 in the Jiangai City area, and you have obtained 7 reputation points. You are the first player to reach level 10 in the Great Xia Country area, and you have obtained 14 reputation points. You are the first player to reach level 10 in the global area, and you have obtained 21 reputation points. When there are 7 level 10 players in the Jiangai City area, the teleportation function to the land abandoned by the gods will be activated. The first level 10 player in the world. Even though Qin Feng had spent 3 hours exploring the temple, he was still the first in the world. After all, he was soloing and could kill monsters in an instant. His efficiency in killing monsters was countless times faster than others. At this stage, even a top team like Wang Meng's would take at least half a minute to kill a small monster, and the experience would be divided equally among the several people in the team. In terms of leveling efficiency, how could they compare with Qin Feng? Apart from Qin Feng, the highest level in the world was only level 8. Sure enough, it's almost the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, it wasn't until evening that the first level 10 player appeared, and that player was from North America. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Now many players were in a difficult situation. Many teams couldn't even kill a small monster and were wiped out crazily. There weren't many players who could level up stably. Not to mention those who could kill monsters efficiently. And when Qin Feng reached level 10, it directly triggered a server-wide announcement and once again set off a heated discussion wave around the world. Chapter 44, Skill Extraction. Lifespan is not enough. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. He was the first to achieve the gold level first kill, and now he's the first level 10 player in the world. Big Shot Shadow is so fierce. And I just heard that the Big Shot has killed a little star several times just now. Song Fei, right? I saw his Weibo post saying that he's going to buy Lifespan. It's hilarious. Isn't this idiot still thinking of getting revenge on Big Shot Shadow? Song Fei could only barely reach level 6 with the escort of dozens of girls. How dare he compare with Shadow? In the Great Xia, on the forums and in various towns, players were talking about it heatedly. Regarding the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei, no one was optimistic about Song Fei. As for foreign players, they were even more impressed by the code name, Shadow. Ah. Shit. This Shadow is actually from the Great Xia. Damn it. The highest level player in our Cherry Blossom country is only level 7 now. I can't accept it. Fuck. I, Smith, have the only hidden class, and I'm only level 8 now. What's going on with that Shadow? Among our 1.5 billion people in Tianju, isn't there anyone who can catch up with Shadow? I heard that this person from the Great Xia has been farming monsters alone all the time, so he levels up fast. Impossible. The monsters in this game are so hard to kill. How could anyone farm alone and still level up so quickly? Countless people around the world were shocked. Many people wanted to know who this Shadow really was. Even the official of the Great Xia was secretly investigating. But for now, no one knew Shadow's real identity in the real world. In Firefly Town. After Qin Feng reached level 10, he took a look at his attribute panel. Code name, Shadow. Class, Shadow, Unique Hidden. Level, 10. Non-tradable lifespan, 1,219 years and 128 days. Tradable lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Constitution, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. Only over 7,000 days of tradable lifespan. It's completely not enough. Qin Feng sighed and then logged off on the spot. After reaching level 10, the experience needed to level up was more than 10 times that before. Relying solely on killing small monsters to level up would be terribly slow. Moreover, after reaching level 10, it was also necessary to consume experience points for class promotion. After class promotion, not only would the four-dimensional attributes be improved, but more class-exclusive skills would also be unlocked. This was especially important for hidden classes. The key reason why hidden classes were powerful was that they could obtain exclusive skills after class promotion. Next, either find bosses to kill or wait for 6 more people to reach level 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, I can first go back to the real world to deal with one thing. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His blurry figure in the coastal area of Firefly Town slowly dissipated. In the Great Xia, Jiangai City. In an ordinary residential area, Building 11 of Shanshui Impression, on the 11th floor. In a simple and clean bedroom, Qin Feng, who was originally floating semi-transparently on the bed, gradually began to take solid form. Just when Qin Feng chose to log off, since he had already reached level 10, he received a system prompt. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities to the real world? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared in front of his eyes. 1. Extract class and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline, currently unavailable. 5. Extract divinity, currently unavailable. First was the extraction of the class. In this regard, the God-abandoned game treated everyone equally. Whether it was an ordinary class or a hidden class, extracting the class ability to the real world required consuming 1,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly extracted the unique hidden class, Shadow, to the real world first. You have consumed 1,000 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted Shadow, unique hidden class. You have obtained Shadow, unique hidden class, and the class passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Next was the extraction of the level. Extracting the level mainly brought about an increase in attributes in the real world, but free attribute points couldn't be redistributed. The way the attributes were allocated in the game would be fixed when extracted to the real world. Before reaching level 10, the consumption for extracting the level was fixed at 1,000 days of lifespan per level. Then, extract level 2 to the real world. You have consumed 1,000 by 2 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted level X2. Your level in the real world has been increased to level 3. Your strength +4, constitution +4, agility +14, spirit +4. Now there were only 4,455 days of lifespan left. Next was the most exciting thing for Qin Feng. Skill extraction. My talent allows me to evolve skills. Originally, the higher the skill level, the more lifespan it would cost to extract it, and it even increased exponentially. Unexpectedly, the lifespan I consume for extracting skills is based on the initial level of the skill. For example, Shadow Concealment. This skill had already been evolved by Qin Feng to the platinum level. According to the algorithm, it would have required tens of thousands of days of lifespan to extract it. But now, it only needed the basic 900 days. Moreover, the extracted skill was synchronized with the platinum level in the game. Later, if the skill continued to advance in the game, the skill in the real world would also be synchronized and advanced without requiring additional lifespan for extraction. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly chose 2 skills and extracted them. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill, Shadow Concealment, platinum level. You have consumed 2,262 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill, Poison Dart, silver level. After extracting these 2 skills, Qin Feng only had 1,292 days of lifespan left. The consumed lifespan was quite a lot. But the benefits brought were terrifying. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in the real world, but now, his 4-dimensional attributes were almost twice that of ordinary people. Especially his speed, which had already exceeded the human limit. In reality, with Qin Feng's current 32 points of agility, it only took him a little over 5 seconds to run 100 meters at full speed. Unfortunately, the tradable lifespan is not enough. But it doesn't matter. With these attributes now, it's enough to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. For Qin Feng, who had experienced the end of the world for 9 years, he was already used to killing. He couldn't give Song Fei any chance to rise. I only used the price for extracting low-level skills to extract the platinum level, Shadow Concealment. It's really a bargain. Combined with the class passive, the stealth time is doubled, and it's already possible to achieve infinite stealth. Plus the poison dart that can be released up to 14 meters away, it's completely possible to find an opportunity to kill Song Fei. The current problem was to find out where Song Fei was. If it were following the development trajectory of his previous life, it wouldn't have been that easy for Qin Feng to find the other party. But now, that Song Fei was buying lifespan on a large scale. And to trade lifespan, it had to be done in person. In other words, Song Fei's location in the real world was basically exposed to the public. Qin Feng already had a plan for this. In the afternoon in Jiangai City, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes in the bedroom. When he finished the extraction and his body was completely solidified, he reached out, clenched his fist, moved around a little to get used to his attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Just as he was about to take action, suddenly his cell phone beside him rang. Chapter 45, Assassination in Broad Daylight. Qin Feng frowned. He casually picked up his mobile phone and took a look. It was his former boss at the company who was calling. Hu Qibin. He still remembered that in his previous life, he was late for work today and was severely scolded by this fat man. Now, Qin Feng naturally didn't bother to pay attention. He hung up the phone casually and threw the phone onto the bed. Just as he was about to leave, it rang again. It was still Hu Qibin, his boss. Qin Feng hung up the call and blocked the number in one go. However, right after that, Hu Qibin sent him a message on WeChat. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? The young lady is looking for you and said it's your last chance. If you still don't listen, you'd better think about the consequences. Qin Feng didn't even finish reading the message and directly deleted and blocked the other person's WeChat account. The whole world became quiet. Let's go. Target, Song Fei. Location, Dajiang Square. Qin Feng had already checked on Weibo that Song Fei was currently at Dajiang Square in Jiangai City, showing up in person to buy lifespan. And Dajiang Square was only 7 or 8 kilometers away from the neighborhood where Qin Feng lived. With Qin Feng's current speed, it would take him about 10 minutes to jog there invisibly. Qin Feng left his mobile phone in the room. Then he put on a gray mask, changed into a black coat, and his figure instantly became illusory and transparent until it completely disappeared. If other people in the real world saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked on the spot. Because this was the ability from the Abandoned by God game, appearing in the real world for the first time. Currently, other players didn't even know that the abilities in the Abandoned by God game could be extracted to the real world. And this meant that Song Fei had no defense at all against Qin Feng's assassination. Jiangai City, Dajiang Square. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Fei's female fans in Jiangai City learned the news from Weibo and rushed to Dajiang Square one after another. Among them, many female fans had also obtained lifespan from the Abandoned by God game. They all excitedly gathered here, wanting to sell it to Song Fei so as to get the chance to have close contact with him. Among the crowd, separated by more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Song Fei was wearing a white waistcoat and sunglasses, sitting in the middle of the indoor venue with his legs crossed. Beside him was sitting a girl with a single ponytail. The girl was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt, a black short skirt, and her legs were wrapped in black stockings, looking youthful and beautiful. It was Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industrial. Jiang Li had always been a fan of Song Fei, but she wasn't as crazy as the other female fans. After learning that Song Fei was going to buy lifespan, she took the initiative to contact and offer Dajiang Square as the venue. On one hand, she could have close contact with Song Fei and help him collect lifespan. On the other hand, after Song Fei spent all his money, she could also collect some lifespan. By taking advantage of Song Fei's fame, she could attract more people to sell their lifespan. At this time, Jiang Li was leaning close to Song Fei, chatting and laughing. The young lady smiled and asked, "Brother Song Fei, how much lifespan have you collected?" Song Fei took a look at his own attributes. "Miss Jiang, I've already collected over 2,000 days of lifespan and spent 20 million. Jiang Li pursed her lips and said, there are still many fans giving you lifespan for free. How enviable. Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, I can't compare to your Dajiang Industrial. Your family business is so big. I'm just doing something small. Jiangli waved her hand modestly, not at all. By the way, I heard that you were killed by Shadow 3 times in the Abandoned by God game. Don't worry. I'm sending people to investigate the real identity of that Shadow. Song Fei frowned, it's a bit difficult. Currently, we only know that he's male and located in Jiangai City. We don't know anything else. Jiangli smiled, everyone has weaknesses. Money. Beauty. I've already sent people to Firefly Town to contact him and offer a sum of money. I'm not afraid that he won't agree. As long as he agrees. He'll have to come to get the money. When he comes to get the money and shows up, he won't be able to escape. Song Fei smiled, it's indeed a way. I heard that your Dajiang Industrial has already controlled several players in this way and made them work for you for free. Jiangli covered her mouth and giggled softly, they're all fools and not good at the game. They can't get much lifespan. If we can catch that Shadow, the efficiency should be improved a lot. Song Fei nodded, be sure to let me know when that happens. Jiangli giggled coquettishly, don't worry. When we catch him, we'll definitely invite brother Song Fei to come and beat him up to vent your anger. Suddenly, Jiang Li's smile froze. Because she saw that a blood hole suddenly appeared on Song Fei's forehead. A strange dark green dart shot from nowhere, silently piercing through Song Fei's forehead. Bang. Song Fei fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the floor from his forehead, and a grayish-white lifespan light ball condensed on his corpse just like in the Abandoned by God game. Ah. Jiang Li screamed in horror and scrambled backward. Everyone around was silent for a moment at first, and then a wave of screams broke out, and the whole place was in chaos. Protect the young lady. The security guards of Dajiang Industrial reacted immediately and gathered around Jiang Li. The security captain took a look at Song Fei. He saw that the man had fallen to the ground, his sunglasses had fallen off, his eyes were wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face, and blood was gushing out from the blood hole on his forehead. Suddenly, the lifespan light ball on his corpse disappeared. Obviously, it was absorbed by someone, but there wasn't a single person's shadow beside the corpse. The security guards gasped. Damn it. Could this be invisibility? Let's go. Protect the young lady and evacuate. Did anyone see any suspicious figures? No. Hurry up and check the surveillance. The scene was in chaos. Jiang Li was quickly evacuated under the protection of more than 20 security guards through the fire escape beside and soon came outside Dajiang Square. Just as she was about to get into a black car. Suddenly, a dart came from behind and above, piercing through the back of her head. It was precise and deadly. Bang. Jiang Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industrial, fell down outside her own property like this. Unexpectedly, I got a 2-for-1 deal. Qin Feng maintained his invisible state and was a bit surprised. He had heard the conversation between Jiang Li and Song Fei. Since Jiang Li had set her mind on him, how could he let her go? Anyway, she's not a good person either. I might as well deal with her while I'm at it. What a pity. She also dropped several hundred days of lifespan, but there were security guards beside her corpse, so I couldn't get it. When dying in the real world, half of the tradable lifespan would also be dropped. Qin Feng only took advantage of his invisibility and the chaos at the scene to absorb the 1046 days of tradable lifespan dropped by Song Fei. This guy never expected that the lifespan he had just spent money to buy would be taken advantage of by Qin Feng like this. If only I had the curse of blooming, I could absorb the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. The Jade level, Curse of Blooming skill required tens of thousands of days of lifespan to be extracted to the real world. He really couldn't extract it now, so he could only give up. After finishing all this, Qin Feng left quietly, leaving behind a chaotic scene. And this assassination in broad daylight spread throughout the whole country and even the whole world in an instant. Chapter 46, The Collapse of the Worldview. To avoid being held back by Qin Feng. Jiangai City, Dajiang Square. The female fans of Song Fei on the scene, as well as the people who came to sell their lifespan, were all in a state of panic and chaos. Some people were taking pictures with their mobile phones. Some were screaming in horror. Some were running around in all directions. Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyou wanted to come and sell her lifespan to Song Fei. Unexpectedly, she witnessed the scene where Song Fei was suddenly killed. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyou's worldview completely collapsed. "Xiaoyou, let's go, hurry up." Chu Yan reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled Qin Xiaoyou to leave in the chaos. The entire Dajiang square was in a mess. The scene on the spot quickly spread as many people were live streaming and recording videos. A few minutes later, immediately, the official police officers arrived. Some of them blocked the scene. Some went to check the surveillance cameras. And some others began to analyze the dark green dart left at the scene. This dart, its material is unknown, and its origin is unknown. It's very strange. Rather than being a product of our real world, it's more like something from the God Abandoned game. The style is indeed similar, but how could something from the God Abandoned game appear in the real world? The surveillance department didn't find any results. The attack came from a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, and no one was seen. Have you asked the people on the scene? Yes, we've asked the people nearby, but they all said that they didn't see anyone's shadow. Look at the surveillance playback. There were lifespan orbs appearing on Song Fei's corpse and then suddenly disappearing. Could it be that someone was invisible beside it and absorbed the orbs? How could a person be invisible? Wait, assassins in the God Abandoned game can be invisible. The police officers of the Jiangai city official were all dumbfounded. However, after investigation, they came to the most likely conclusion that the person who attacked Song Fei and Jiangli was most likely really in an invisible state. Could it be that the abilities in the God Abandoned game can be used in the real world? Are you kidding? I can also be invisible in the game. Why can't I do it in the real world? Is there some condition that needs to be met? Since there were too many witnesses on the scene, the Jiangai city official couldn't hide the news even if they wanted to. Moreover, the whole world was in chaos now. The news of Song Fei's death quickly spread. All over the world, after watching some videos, the official organizations of various countries immediately made the same speculation. The abilities in the God Abandoned game were very likely to be usable in the real world. Qin Feng didn't care about this. After all, soon in the evening, there would be other people reaching level 10. By then, this secret would no longer be a secret. Just when the news of Song Fei's death was spreading like wildfire, the Jiangai city official was on high alert, and countless people were in a state of panic. Qin Feng had already returned to the Shanshui Impression residential area. He changed his clothes, put on ordinary sportswear pants and a short-sleeved shirt, took his mobile phone, and went to a noodle restaurant across from the community. He ordered a bowl of noodles. In the God Abandoned game, although players are invincible in the real world, they will also consume energy. If you're hungry, you still have to eat something. This was what Qin Feng found troublesome. Precisely because of this, players couldn't stay in the game all the time. Anyway, they still had to return to the real world to eat and replenish energy and water. Otherwise, no matter how much lifespan they had, they would starve to death. While eating noodles, Qin Feng also heard diners chatting. They were talking about the God Abandoned game and Song Fei's death. They couldn't imagine that the person who killed Song Fei was right in front of them. After finishing this meal, I'll go back and continue to find bosses to farm lifespan. In the God Abandoned game, level 10 is just the beginning. At this moment, in a moving taxi, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan were both a bit absent-minded. Just now, the scene of Song Fei suddenly bleeding from his forehead kept echoing in their minds. They couldn't imagine that they had attended Song Fei's concert yesterday, and today they witnessed the scene of Song Fei's death. Chu Yan was quickly swiping her mobile phone, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Dart. Invisibility. Why does it look so much like the abilities in the God Abandoned game? Xiaoyou. Do you think it was Shadow who killed Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyou didn't answer. Song Fei's death made her world lose its color all of a sudden. When she got off the taxi at school, she became expressionless. Song Fei is dead. In this world, only strength matters. Shadow. I want to get close to him, approach him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to the Qian's group. First, sell 200 days of lifespan. I want to buy another house and move out to live, so that Qin Feng won't hold me back. Also, Zhang Wei, do you have an assassin skill book? Give it to me. I want to give it to Shadow. Song Fei was dead. Now, Qin Xiaoyou didn't have to struggle with who to choose. But the key was it really a matter of her choosing or not? About half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating, went home, and took a shower. He was just about to lie on the bed and continue to enter the God Abandoned game. Suddenly, messages kept popping up on his mobile phone. Qin Feng took a look. It was from one of his female colleagues named Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya ya 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 ya, Qin Feng, fatty who is furious. He said that you blocked his phone number in WeChat. If you don't come, you'll be fired and won't get this month's salary. This girl had a nice personality, but she was weak and often bullied. In his previous life, she was also a member of Qin Feng's Slaying Gods Guild. Qin Feng thought for a while and replied with a message, "Don't worry about it. Don't go to work either. Go and develop in the God Abandoned game first." Yang Xiaoya was a bit surprised when she saw Qin Feng's reply. Then she weakly typed a reply, "Oh. Qin Feng, have you entered the God Abandoned game? I heard it's very difficult inside. Many people's lifespan is almost gone." Qin Feng replied, "No matter what class you choose, just add agility at the beginning. Xiaoya ya 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 ya, I heard that the lifespan produced in the game is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how's your development? How much have you earned?" Qin Feng casually replied, "Not much. It's almost all spent. Xiaoya ya 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 ya, wow, did you buy a car and a house? No wonder you blocked Fatty Hu, hee. This girl thought that Qin Feng had earned money and spent it all. In fact, Qin Feng didn't bother to exchange lifespan for money at all. Instead, he directly consumed lifespan to extract abilities to the real world. Besides, Yang Xiaoya didn't know. The reason why Hu Qibin was so furious wasn't because Qin Feng didn't go to work. It was because Qin Feng didn't accept the unspoken rules of the company's young lady. Chapter 47 Sever Ties. Is there such a good thing? Qian's group, Qian Shishir. Qin Feng sneered. The media company where he worked was a subsidiary of Qian's group. And Qian Shishir was the daughter of the chairman of Qian's group. One day, Qian Shishir saw Qin Feng and hinted to him that she wanted to spend a night with him. If it were someone else, they would probably be overjoyed. Although Qian Shishir wasn't that pretty and had a flat figure, she was definitely a rich girl. However, Qin Feng had seen the spade tattoo on Qian Shishir's calf. Regarding this, Qin Feng just wanted to say, "Fuck it." Qin Feng had no interest in this woman at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. Actually, in normal times, there had been some gossip about Qian Shishir in the company. Like she went into a hotel with 6 middle-aged men. Or she drove a sports car and went out to play with 3 men. Later, when she saw Qin Feng and thought he was good-looking, she still wanted to play with him. If the God Abandoned game hadn't descended, and Qin Feng had offended Qian Shishir, the consequences would have been really unpredictable. But in his previous life, when the God Abandoned game descended, Qian Shishir had to give up the idea of unspoken rules with Qin Feng. This woman stopped paying attention to Qin Feng and left the Great Xia for the Great Mei, where she took the lead in forming the Alice's Wonderland, one of the top 3 big guilds in the Great Mei. The Alice Guild was a great enemy of the Great Xia. Qian's group, where Qian Shishir was from, was one of the shareholders of the Alice Guild. Later, through contact, Qin Feng learned that Qian Shishir had always worshipped foreign things and thought that foreign men were real men, and she completely looked down on men from the Great Xia. Even towards Qin Feng, she was completely in a teasing attitude. At this time, Qian Shishir should be trapped at the airport in Modu. Qin Feng thought back. The descent of the God Abandoned game had brought global transportation to a temporary standstill. Airplanes at the airport were grounded. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shishir boarded a plane and went to the Great Mei. If she were in Jiangai, I could deal with her today. However, it won't take a few days either. When I extract higher attributes, I can completely go to Modu and kill her before she leaves to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, it won't be that easy to deal with her after she goes to the Great Mei. Qin Feng listed Qian Shishir as his next target. If Qian Shishir died, the Alice's Wonderland Guild which had brought big troubles to the Slain Gods Guild and even the whole Great Xia in his previous life, might not even be established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his previous life. Many founders of the Alice Guild had affairs with Qian Shishir. Once this woman died, those founders would naturally lose the bond of connection. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, Qin Feng's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Qin Xiaoyou. She's actually calling me on her own initiative. Qin Feng was a bit stunned. After all, in his impression, it was impossible for Qin Xiaoyou to contact him on her own initiative. In his previous life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness. He even went to Qin Xiaoyou's school in person to bring her back and enter the God-abandoned game together. And now, Qin Xiaoyou was unexpectedly calling him on her own initiative. Qin Feng thought for a while and still answered the call. However, his voice was a bit cold. Hello. Qin Xiaoyou's voice came coldly from the other side. Qin Feng. You can still answer the phone. I thought you died in the God-abandoned game. Since you're here, I'll inform you that I bought a house with my own money. Don't come to bother me in the future. Qin Feng could tell from her tone that she was in a very bad mood. Was it because she was fired by Wang Meng? Or was it because Song Fei died? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Qin Feng didn't bother to care about her at all. It has nothing to do with me what you do. Qin Xiaoyou, you've always thought that I made you unfree, right? Don't worry. I won't bother to care about you in the future. Do whatever you like. Qin Xiaoyou was obviously stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always been so nice to her, would talk to her in such a cold tone. However, she was now determined to break off relations with Qin Feng. She was so eager to make friends with Shadow that she didn't bother to care about so many things. So she said coldly, "Don't you know how constrained I felt because of you? These are your words. From now on, there's no relationship between us. Don't bother me in the future, and I won't look for you either. We're breaking off relations. And don't come to inquire about where I live." Hearing Qin Xiaoyou's words, Qin Feng smiled. Breaking off relations. Was there such a good thing? Okay. Qin Feng replied with one word and hung up the phone directly. Then, he turned off his mobile phone, turned around, and lay on the sofa. As his figure gradually became semi-transparent, he entered the God-abandoned game once again. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up on the other side, Qin Xiaoyou had an indescribable complex feeling. First was relief. She had always felt that she was controlled by Qin Feng, which was too constrained and unfree. Now, she was finally free. She bought a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house with her own ability together with Chu Yan and moved in directly. Although the formalities hadn't been completed yet, it was just a matter of time. From now on, she could leave Qin Feng and live on her own. Now no one will hold me back. I can do whatever I want. The feeling of freedom is so good. Next, as long as I can find a way to get to know Shadow and have a good relationship with him. Qin Xiaoyou looked at her mobile phone. The news of Song Fei's death had spread all over the world. Many people guessed that he was most likely assassinated by Shadow. They just didn't know why Shadow could use the abilities of the God-abandoned game in the real world. Chu Yan was beside her, looking at her a bit worriedly. "Xiaoyou, isn't it a bit bad to break off relations with your brother? Otherwise, you can just apologize to him. I think he seems really angry this time." Qin Xiaoyou shook her head. "Ask me to apologize to him? Impossible. Let's go. After I get to know Shadow, what does he matter?" Soon, Qin Xiaoyou and Chu Yan entered the God-abandoned game together. They met up in Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyou got a bronze-level assassin skill book, Blunt Stick, from Zhang Wei. Then, with anticipation, she opened the private chat window with Wang Meng. "Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Could you please help me ask if Shadow Brother needs it? I can give it to him if he wants it." Qin Xiaoyou was both nervous and proud. She was nervous because this was her first attempt to communicate with Shadow. She was proud because at this stage, there were very few people who had the opportunity to make friends with Shadow, and she was one of them. As long as she could get along well with Shadow, in the new era brought by the God-abandoned game, she, Qin Xiaoyou, would definitely be able to surpass countless people. However, just after she sent a private message to Wang Meng, soon Wang Meng replied to her, "The big shot said he doesn't need it." You can keep it and sell it for money. Qin Xiaoyou was dumbfounded on the spot. She never expected that Shadow wouldn't want the skill book with the control effect. Was the rejection so straightforward? Chapter 48, Golden Arthropod. Shocking speed. Qin Xiaoyou never expected that this would be the result. What's going on? I'm giving him a skill book for free, and he doesn't want it. Qin Xiaoyou was dumbfounded. She couldn't quite understand it. There were really people who didn't want something that was given for free. Seeing her in a daze, Chu Yan beside her couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyou, what's the situation? Qin Xiaoyou explained the situation, and both Chu Yan and Zhang Wei were shocked. Zhang Wei, damn it. He doesn't want a free skill book. Is this guy crazy? Chu Yan thought for a while and comforted her, saying, Xiaoyou, maybe he has already learned this skill. Let's kill more monsters and see if we can get some other skill books. Qin Xiaoyou sighed, I guess that's all we can do. A few minutes ago, Qin Feng had returned to the game first. Before he could clearly see the surrounding scene, he already heard a series of shrill screams in his ears. I logged off by the seaside. Shouldn't the surrounding monsters refresh so quickly? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. As the darkness around him faded away, he suddenly found that on the coastline in front of him, several players were running around in all directions. And behind those players, there was a strange monster about 3 meters tall chasing after them. Golden Arthropod, LV8. Grade, Gold. The whole body of the monster was light golden. Its lower body was like an 8-legged horse. But its upper body was like a centipede with dozens of arms, and each arm was holding a rusty iron knife or sword. And its head was like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring at those several fleeing players, looking extremely eerie. The Golden Arthropod was extremely fast and almost caught up with a warrior player in an instant. The iron knives and swords in its hands slashed down alternately, and in less than a second, it chopped the warrior player into dozens of pieces. Shadow. One of the players was running away when he saw a figure appear in front of him and was immediately overjoyed. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a mature and sexy lady in a fiery red mage robe. She had long black wavy curly hair, and her beautiful eyes were looking at Qin Feng in surprise. It was the big wave beauty who had bought Qin Feng's ice spike technique before, Grey Rose. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was first happy and then a bit nervous. Shadow, this boss can detect stealth. Our team's assassin was killed by it. If you want to fight it, you must be careful. Qin Feng didn't say anything. It was definitely worth fighting this gold-level boss. After all, for him, this boss meant 28 evolution points. Golden Arthropod. If I remember correctly, this boss's anti-stealth level is level 2. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. But that didn't mean Qin Feng didn't need to be invisible. After all, his damage would be higher when he broke stealth to attack. Shadow concealment. Qin Feng's figure quickly disappeared. Grey Rose saw this scene, and there was nervousness in her beautiful eyes. Her team had been scattered by the gold-level boss. They definitely couldn't fight it. She couldn't tell whether Qin Feng wanted to fight or run away, so she could only keep running. Qin Feng maintained his invisible state and passed by Grey Rose. When they passed each other, there was obvious worry in Grey Rose's beautiful eyes. However, Qin Feng didn't pay attention to it. He went straight towards the Golden Arthropod. Instant shadow slash. His figure flickered and appeared, and then disappeared instantly, passing through the Golden Arthropod. Minus 3042, weak point attack. Sure enough, level 2 stealth can be seen through by this boss. The effect of my shadow class didn't take effect. When launching an attack outside the target's field of vision, the damage was doubled. This effect wouldn't work when the other side could see through stealth. This resulted in a significant reduction in Qin Feng's damage. But at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary skill, Graceful Liberation, the head and heart weak points of the Golden Arthropod were magnified by 200%. Among the 9 strikes of Qin Feng's instant shadow slash, 3 were judged to have hit the target's weak points, causing triple weak point damage. Truly a legendary skill. I should also thank that girl Lin Liu. Otherwise, I might not have been able to find the Temple of Faith. Qin Feng's instant shadow slash directly took away 13,000 health points of the Golden Arthropod. The boss's health bar dropped by about 1/6 all of a sudden. Immediately after that, Qin Feng turned around and threw a poison dart. He aimed at the opponent's head. The golden arthropod wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, Qin Feng's agility was too high and the dart was too fast, hitting it accurately on the spot. -1785, weak point attack. The poison dart was only at the silver level now, and its damage output couldn't keep up at all. Of course, the most important thing was that in front of the golden arthropod, Qin Feng lost the 50% bonus damage of his class. Now that the boss was facing him, he couldn't get the 50% backstab damage either. I still need to advance my class and obtain a higher stealth level, Qin Feng thought to himself. After he used his 2 skills, the 8 legs of the golden arthropod moved together and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. When it ran at full speed, it could reach at least 30 meters per second. In just an instant, the dozens of iron knives and swords in the golden arthropod's hands fell towards Qin Feng like a violent storm. Be careful. Gray Rose in the distance saw this and subconsciously shouted, with a worried look on her face. But then, not only her, but also the teammates who had been scattered by the boss all stared wide-eyed. They saw a scene that they couldn't believe. Under the boss's attack, Qin Feng sidestepped, took a step back, and rolled, all in one smooth motion. He managed to dodge the boss's dozens of attacks in a short period of time. Damn it, what speed is that? It's not just speed. His reaction is so fast, and he knows the boss's attack pattern so well. Yeah, in terms of speed, he's just about the same as the boss, but he can dodge every attack of the boss just right. It's like he has fought this boss countless times. They didn't know that this was the basic skill that Qin Feng had practiced during the 9 years in his previous life. His class in his previous life was a warrior. And a warrior wasn't just about tanking. A truly top-notch warrior had to dodge the boss's key skills. In many cases, they couldn't take even one attack, or it would bring a crisis to the whole team. Especially when the healer in the team was Qin Xiaoyou. When raiding an epic-level boss, the boss had a lot of wide-area skills. Qin Xiaoyou could barely dodge those skills herself. How could she spare time to heal Qin Feng? It wasn't possible. So in his previous life, Qin Feng had endured it alone many times. If people thought that Qin Feng only relied on stealth to kill bosses easily, they were completely wrong. With sufficient agility, even if stealth failed, with Qin Feng's movement skills, he could easily toy with most bosses. Chapter 49, could the double standard be any more obvious? Slash. Charge. Stampede. The golden arthropod, with its hundreds of compound eyes, could see through all targets with stealth levels not exceeding level 2. Even Qin Feng couldn't escape its detection. However, no matter what attacks this gold-level boss launched, it couldn't hit Qin Feng. Compared with special bosses like the Golden Ghost Ship, this golden arthropod was obviously much easier to deal with. Qin Feng could even dodge those attacks with ease. When his skills cooldowns were over, he directly counterattacked and each time could take away 1/6 of the boss's health bar. Just over a minute later, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of Gray Rose and the others, the gold-level boss actually turned around and ran away. But Qin Feng was too fast. The golden arthropod had only run 200 or so meters into the woods when Qin Feng caught up with it and completely killed it. You have killed the golden arthropod, LV8 gold level, dot. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable, dot. Before Gray Rose and the others caught up, Qin Feng directly used the Hand of Greed, dot. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable, dot. A series of system prompts came, making Qin Feng feel quite satisfied. One gold-level boss gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The combined effects of the Hand of Greed and the Ghost Fire Bell made Qin Feng's development speed far exceed that of ordinary players. As for experience, it only took 10,000 experience points to level up from level 9 to level 10. But to level up from level 10 to level 11, 100,000 experience points were needed. The 6,400 experience points were quite a lot, but still not enough for Qin Feng to level up. When Qin Feng checked the loot, his eyes lit up immediately. Black Light Shield, Platinum, Assassin-type skill. After being actively used, convert all of your dodge rate into damage-free shields, lasting for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Required level, 8-inch. Conversion rate, every 20% dodge is converted into 1 layer of damage-free shield. After the shield is broken or the duration ends, the dodge rate returns to normal. This skill book actually dropped. After learning this skill, many bosses can be defeated without taking damage. Especially the bosses on the godforsaken continent. Qin Feng was quite pleasantly surprised. He learned it directly. Taking the effect of him learning Ghostly Blur and evolving it to the epic level, for example, he had a passive 75% dodge probability. After using the Black Light Shield, he would obtain 3 layers of damage-free shields. In other words, no matter how high the opponent's damage was, Qin Feng could be immune to the first 3 attacks. Not only for fighting bosses, but also when exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore many high-level areas in advance. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, a total of 6 points, to evolve this skill to the epic level. Black Light Shield, Platinum Epic, Assassin-type skill. The duration of the damage-free shield lasts for 8, 10, 12, 14 seconds. Conversion rate, every 20%, 15%, 12%, 10% dodge is converted into 1 layer of damage-free shield. The epic level Black Light Shield, when used, could convert Qin Feng's 75% dodge rate into 7 layers of damage-free shields. To continue evolving the Black Light Shield, 50 evolution points are needed. It's enough for now. Qin Feng still had 22 evolution points left. He first spent 3 + 5 + 8, a total of 16 evolution points, to evolve the Poison Dart 3 times. Poison Dart, Silver Emerald, maximum range 14-17 meters. Deals an additional 120-240 attack points when hitting. Poison, deals 50% 80% continuous damage per second, without weak point bonus, lasts for 5 seconds, and cannot be stacked. After evolving the Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill had at least doubled. Since the base cooldown of this skill was only 5 seconds, its continuous output was not weaker than that of the Instant Shadow / Dot. Still got 6 evolution points left. I'll have to put them aside for now. Besides skills, the Golden Arthropod also dropped 2 pieces of usable equipment for Qin Feng. Lightness Ring, Platinum level, Assassin-type accessory. Agility +20. Movement speed +20%, attack speed +20%, cooldown speed +20%. Equipment requirement, level 8-inch. Heavy red leather gloves, gold level Assassin-type armor. Physical defense +18, all elemental resistances +15. Constitution +12, health points +588. Equipment requirement, level 6-inch. After changing into these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached 55%. The Instant Shadow / that originally had a cooldown of 12 seconds now only needed 7.7 seconds. In addition, Qin Feng's Constitution, Defense, and Health points were all higher. 51 points of Constitution, 106 points of Physical Defense, 1,517 points of Health. With these attributes, I can even survive 2 or 3 attacks from the Golden Arthropod just now. As for the half-health full-screen skill of the level 5 Golden Ghost Ship, it can't kill me either. Moreover, I still have a passive 75% dodge rate. Qin Feng put away his backpack. Half of the few backpack slots were filled again. It was only then that Grey Rose caught up with her remaining 3 teammates. When she saw the corpse of the Golden Arthropod lying in front of Qin Feng, she was indescribably shocked. Big Shot is indeed a big shot. He really solo killed this boss. In Grey Rose's beautiful eyes, there was a look of admiration and expectation. How about it, Big Shot? Are there any equipment or skills that I can use? I'll buy them. For mages, there's a gold level skill book, Ice Bolt Bounce. Qin Feng took a look at his backpack and took out a skill book with an ice blue cover, showing it in front of her. It's a group skill. Release ice balls that can bounce up to 10 times. The price is 800 days of lifespan, fixed price. The loot dropped by an 8-level boss, and the usage requirements were between levels 6 to 8. This Ice Bolt Bounce skill book was a level 7 skill book. The higher the level of the skill or equipment, the higher the stats naturally were. For the same gold level skill, the level 7, Ice Bolt Bounce, dealt over 40% more damage than the level 5 one. Of course, the same skill couldn't be learned twice. Only a higher level 1 could overwrite a lower level 1. 800 days. That's too expensive. Grey Rose had a bitter smile on her face. But looking at the attributes of the skill book that Qin Feng took out, she didn't really want to give it up. After all, this Ice Bolt Bounce skill would greatly speed up her leveling speed. When encountering a large group of small monsters, this skill would deal explosive damage. Finally, after considering for half a minute, Grey Rose found her teammates again and borrowed all of their lifespan. 800 days. Deal. You have lost the Ice Bolt Bounce gold level skill book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan, tradable. When the system prompt came, Qin Feng turned around and left. He planned to go back to the town and post a message to buy the location information of silver level and gold level bosses. He would offer 30 days of lifespan for silver level bosses and 100 days for gold level bosses. In this way, Qin Feng would have an endless stream of bosses to kill and his development speed would be maximized. It was only after Qin Feng killed the golden arthropod and sold the Ice Bolt Bounce that he received a private message from Wang Meng. What the hell? Qin Xiaoyou wants to give me a bronze level skill book. Qin Feng was speechless and directly refused. Now outside, most people were guessing that Shadow had killed Song Fei. Judging from Qin Xiaoyou's personality, if Qin Feng had killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyou would definitely fight Qin Feng to the death. But if it was Shadow who killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyou wasn't angry at all and even wanted to give away a skill book. Could the double standard be any more obvious? Chapter 50. What? Do you want to arrest me? Qin Xiaoyou had always been like this. No matter how nice Qin Feng was to her, she took it for granted. In his previous life, as long as Qin Xiaoyou was a little bit unhappy about something, she would get angry and have a big quarrel with Qin Feng. Qin Feng had taken care of her for 9 years. He had arranged everything properly for her, including equipment, skills, lifespan, food, and accommodation, yet she thought that all of these were what she deserved. In the end, for Song Fei's sake, she dug out Qin Feng's eyes with her own hands. The most absurd thing was that she had a happy look on her face when she did it. You can remember other people's little favors for a lifetime. No matter how nice I am to you, you don't take it to heart. Qin Feng sneered faintly. Although Song Fei was already dead, he definitely wouldn't accept Qin Xiaoyou again. After all, she was just like this. Without Song Fei, there would be Lin Fei, Li Fei, Zhang Fei. Qin Feng couldn't fall twice because of the same person. Not dealing with her the same way as he did with Song Fei was already out of consideration for his deceased parents. If you knew that I was Shadow and that I was the one who killed Song Fei, I'm afraid you could scold me for 3 days and 3 nights and still not be satisfied. But for Shadow, you can even give away a skill book. Qin Feng shook his head and put this person out of his mind. Now that he had quite a lot of things in his backpack again, he planned to go back to the town to sell them and also post a bounty for the coordinates of bosses. So he opened the private chat with Wang Meng. He typed out a sentence and sent it. Wang Meng, go back to the town. I'll sell you things. Prepare your lifespan. Wang Meng replied immediately, all right. This guy was leading his team outside Firefly Town to find and kill monsters to level up. After seeing Qin Feng's private message, he immediately led the team back. On the way, Wang Meng suddenly asked, by the way, was it you, Big Shot, who killed Song Fei? This sudden question might make others think carefully about how to answer. But Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted it, yes. Wang Meng was his friend and hadn't logged off all this time. So he definitely knew that during the time when Song Fei was killed, Shadow had been in an offline state. Both the motive and the time for the crime were quite clear. Now that Wang Meng had asked this question, it meant that he had already guessed most of it. Qin Feng could have denied it. After all, the other party had no evidence. However, there was no need to do that. It was just right to see how the official of the Great Xia would react to this matter. It could be regarded as a test. Hearing Qin Feng's decisive admission, Wang Meng was a bit surprised instead. After a while, he replied, okay. We're a bit far from the town. It'll probably take about 10 minutes or so to get back to the town. Please wait a little, Big Shot. Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm even farther away." In order to level up quickly, he had run to the coastline, which was more than 20 kilometers away from the town. At his speed, it would take him about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qin Feng casually killed the monsters he encountered. He also gained over 2,000 experience points and 5 evolution points. Several pieces of inferior and common equipment and skill books also dropped. Just when he got back to the town, his backpack slots were completely filled. After that, Qin Feng made an appointment with Wang Meng and the others at a location. He met them in the basement of the abandoned church in Firefly Town. "Big Shot is here." Wang Meng and the others had been waiting here for 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Feng wearing a veil and golden-hued equipment appear, for a moment, everyone became a bit nervous. And Yu, the dragon swordsman wearing a silver light armor, had a silver long sword hanging on her slender waist. Her long legs under the metal light armor looked slender and elastic. This pretty female police officer showed her perfectly curvaceous figure even more vividly after putting on this swordsman's armor. She moved her graceful figure and rushed to Qin Feng first, widening her eyes and looking him up and down. "Big Shot, you admit that you killed Song Fei." Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of the girl coming towards him and smiled faintly. "What, do you want to arrest me?" And you pointed to the top of her head. "Look at my code name." Her code name in the God Abandoned game was Justice Execution. Qin Feng took a look at her code name and then sized up her delicate figure, asking with interest, "Then who do you think is the just one between me and Song Fei?" Originally, and you was a bit serious. But hearing Qin Feng's question, this pretty female police officer suddenly smiled. "Don't worry. We've checked the surveillance recordings and know that both Song Fei and Jiangli had ill intentions towards you, and that Dajiang Industrial had also captured quite a number of players to make them work for them, which is illegal detention." Hearing this, Qin Feng understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to find out his real identity, even if the official wanted to arrest him, they couldn't. They could only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what would happen later, Qin Feng wasn't sure either. After all, in his previous life, when he cooperated with the official, he didn't have any black marks. But in this life, he had directly killed Song Fei and Jiangli, which would bring some variables. The official couldn't encourage people to kill randomly in the real world, could they? Let's just see how much change my rebirth can bring to this God Abandoned game era. Qin Feng thought faintly. Next came the trading. Qin Feng showed all the gold level and platinum level equipment in his backpack. Due to the official backgrounds of Wang Meng and Yu, they would take any equipment and skill books regardless of the class. It was more convenient and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. Most importantly, the official had enough lifespan. Platinum level equipment, platinum level skill books. When Wang Meng and Yu and the others saw the things Qin Feng took out, they were shocked immediately. They knew that Qin Feng was very powerful and had achieved the first kill of a gold level boss. But for the platinum level, the first kill of bosses at this level hadn't even appeared yet. How could there be several platinum level items? Platinum level equipment and skills. Let me see. Are there any that I can use? Guishue, the white bird priest, also came up with her pretty little face, looking surprised. She was wearing a pure white priest's robe that shone with a faint silver light. Her equally graceful figure gave people a sense of purity and flawlessness, which was completely different from a new style. It could be seen that during this period of time, Wang Meng's team had still managed to kill silver-level bosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many silver-level equipment on them. But compared with Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment on them was completely rubbish. For a moment, Wang Meng and the others were all stunned. Platinum-level equipment, skill books. Where on earth did these come from? Chapter 51, I'm an assassin. Do you want me to save people? In the face of the doubts of Wang Meng and others, Qin Feng casually said, I was quite lucky and found some treasure chests. He looked at Guishue, who looked like a curious baby. Xiao Shui knows. I even opened a jade-level skill book by myself. Guishue nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I watched the boss open the jade treasure chest with my own eyes. But there are several platinum-level items. Do you call this just being lucky? This little beauty was so envious that she could cry. At this time, a beautiful mage profession player wearing a black robe, Lin Liu, the prophet, was leaning against a dilapidated stone pillar nearby. Her long and beautiful legs were crossed, and her body curves were perfectly alluring. She gave a chuckle. You call her Xiao Shui, but you call me Xiao Hei. Sigh. Qin Feng glanced at her. Who told you to be like a black plum? It's okay if I don't call you Xiao Hei. I'll call you Xiao Heizi instead. Lin Liu, ? In Wang Meng's team, the three beautiful girls all seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Feng. Among them, Guishu had joined this team precisely because of Qin Feng. Besides Wang Meng and the three girls, there was also a young, sharp-eyed archer, and a middle-aged man, the card master. These two people were filled with emotion when they saw the gold and platinum level items taken out by Qin Feng. People really can't be compared with each other. Indeed. We went to great lengths to kill a silver boss, but the boss can casually open platinum and jade level treasure chests. Then came the price negotiation. Wang Meng was just a member of the armed police team, while Enyu was the team leader. In terms of rank, Enyu was the captain of this team. However, this policewoman's sister had a somewhat ditzy personality and only knew how to rush into battle when fighting. So in the Abandoned by God game, Wang Meng was the core figure in battles. In other aspects, Enyu was in charge. For this platinum level archer skill book, the fixed price is 2,500 days of lifespan. For this platinum level berserker weapon, the fixed price is 1,500 days of lifespan. For this, Qin Feng had been through 9 years of trials and tribulations in the game and knew the prices like the back of his hand. He set prices for the items one by one. Among them, the prices of the platinum level items made Wang Meng and others gasp. According to the current prices, 1 or 2,000 days of lifespan was equivalent to 20 or 30 million yuan in cash. Shadow really dared to set such high prices. However, you should know that platinum level items were unique in the world. Even if someone could encounter the blessing of the ancient god in the wild and was lucky enough to combine to get platinum or jade level treasure chests, the quantity would be extremely small. 20 or 30 million yuan to buy a platinum level skill book or a platinum level equipment item. At this stage, definitely many consortiums, and even the official forces, would be eager to get them. In this era when the Abandoned by God game descended and the world rules were about to change, any country or force wanted to grasp more combat power in their own hands as early as possible. In the previous life, why did cash collapse? It was because the official forces of various countries that issued currency stepped in and bought lifespan on a large scale. When cash collapsed and lifespan became the new global hard currency, countries all over the world also obtained the foundation for standing firm in the new era by buying a large amount of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't know how much lifespan Enyu had on her now. But it was definitely enough for her to buy these platinum level and gold level items from him. After Qin Feng marked the prices, he calculated and said, there are a total of 25 items, with a total price of 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount. Let's make it 16,000 days. Okay. Enyu directly nodded in agreement. This made Wang Meng, who was beside her, look gloomy. No, Captain, you just agree to whatever he says. Shouldn't you bargain a bit? Enyu's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Huh? Can we bargain? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, she very readily initiated a trade with Qin Feng. By the way, she also paid off the debts owed by Wang Meng and Guishu before, being especially generous. Wang Meng and others saw this and all twitched the corners of their mouths. Qin Feng didn't expect that this girl was so straightforward. Actually, he had left some room for bargaining, but the girl directly accepted it. Of course, they wouldn't lose money by buying these items at this price. After all, the equipment could be sold again later. And as for the skill books, how much could the leveling speed be increased after learning them? Now that the Abandoned by God game had descended, level and strength were everything. A moment later, the trade was completed. Guishu got 2 gold-level priest equipment items and couldn't stop smiling. This girl originally planned to level up alone and wasn't very willing to team up. But now, it was really nice. The equipment she needed was bought for her by the official forces with money. Of course, for these 2 gold equipment items, she only had the right to use them. When she replaced the equipment later, she would have to return them to the official forces. But this was already satisfying enough. As for Qin Feng, he got 16,000 days of lifespan in his hands, which was also a big harvest. When the tradable lifespan on one's body exceeded 10,000 days, the default display unit of lifespan would change to years. If you wanted to check the specific number of days, you could view the details. I have 60 years of tradable lifespan. Converted into days, it's 22,000 days. It could be said that this was a huge sum of money. If it was sold for cash now, it would be equivalent to 3 or 400 million yuan. Even for the official forces of Jiangai City, this was also a large expenditure. However, the hidden benefits brought to the official forces by this transaction far exceeded 300 million yuan. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams of the official forces of Jiangai City would be able to develop ahead of others? Time to go. Qin Feng planned to leave. And Yu stretched out her small hand and pulled the cuff of his clothes. Hey, wait a moment. The Dajiang Industrial has imprisoned several players. We're planning to rescue them. Boss, do you want to participate in the rescue? Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard this. Was the official trying to recruit him? Planning to whitewash the fact that he killed Song Fei? However, Qin Feng didn't have the leisure to go and rescue people. Moreover, he couldn't expose his real identity in the real world at this stage. I'm an assassin. Do you want me to save people? Qin Feng shook his head, but I have a piece of advice. You should hurry up if you want to take action. As long as you reach level 10 in the Abandoned by God game, you can extract the game abilities to the real world. You should understand what this means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She nodded nervously. I understand. The Dajiang Industrial is also buying lifespan now. Once their people reach level 10 and extract the game abilities, our operation will encounter greater resistance. Glad you understand. I'm leaving. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Anyway, in another 2 hours, the whole world would know about this matter. Telling the official this news in advance was also like doing them a favor, and there was no harm in it. When he left, Yu looked at the place where his figure disappeared, and a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. Wang Meng, next, we'll have to level up separately. Now, all 6 of us in our team are at a high level. When we're together, we can kill small monsters in an instant, and the damage is excessive. But if we separate, each person leads a team, which can greatly improve our overall leveling efficiency. If we encounter a boss, we can contact each other and work together to defeat it again. Anyway, everyone should reach level 10 first. Don't look at Yu as being a bit ditzy. She was quite capable in business. Under her arrangement, the strength of the players of the official forces of Jiangai City would be improved at a faster speed, so that they could better control the situation. Qin Feng left the basement of the abandoned church. He came to the square of Firefly Town and set up a stall. The name of the stall was 30 days for the coordinates of a silver boss, 100 days for the coordinates of a gold boss. Just as he sat down, a somewhat familiar player came to him. Chapter 52, Qian Shishir in Modu. Hire Shadow to kill Qin Feng. The person who came was an archer player. Qin Feng had met him once when he was in Shell Town. It was the young archer who was with Jiang Li, with the codename Lao Mao. At first, Jiang Li offered 10 million to ask Qin Feng to help her level up, but Qin Feng refused. As a result, this Lao Mao went to contact Jiang Li and helped her level up. He had originally thought that he could get a huge sum of 5 million. However, when he went to get the money, he was tied up tightly by the thugs of Dajiang Industrial and taken to the basement of a villa and locked up. So, Mao Lijun was coerced by threats and inducements and was forced to work for Dajiang Industrial to earn lifespan. If he handed in too little lifespan, he wouldn't be given food or water. Mao Lijun was on the verge of crying. Only then did he understand why Shadow didn't even want 10 million at that time. What foresight! This was literally a matter of life and death. After being kidnapped by Dajiang Industrial, Mao Lijun compromised. He was even willing to become Jiang Li's lackey and brought 2 more people to her. At this moment, he had accepted Jiang Li's task and was waiting for Shadow in this Firefly Town. Shadow. Lao Mao, wearing a green leather armor, came to Qin Feng's booth, took a look at him, and said with a smile, "Our young lady said that as long as you are willing to help the young lady level up, the young lady can give you 300 million, plus shares of Dajiang Industrial. How many chances like this can one have in life? I advise you to cherish it." Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. This guy probably didn't know that Jiang Li was already dead, right? He just said one word, "Get lost." Mao Lijun froze on the spot. He didn't expect that 300 million plus shares of Dajiang Industrial couldn't even tempt Shadow. Although he was very reluctant, he still ran away in disgrace. He had just heard that Shadow had killed Song Fei in the real world and had done it quietly. How dare he stay and waste words? However, he only knew that Song Fei was dead and didn't know that Jiang Li was dead yet. After all, he was detained in reality and couldn't get access to outside information at all. And in the God Abandoned game, all he heard from others chatting was the news of Song Fei's death. As for Jiang Li, who was she? After Mao Lijun left, he didn't completely give up hope. He still wanted to find an opportunity to invite Shadow over. Otherwise, he couldn't complete the task and would be whipped. Just then, he heard several people nearby discussing in low voices. Damn it, Shadow actually showed up. Didn't he just kill Song Fei? Not only Song Fei, it said that there was also a little beauty who was brutally killed by him. Ah. What a waste. Fuck you. It said that the woman was the young lady of Dajiang Industrial, named Jiang Li. She originally planned to catch Shadow in the real world and make him work for her lifespan, but she was killed on the spot. Hiss. How did Shadow do it? God knows. It must be the problem of the God Abandoned game. The world is going to change. Let's level up as soon as possible. What? Jiang Li is dead. Hearing these people's discussion, Mao Lijun was as shocked as if struck by lightning. He stood there dumbfounded, with an incredulous look on his face. He didn't feel much about Song Fei's death. After all, there was no connection between him and Song Fei, and they were quite far apart. But Jiang Li. She was a woman who made Mao Lijun terrified. Shadow killed Song Fei and also Jiang Li in such a short time. And it was an assassination. Mao Lijun felt a chill run down his spine. Shadow. Originally, he had laughed at Shadow for being stupid and not taking the 10 million that was offered for free. But in the end, the clown was actually himself. Fortunately, I didn't provoke Shadow. Mao Lijun was scared. Death had been very far away from him before. But he never expected that Jiang Li, who had been so high and mighty and bossy in front of him, was actually killed directly. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure and left in a hurry, trembling a little. Qin Feng didn't care about Mao Lijun's appearance. For him, it was just a little episode. When he set up his booth, he noticed that the players in Firefly Town were a bit scared and nervous when they saw him. Some girls didn't even dare to walk past him, as if they were afraid of being noticed by him. It seemed that many people already knew that it was he who had killed Song Fei. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this time, some old players have entered the game. But they have all been assigned to the towns at the back. I definitely won't meet them here. In another 2 hours, there will be other people reaching level 10. By then, we can prepare to go to the continent. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Before going to the godforsaken continent, he could first get a full set of gold and platinum equipment in the initial town. After all, once he got there, there would be too many things Qin Feng could do. After a while, 2 players wearing black robes came to Qin Feng's booth. I have the coordinates of a silver-level boss. Just when Qin Feng was preparing to hunt more bosses. In the neighboring city of Jiangai, Moda City. The total population of Jiangai City was over 8 million. While the population of Moda City reached 35 million. Up to now, there were a total of more than 700 initial towns in the Jiangai City area, and a total of over 700,000 people had entered the God Abandoned game. This number would skyrocket in the evening, quickly breaking through 5 million until all adults entered the game. In comparison, Moda City had a larger population. There were already more than 4,000 initial towns in the Modo area, and the number was still increasing at a very fast speed. In one of the towns in the Modo area, there was a team that attracted quite a bit of attention. There was a woman wearing a wind-burned leather armor, and beside her were 5 men walking together, 3 of them with white skin and 2 with black skin. The woman seemed very close to all 5 of them, chatting and laughing. It was Qian Shishir, the daughter of the chairman of Qian's group. Originally, Qian Shishir was planning to take a plane to the Great May. But with the descent of the God Abandoned game, flights were grounded. So she contacted 5 foreign men in the downtown area of Moda City and entered the God Abandoned game together. Soon, she spent the group's money to buy a lot of lifespan, and then exchanged it for equipment and skill books to improve the strength of herself and those 5 men. At this time, Qian Shishir was walking in the town with those 5 people. Looking at the players around who were avoiding her, she sneered disdainfully, "Look at these men from the Great Xia. They are as weak as bugs. Tony, you North American men are much more charming." A white man with a pompadour hairstyle named Tony beside her smiled and said when he heard this, "Miss Qian, you have good taste. Of course we are much stronger than these men from the Great Xia. We are also very good in other aspects. You can have a good experience when we go back to the real world later." Qian Shishir giggled coquettishly, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." At this time, she thought of someone. "By the way," Qian Shishir suddenly said casually, "I just heard that useless Song Fei was killed. I played with him once before, and it was over in a minute. What a waste. Since the shadow in Jiangai City could kill Song Fei, it should be even easier for him to kill an ordinary person, right? Everyone, I'll log off first to make a phone call and ask someone to contact Shadow and help me kill someone in Jiangai City." The person she wanted to kill. Naturally, it was Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly refused her play invitation and didn't give her any face at all, which made her very unhappy. In her opinion, it was an honor for a man from the Great Xia to be favored by her. He was just an employee of a subsidiary company. How dare he refuse her? "Since you don't give me face, then go to hell. Of course, it's too wasteful to spend a lot of money to kill you. The key is to take this opportunity to make friends with Shadow. Although he's a man from the Great Xia, after all, he's the first in the world. I can reluctantly get to know him." The corners of Qian Shishir's mouth turned up slightly, thinking that she had everything under control. However, she didn't know that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Shadow. Asking someone to hire Shadow to assassinate Qin Feng. Wasn't this like killing herself? Qin Feng naturally didn't know about this. Just when he was preparing to hunt bosses everywhere. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyou, who had been rejected by him when she tried to give a gift, had already fallen into an emo state. She had originally wanted to break off all relations with Qin Feng and cling to Shadow. But the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Chapter 53:50 million to kill Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Xiaoyou was in a very bad mood. Ironically, she didn't feel as bad when she broke off relations with Qin Feng as she did now. Finally, the God-abandoned game reminded her that her body's hunger level in the real world had reached 90% and that she should eat something. Only then did she react and call Chu Yen to log off together. She had originally wanted to order takeout. However, with the descent of the God-abandoned game, many restaurants had closed down and there were even no delivery riders left. It was only at this time that Qin Xiaoyou thought of Qin Feng. In the past, when she was at home, Qin Feng always prepared delicious food for her every time, and it was all her favorite food. She didn't need to do anything, not even use her brain. She just needed to eat. But now, they had broken off relations. For a moment, Qin Xiaoyou was a bit unaccustomed to it. But soon, she gritted her teeth, it's just eating. Compared with freedom, it's nothing. At this time, Qin Feng had already put Qin Xiaoyou out of his mind. Just over an hour later, he had received the coordinates of 4 silver-level bosses and went to kill those 4 silver-level bosses one by one. Each kill could bring him 16 evolution points. Counting the loot obtained by using the Hand of Greed, if all were sold to the official, on average, the income from each silver-level boss could reach 3,000 to 4,000 days of tradable lifespan. After more than an hour, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town with a full load. He contacted the liaison arranged by the official and sold the silver-level and gold-level equipment and skill books in his backpack to the other party. He took a look at his inventory. Tradable lifespan, 105 years. This was nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. Quite a lot of things can be extracted now. But there's no rush. Qin Feng checked all his equipment. Now, all the equipment on his body was at least gold level. Weapon, the platinum level, ghost ship dual blades, dot. Clothes, the gold level, ghost fire leather armor, dot. Bracers, the gold level, heavy red leather gloves, dot. A necklace, the believer's pendant, gold, and 2 rings, the cursed ring, gold, and the lightness ring, platinum, dot. After killing these 4 silver-level bosses, Qin Feng also replaced his originally bronze-level leggings and inferior shoes. Instantaneous leather leggings, gold, assassin-type armor. Physical defense plus 15, all elemental resistances plus 12. Cooldown speed plus 35%. Equipment requirement, level 8-inch. Concealing boots, gold, assassin-type armor. Stealth time plus 20%, movement speed while in stealth plus 30%, damage when breaking stealth plus 35. Equipment requirement, level 9-inch. After changing these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's stealth ability became stronger. The cooldown speed also increased from 55% to 75%. The instant shadow slash that originally had a cooldown of 12 seconds now only needed 6.8 seconds, and his output ability skyrocketed further. Now I have 28,000 experience points. When I reach 50,000 experience points, I can have my first class advancement. Before going to the continent, I must advance my class once and make my stealth level reach level 3. Qin Feng planned in his mind. There were no platinum level bosses in the initial town. But after going to the continent, Qin Feng was bound to go for the first kill of a platinum level boss. And platinum level bosses usually had at least a level 2 anti-stealth level. So if he didn't increase his stealth level by 1 level, Qin Feng would have some trouble dealing with platinum level bosses. After all, platinum level bosses were designed to be bosses that required a team to defeat. Usually, it would take 30 or 40 people to consider taking them on. Just then, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, a young man with shifty eyes ran towards him. "Are you Shadow? I have an assassination order here. Do you want to take it? Don't worry, the reward won't be low," the young man said in a low voice, looking sneaky. Qin Feng took a look at him and turned around to leave. As a result, the young man with triangular eyes got a bit anxious. "Wait, don't go. It's just to kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address. You even killed Song Fei. This should be easy for you." Hearing this, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. Kill Qin Feng? Good grief. Qin Feng took a look at the other party and asked, "What did this person do to offend you that you're willing to pay so much to kill him?" The young man with triangular eyes looked around furtively and whispered, "Don't worry about that. Anyway, the reward won't be less. As long as you complete it, I'll give you 3,000 days of lifespan." 3,000 days, which was equivalent to about 50 million at the current price. The other party's offer was quite high. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng was difficult to kill, but because of Shadow's status as the number 1 in the world. Interesting. Who wants to kill me? Or is it hiring Shadow to kill me? Qin Feng felt like laughing, but in this situation, it was obvious that someone wanted to harm him. Qin Feng was sure that he had never seen this young man with triangular eyes before, so this person should just be a runner. The one who really wanted to kill Qin Feng was someone else. At this time, there aren't many people who have grudges against me and can offer such a high price. If it was the identity of Shadow, then he had offended quite a few people. But for Qin Feng, this real-world identity shouldn't have been targeted so early. So, this was an enmity that existed before the God-abandoned game descended. Is it Qian Shishir? Qin Feng quickly thought of her. The daughter of the chairman of Qian's group, that woman who always went crazy playing with foreigners and held parties every day. After thinking about it, Qin Feng thought that only this woman had both the motive and the financial resources to hire someone to kill him. Good grief, I haven't gone to look for you yet, but you've come to me first. Qin Feng felt it was absurd. He knew this woman's thoughts very clearly. This order was completely just to get to know Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, that was just a side thing. Otherwise, if she really wanted to kill him, even before the God-abandoned game descended, with Qian Shishir's ability, she had ways to do it. There was no need to wait until now and spend as much as 50 million. After thinking of these things, Qin Feng took a look at the young man with triangular eyes and said, "All right, I'll take this order. Pay half of the deposit first. Besides, when I'll make the move is up to me." The young man with triangular eyes was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. "You've agreed. But for half of the deposit, I need to ask for instructions from above." Soon, the young man with triangular eyes sent a trade invitation. Sure enough, he put up 1,500 days of lifespan. For Qin Feng, this amount of lifespan was nothing, but there was no reason to refuse it. Soon, the trade was completed. Qin Feng showed a playful smile and thought to himself, I've taken the deposit first. But the one I'm going to kill isn't Qin Feng, but you, Qian Shishir. Despicable. Shameless. Qin Feng didn't care about these. For him, he only needed to do two things. First, become stronger. Second, send all his enemies to hell. Chapter 54, Plague Wraith. I'm showing my hand. After receiving 1,500 days of lifespan, the young men with triangular eyes sent over the address of Qin Feng. Shan Shui impression. It's really where I live. Qin Feng calmly turned around and left. Qian Shishir was already his next target. Now it seemed that he would have to get rid of this woman a bit earlier. After all, in the real world, the only one who could pose a threat to Qin Feng was this woman. Immediately after that, he continued to set up his stall to buy the coordinates of bosses. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening now. The levels of players in many places had already reached level 9, just one step away from level 10. When the number of level 10 players in the Jiangai city area reached 7, Qin Feng would leave the initial town and head for the continent at the first opportunity. Compared with the daytime, the atmosphere in the town was obviously different now. Since Firefly Town was one of the earlier towns, the levels of local players were relatively high, and many fixed small groups had already formed. A female player wearing silver armor walked over to Qin Feng with her long legs in big strides. Big brother, I have the coordinates of a gold-level boss here. Do you want to buy them? The female player's voice was quite pleasant. To be precise, it was a bit sultry. Qin Feng looked up and saw a good-looking female player. Her class should be in the warrior series. She was tall and had a nice appearance, with a typical oval face. Especially her eyes seemed to be able to send out electric signals. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was her code name, Milk White Snow. All in all, she was quite a character. Qin Feng calmly said, 100 days. I'll pay when I see the boss. The female player pointed in the direction north of the town. Okay. Then follow me. It's a bit far. Qin Feng got up. First, tell me, what's the boss's name? The other party thought for a while and said, it's called the Plague Encircler. Is that okay? Qin Feng nodded. Okay. The Plague Encircler was indeed a gold-level boss and was rather difficult to fight. Especially for a lone wolf like Qin Feng, it was even more challenging. Because this boss had a poisonous aura. As long as you were within a certain range of it, you would continuously lose health points every second. If Qin Feng fought it alone, he didn't have any recovery ability for now. To deal with this boss, he had to defeat it as quickly as possible. Of course, Qin Feng had the confidence to do so. Hearing that Qin Feng said it was okay, the long-legged girl hesitated and asked, can you do it alone? Do you want to bring a healer? That boss has area of effect poison damage. Qin Feng shook his head, no need. Just lead the way. If he wanted to bring a healer, Qin Feng could just call Guishue over. The healing and support ability of the White Bird Priest was definitely far beyond that of ordinary priests. However, as long as the damage was high enough to kill the boss in an instant, what was the need for a priest? The damage of the Plague Encircler wasn't enough to pose a big threat to Qin Feng. As long as he didn't take its single-target skills. Soon, Milk White Snow led the way in front. Qin Feng followed behind. It had to be said that this woman walked in a very charming way. In one word, she was enchanting. Following the river outside the town, the two of them soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Milk White Snow pointed inside the cave. The boss is in the cave. My team members have already cleared all the small monsters, but we couldn't defeat the boss. I'll take you in. She continued to walk in front. Inside the cave, there were some stones emitting weak light embedded in the stone walls, allowing people to barely see the path in the cave. Soon, they came to a spacious cave the size of a football field. Qin Feng saw that there was a section of gray-brown dry tree trunk in the middle of the cave. Around the dry tree trunk, within a radius of 50 meters, gray-brown gas was spreading. Once you got close, you would receive poison damage equal to 1% of your health points per second. If I remember correctly, this kind of poison damage can be dodged. Then the 75% dodge rate of Ghostly Blur will be very useful. Qin Feng briefly recalled the skills of this boss. He made a trade with Milk White Snow, gave her 100 days of lifespan, and then was about to make a move. However, just at this moment, Milk White Snow hesitated and called out to him, "Hey, big brother. There's something I need to remind you of. Actually, this is a trap. As soon as you start fighting, someone will come to kill you soon. I remember they have items with a level 2 anti-stealth effect." Qin Feng had already disappeared into stealth. Hearing this, his voice came from inside the cave in front, "It doesn't matter." Milk White Snow said helplessly, "That's not the key. The key is in the plan. I'll stop those people and then take the opportunity to get to know you, big brother. Finally, I'll find a chance to find out your real information in the real world." Qin Feng was a bit speechless. What a stupid plan. Milk White Snow, big brother, I'm being honest with you. Don't hold a grudge against me. Go after the person behind me. It seemed that Qin Feng's killing of Song Fei still had some deterrent effect. At least this woman didn't dare to provoke Qin Feng. Instead, she honestly explained the situation to Qin Feng. Qin Feng reappeared beside her and asked her, "Who's behind you?" The female warrior was holding a long knife in her hand, looking a bit hesitant. But in the end, she made up her mind, "It's Dongfang Xian. His game ID in the God Abandoned game is Xianyun. He said that you killed him once, big brother. Big brother, since you can kill Song Fei, you can definitely kill him too, right? I'm being so honest with you. You can't sell me out. It's best to kill Dongfang Xian. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble." Dongfang Xian. Xianyun. Qin Feng remembered now and had a bit of an impression. Wasn't he the leader of that group of players who wanted to snatch the gold ghost ship boss from him? He even sent a chisel strike skill book later, pretending to seek forgiveness, but then he was playing such underhanded tricks behind his back. In my previous life, I don't think I heard of this guy. Either he didn't develop well or he was killed off early in the game. Come to think of it, it makes sense. In the early stage of this game, he was snatching monsters everywhere and provoking others. It would be strange if he wasn't killed by someone. Another name was added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to Milk White Snow, "Then play along with their plan and let their people come over." Qin Feng hadn't killed anyone in the game for quite a while. The flower curse hadn't even been used yet. It would be best if more people came. Qin Feng could harvest more lifespan. "Okay, big brother." Milk White Snow quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, Qin Feng charged towards the level 10 gold level boss, the Plague Encircler. Since he needed to finish the battle quickly, Qin Feng directly activated the active effect of Graceful Liberation. Then he used the Instant Shadow Slash. Countless flashes of the blade burst out and bloomed on that section of the dry tree trunk in an instant. -6345, weak point attack. In the center of the trunk of the Plague Encircler, there was a strange smiling face, and the two eye marks on the smiling face were both weak points. Due to the weak point amplification effect of Graceful Liberation, 1/3 of the strikes of the Instant Shadow Slash hit the weak points. Moreover, the active effect of the legendary skill, Graceful Liberation, was Throat Slit. It caused an additional 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Equivalent to a total of 450% additional damage. With one Graceful Liberation plus Instant Shadow Slash, 3 seconds later, the boss's health bar had only 1/3 left. One skill dealt a total of over 80,000 damage. Seeing this scene, the female warrior, Milk White Snow, instantly narrowed her pupils. What the hell? One skill took away 2/3 of the health of a gold level boss. Is this even human? Chapter 55, This man is so terrifying. Seeing this astonishing scene, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. It was a gold level boss. It was said that when this boss was found, Dongfang Xian had gathered 3 teams with a total of 18 people to fight it. However, just half a minute after the fight started, they were all wiped out. The tanks couldn't hold on, and the healers couldn't keep up with the healing. The continuous poison damage of that boss was too high. Most importantly, the 18 people from the 3 teams surrounded and attacked the boss together, but by the time they were all wiped out, they had only taken away less than 5% of the boss's health bar. But now, with just one move by Shadow, the boss's health bar dropped by 2/3. Damn it. Are we playing the same game? Milk White Snow couldn't help but swear. She stared at the boss's health bar with her beautiful eyes wide open. However, what she didn't know was that after using one skill, Qin Feng had already retreated from the boss and stayed more than 50 meters away from it in just 3 seconds. The cooldown of the active effect of Graceful Liberation was currently 25 seconds. With a 75% cooldown speed bonus, the final cooldown was 14.3 seconds. In other words, after waiting for another 14.3 seconds, Qin Feng could kill that boss. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He hid in stealth beside the boss, waiting for Dongfang Xian's people to come and deliver themselves to death. As for the boss, it was just a section of a tree trunk. When Qin Feng was in stealth and couldn't be found, the boss just kept spraying poison in place. All kinds of green and gray poisonous mists rose from the tree trunk and spread around. There were also some bursts of poisonous liquid, splashing around in puddles. Even Qin Feng would be seriously injured or even killed if he took these damages now. Not to mention other players. If they really wanted to forcefully kill the Plague Encircler, at least a team with a full set of silver equipment and a healer with quite a number of skills would be needed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight it head-on. And now, those players hadn't even seen a few pieces of bronze equipment, let alone silver equipment. What's more, most players didn't even have a complete set of common equipment. With this kind of equipment, they still wanted to fight a gold-level boss. Soon, a series of messy footsteps came from outside the cave passage. It should be that the people prepared by the other side had arrived. Everyone, get ready. Enter the cave, kill the boss. If anyone tries to stop us, kill them without mercy. The voice of the person in the lead sounded a bit familiar. Qin Feng hid in stealth beside the passage and took a look under the dim light in the cave. He was amused. It was actually Iron Man. Is this guy still hanging out with Dongfang Xian? It seems that he's still not convinced after I killed him several times. However, their plan was to let Milk White Snow help me stop these people and take the opportunity to get close to me. Qin Feng was still a bit puzzled. Was Milk White Snow that powerful in combat? Iron Man had brought over 10 people in. Could she really stop them? Qin Feng soon found out. He saw this woman take out a large shield and block in front of Iron Man and the others. Damn it, a gold-level shield. No wonder with this defense. Qin Feng was even shocked. At this stage, it was impossible for this woman to kill a gold-level boss. Most likely, she had encountered a divine blessing in the wild and opened a gold-level treasure chest. When Iron Man led the people to charge over, they saw Milk White Snow blocking in front. When they launched attacks at her, all of them were blocked by her gold-level shield. Each attack could only take away at most 5 health points from her, and most of the attacks couldn't even break through her defense. And she was currently at level 7. As a warrior, her health points were as high as over 2,000. It would take Iron Man and the others at least 1 or 2 minutes to kill her. Mainly because the passage was too narrow, and not many people could attack her at the same time. Qin Feng didn't bother to think too much about it. When Iron Man and the others showed up, he directly appeared behind Milk White Snow. In the stealth state, he used the Instant Shadow Slash. Now, the cooldown of Qin Feng's Instant Shadow Slash was just a little over 6 seconds. By the time Iron Man and the others arrived, it had already been cooled down long ago. Immediately after that, countless flashes of the blade could be seen in the passage. The more than 10 people on the other side were just crowded in this passage and were all caught by Qin Feng's one skill. Minus 6,597, weak point attack. Qin Feng turned around and saw a screen full of damage numbers. But most of the people just had one damage number pop up and then died. Only Iron Man, with relatively high health points and defense, didn't die after taking one strike of the Instant Shadow Slash. However, this skill of Qin Feng had a total of 9 strikes. In just an instant, Iron Man and the more than 10 people were all wiped out. Flower Curse. At this stage, Qin Feng was completely invincible in PvP battles in the game. After dealing with them, he raised his hand and cast the Flower Curse on Iron Man and the others. Scarlet flowers bloomed one by one from the corpses on the ground and began to absorb their tradable lifespan. Big brother, can we add each other as friends? Later, I'll explain it to Dongfang Xian. Milk White Snow put away her shield, gasped for breath, and requested. She looked at the scarlet flowers all over the ground and felt a chill run down her spine. The invisible man in front of her was too terrifying. At this time, she was a bit lucky. If she had really listened to Dongfang Xian, got close to Shadow, and tried to find out his real information, she might have ended up in a very miserable situation. Actually, she was originally going to follow Dongfang Xian's instructions. But when she saw how horribly Song Fei was killed, she immediately got scared. In the God Abandoned game, if it was just about lifespan, she wouldn't be that worried. But now it was rumored that the abilities in the God Abandoned game might be used in the real world. Facing a global #1 assassin who came and went without a trace, who wouldn't be afraid? Okay. Qin Feng accepted the friend request. Later, I'll ask you about Dongfang Xian's location in the real world. Just tell me through private chat. Milk White Snow breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll be waiting. Big brother, if you need any services, you can also look for me. It's free. Qin Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. So this woman was that kind of person. No wonder she was so sultry. However, to be honest, for some otaku, this kind of woman was indeed more charming and even deadly. Graceful liberation. Instant shadow slash. Qin Feng returned to the boss's room, bypassed several puddles of green poisonous liquid sprayed out by the Plague Encircler, and launched a combo. This boss only had 1/3 of its health left. Since Qin Feng had been in the stealth state all the time, it had just been spraying poison in place, and within a radius of 50 meters around it, there was all poisonous mist and liquid. Fortunately, Qin Feng's output was of the burst type. With 2 consecutive, instant shadow slashes, he directly killed it. You have killed the Plague Encircler, LV10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of lifespan, tradable. That section of gray-brown tree root fell to the ground, dropping a bunch of loot. What a poor thing. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. Of course, he wasn't talking about this boss, but Iron Man and those people. This gold-level boss gave 555 days of tradable lifespan even before using the Hand of Greed. As for Iron Man and those people, Qin Feng had used the Flower Curse to drain all their lifespan, and in total, it was only a little over 300 days. As for the non-tradable lifespan, these guys should be running out of it too, right? Even in this situation, they didn't quietly farm monsters but came out to cause trouble. I'm really impressed. Qin Feng naturally didn't have the slightest bit of pity for these people. After sending Milk White Snow away, he then returned to the boss's corpse and used the Hand of Greed. Qin Feng was still looking forward to the drops from the gold level boss, because it almost always dropped something of the platinum level. When a pile of loot was looted from around the boss and Qin Feng picked them up, his eyes lit up immediately. It's been a long time since I saw an assassin skill book. Finally, another one has dropped. Chapter 56, The Advancement of the Shadow Class. The Opening of the Continental Passage. Qin Feng checked the skill book in his hand. Darkest Hour, Platinum Level, Assassin Type Skill. Unleash a dark light from the blade in your hand to blind all enemies within the range. Cooldown, 60, 34.3 seconds. Required level, 10 inch. Range, 20 meters. Base duration, 10 seconds, the higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the duration. Simply put, it was a blinding skill. Doesn't this just match the characteristics of my class? As long as the enemies are blinded, even if I'm not in the stealth state, I can still trigger double damage. Of course, this blinded status could be dispelled. If it was in PvP, one had to pay attention to whether the opponent had a healer with group dispel skills or support classes like paladins or priests. When used to fight bosses, it was quite useful. Even if the boss had relatively high spirit attributes, it wouldn't be a problem to last for 3 to 5 seconds against a boss of the same level. There was only one thing to note. Bosses had resistance to the same negative effects. If the first blinding lasted for 5 seconds, the second one might only last for 3 seconds, and the third one would be even shorter. Learn it. Qin Feng learned the Darkest Hour skill. Besides that, he also looted a higher-level platinum-level assassin weapon from the corpse of the Plague Encircler. Plague Blade, Platinum, Assassin-type weapon. Attack power plus 216, agility plus 42. Weak point attack multiplier plus 0.3. Equipment requirement, level 10 inch. Unique effect, any of your attacks will be accompanied by poison, which will burst out 3 seconds later and deal 50% of the damage of that attack. The effect of this unique effect was equivalent to increasing any damage by 50%. It was just that the damage would be settled 3 seconds later. In comparison, Qin Feng's previous, Ghost Ship Dual Blades, had a unique effect that each normal attack would cause 2 damages. I'm not playing the normal attack build for now. Just switch to the Plague Blade directly. Qin Feng changed his weapon. As for the Platinum level Ghost Ship Dual Blades, for other assassins, they were already weapons of the Artifact level. At this stage, having a Platinum level weapon would at least double or even triple the output of other assassins. It wouldn't be a problem to sell it for 3,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng took a look at the remaining loot. Since there was nothing else that assassins could use, he put them all away. Then came the evolution points. Previously, the 4 silver level bosses, plus this gold level Plague Encircler, and sometimes killing some small monsters along the way had made Qin Feng's evolution points accumulate to 98 points. The damage is enough for now, and there's no rush to evolve the Darkest Hour. I can save them up first and continue to evolve the epic level Hand of Greed to the legendary level. Qin Feng checked the skill list. Shadow Concealment, Platinum needed 13 points to evolve. Backstab Enhancement, Emerald needed 21 points to evolve. Hand of Greed, Epic needed 210 points to evolve. Poison Dart, Emerald needed 13 points to evolve. Instant Shadow Slash, Epic needed 210 points to evolve. Ghostly Blur, Epic needed 80 points to evolve. Graceful Liberation, Legendary needed 200 points to evolve. Black Light Shield, Epic needed 50 points to evolve. In addition, there were 3 skills, namely, Flower Curse, Chisel Strike, and Darkest Hour, that hadn't been evolved yet. Keep killing monsters. The number of bosses in each initial town was relatively limited. Qin Feng didn't continue to buy the coordinates of bosses either. Most of the bosses in Firefly Town had already been killed, and it would take a long time for them to respawn. I'm short of over 10,000 experience points. Just kill small monsters directly. Qin Feng changed to the Plague Blade. With higher agility attributes and faster speed, he arrived at the coastline in just over 10 minutes. He continued to kill level 10 monsters. Each small monster gave 100 experience points. In total, killing a little over 100 of them would be enough to gather 50,000 experience points, which was enough for his first class advancement. Unfortunately, the monsters in the God Abandoned game don't respawn infinitely and quickly like in ordinary online games. Otherwise, I could level up in no time. It wasn't easy to find monsters on the map. For example, the lobster-shaped, crimson-armored one was hard to spot with the naked eye as it was basically buried in the sand. Fortunately, Qin Feng was alone. In the eyes of these monsters, he was an easy target. As long as he passed by nearby, there would be monsters sneaking up on him. Since they came close, they naturally couldn't leave and were directly killed by Qin Feng with one strike. In this way, it was until 8:30 in the evening. Qin Feng finally gathered 50,000 experience points. It required 100,000 experience points to level up to level 11, so there was no rush for that. In comparison, these 50,000 experience points, when used for the first class advancement, would bring a more obvious improvement in strength. Your Shadow class has advanced. Current, 0 order First Order. Class attribute bonuses, Strength 3-9, Constitution 3-9, Agility 8-24, Spirit 5-15. Class passive 1, the duration of stealth is doubled. New addition, you can use stealth skills while in the stealth state. Class passive 2, +1/+2 stealth level. Class passive 3, when launching an attack outside the enemy's field of vision, the damage of that attack is doubled, 2 times damage 3 times damage. Relying solely on leveling up, upgrading equipment, and skills wouldn't get you far in the God Abandoned game. Because it was difficult to level up, and there were mostly upper limits for equipment and skills. After reaching level 10, class advancement was also a crucial part of improving strength. Originally, the attribute bonuses of Qin Feng's Shadow class were Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 8, and Spirit 5 respectively. When his class advanced to the First Order, the bonuses in terms of attributes were tripled. Finally, I can be in permanent stealth. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he saw the new effect of the first class passive. Originally, all stealth skills couldn't be used during the duration of stealth. In other words, even if the duration of stealth was longer than the cooldown time, you had to wait until the stealth ended before you could continue to release stealth skills. But now, Qin Feng could release stealth skills while in the stealth state. In other words, as long as he didn't launch an attack, he could be in permanent stealth now. As the only hidden class, the Shadow class might seem rather ordinary in the early stage, but its abilities in the later stage are definitely not weak. Qin Feng was quite optimistic about the prospects of this class. After this class advanced once, it indeed added one level to the stealth level. Moreover, the damage of attacks launched outside the field of vision had also increased from the original 2 times to 3 times. The damage is higher now. Just in time to go to the continent and aim for the first kill of a platinum-level boss. Qin Feng took a look at the time. It was 8:30 in the evening. At this time, quite a number of players had reached level 10. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, apart from him, the players who reached level 10 first were not the North American players in his previous life's memory. Instead, they were players from Jiangai City. And there were several level 10 players at once. Of course, these level 10 players were all familiar faces. Not bad. It seems that selling so many equipment and skill books is also beneficial to me. The faster the players in Jiangai City level up, the earlier I can go to the continent. Qin Feng smiled. Just when he completed his class advancement, a system prompt also came. The number of level 10 players in the Jiangai City area had reached 7, and the passage to the godforsaken continent was finally opened. All players who had reached level 10 could return to the town and be teleported unidirectionally to the godforsaken continent. Chapter 57, Arriving at the Continent. The Ruins of Jiangai City. While Qin Feng was on his way back to the town, the whole world had already changed drastically in this short period of time. In the Jiangai City area, including Qin Feng, exactly 7 players had reached level 10. On the surface, Qin Feng was at the same level as them, but he had an extra 50,000 experience points for class advancement compared to them. These 50,000 experience points were something that many players might not be able to obtain even in a day or two. Therefore, Qin Feng's growth was actually several times that of other players. Meanwhile, in other regions around the world, there were also players who had reached level 10. In Los Angeles, North America, a former professional player of shooting games was the first to reach level 10 and announced a shocking piece of news. The equipment, skills, and levels in the God-abandoned game could actually be extracted to the real world by consuming tradable lifespan. And then, a blonde female singer from a Western country also reached level 10 and announced the same news. Besides that, there were also players from India, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Russia. The same news spread all over the world. Instantly, it set the whole world on fire. Fuck you. The abilities in the God-abandoned game can be extracted to the real world. What a good thing. As soon as I reach level 10, I'll start looting right away. So, that little star named Song Fei in the Great Xia was really killed by Shadow. Yes, Shadow was the first to reach level 10. He must have extracted the stealth skill. It's so terrifying. Then he can kill people as he wishes. Hurry up and extract the anti-stealth skill. Without anti-stealth ability, the world will become the domain of assassins. How can everyone have anti-stealth ability? We must stick together. Wait, why did Shadow kill Song Fei? It said that it was because they had a conflict over snatching a boss in the game. For a while, billions of people around the world were plunged into a state of panic. The official organizations of various countries launched some emergency actions. The most important thing, of course, was to let the official police and military enter the God-abandoned game and level up as quickly as possible. With the large amount of tradable lifespan purchased in the early stage, the official organizations of various countries still had a certain degree of control for now and wouldn't lose control in a short time. In Jiangai City, Dajiang Industrial was hit by legal strikes due to being suspected of illegal detention, running casinos, and organ trafficking. At the same time, Song Fei had had sexual relations with underage female fans many times and even instigated fans to take drugs. And the reason why Shadow killed Song Fei and Jiangli was that he was entrusted by the official. Qin Feng chatted with Milk White Snow a little while on his way back to the town and learned about this. He was suddenly a bit speechless. The official is really good at whitewashing me. Is it to make it more convenient to cooperate with me in the future? Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Jiangli for a moment. However, come to think of it, the crimes that the official pinned on Song Fei and Dajiang Industrial, they might not have been framed. It was very likely that they had actually done these things, but it just hadn't been exposed before. All in all, these two were already things of the past. Whether it was Song Fei or the once powerful Dajiang Industrial, they had both become history at the very beginning of this life. Even the official took the initiative to come forward and whitewash Qin Feng. Dongfang Xian is currently at level 7. He doesn't plan to log off yet. Alright, contact me when he logs off and tell me his location at the same time. Qin Feng finished talking to Milk White Snow and closed the private chat window. He maintained his stealth state, returned to the town, and came to the teleportation room under the square. Now his stealth was even smoother. He didn't need to find a certain position like before. He just had to wait for the cooldown of the shadow concealment skill to end, then directly use it to refresh the duration of stealth and easily achieve permanent stealth. When he came to the teleportation room, he saw many players coming and going, but he didn't see the other level 10 players. In Jiangai City, there were 7 people who had reached level 10 for now. Grey Rose, Gui Shue, Lin Liu, and the sharp-eyed archer and card master from Wang Meng's team. As for Wang Meng and Yu, these two official personnel were delayed because they had quite a lot of things to deal with, but it probably wouldn't take them too long to reach level 10. After they reach level 10, they all have to rush back from the leveling spots. Their speed must be slower than mine. Qin Feng didn't plan to wait for these people. Instead, he directly walked onto the teleportation array and chose to head for the godforsaken continent. I still have quite a lot of things on me that haven't been sold yet, but it doesn't matter. Once I'm on the continent, I can look for a shelter and store things there. It will be much more convenient. Now, there was a special teleportation array in this teleportation room. Besides the teleportation arrays between towns, there was also a continental teleportation array that only level 10 players could use. On the town teleportation array, many players were queuing up, while the continental teleportation array was naturally left unattended. Qin Feng stepped forward and directly activated it. Do you want to go to the godforsaken continent? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. As a burst of white light lit up and surrounded him, the light of the activated teleportation array directly attracted the attention of everyone around. Damn it, the continental teleportation array has been activated. I don't see anyone. Who's teleporting? Come on, of course it's Shadow, the big shot. No, I have a level 2 anti-stealth level now. Why can't I see him? Idiot, that means the big shot's stealth level is higher than level 2. Amid the envious and jealous looks of a group of players, the continental teleportation array was activated and teleported the invisible Qin Feng away directly. You know, currently, most players were basically at level 3, 5. A few players could reach level 6, 8. As for those who could reach level 10, there were only a little over 100 in the whole world. In the eyes of ordinary people, let alone level 10, even level 6 or 7 was considered a big shot. The godforsaken continent. This was an infinitely vast and dilapidated world. In the ruins of a city in the east, a flash of white teleportation light passed, and an invisible existence arrived here. This was a city ruin covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. Sure enough, just like in my previous life. It's the ruins of Jiangai City that I'm familiar with. Qin Feng maintained his stealth state and appeared in the center of the city ruin. He looked around, saw the familiar scenes, and felt a bit emotional. There were dilapidated building debris everywhere, and wandering monsters could be vaguely seen among the ruins. In the center of the ruins was a huge statue over 10 meters high, which was a stoneman without eyes. In fact, this was an epic-level boss, but it hadn't met the activation conditions yet. Players from each city who came to the godforsaken continent would appear in the ruins of their respective cities. And the geographical locations of these city ruins were highly consistent with the locations of cities in the real world. Regarding what exactly the godforsaken land was, there had been too many speculations by too many people in the 9 years of the previous life, but none of the theories could be confirmed. The ruins of Jiangai City. This is the place that will accommodate millions of players in the next 9 years and be used as a base by millions of players from Jiangai City. The god-abandoned game has no warehouses, and NPCs are rarely seen. If you want to store items and develop guilds, you need a base, that is, a shelter. The best shelter in the ruins of Jiangai City is the shelter of my Slaying God Guild. Qin Feng didn't stand there in a daze. He quickly ran towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he planned to monopolize the shelter with the best location and the largest space. Not long after he left, beside the statue of the stone man without eyes in the center of the city ruins, several more flashes of white light appeared. Gui Shue, Lin Liu, and others were teleported here together. Wow, this ruin is so big. It said that Shadow, Big Brother, was teleported here a few minutes ago. I don't know where he went. Be careful, Shuer. There's a monster beside you. Chapter 58 knew he was fierce, but didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Since they didn't know the situation of the godforsaken continent. Gui Shue, Lin Liu, and Wang Meng, they all agreed to teleport here together. Sure enough. As soon as their team of 6 was teleported to the center of the ruins, 2 monster-like stone statues appeared behind them and rushed towards them to attack. Earthshaker, LV-11. Grade, Common. Although they were just 2 small monsters, Wang Meng and the others didn't dare to be careless at all. Raise your shields. Wang Meng was wearing a gold-level armor and holding a silver-level shield. He immediately blocked in front of the 2 Earthshakers. The others lined up behind him. The white owl on Gui Shue's shoulder immediately flew out and released a white light, which landed on Wang Meng, adding a layer of defense bonus to him. Boom. Boom. The 2 humanoid stone statue Earthshakers rushed over with great force. When they got close to Wang Meng, they directly stomped on the ground and actually sent Wang Meng flying. At the same time, 2 heavy punches landed on Wang Meng's body. 2 astonishing damage numbers popped up from Wang Meng's body. Gui Shue frowned slightly. She slightly raised her hand, and the gold-level staff in her hand released a ray of light to start healing Wang Meng. Meanwhile, a fire element area of effect skill with an additional attack power of 150 points was released from Lin Liu's hand. A fireball fell from the sky and hit both Earthshakers at the same time. Lin Liu's damage was top-notch among the current players. After all, more than half of the equipment on her was gold-level or even platinum-level equipment from Qin Feng. But compared to Qin Feng, she was still more than 1 level behind. With just 1 skill, she only took away about 1/10 of the small monster's health. This monster can be controlled. I'll stun them, the card master uncle in the team said in a deep voice. Xiaogu, let your all fly into the sky to check the surrounding terrain and make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Gui Shue nodded, and the snow-white owl quickly flew into the sky. After more than a minute, they managed to kill the 2 small monsters with some difficulty. The information from Gui Shue's exploration made their faces turn a bit ugly. So, there's no safe zone in this place at all. There are monsters everywhere. And our fight just now has already attracted the attention of some monsters. All of a sudden, Wang Meng and the others realized. The God-abandoned game was completely different from ordinary online games. Damn it, this was a survival game. Compared to Wang Meng and them, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. With a stealth level of level 3, he could easily move through groups of monsters. The monsters within the ruins of Jiangai City are not too strong yet. The highest anti-stealth level is only level 2. After I first get a firm foothold in the ruins and find a good shelter, I'll explore the ruins and find some bosses to kill. Of course, Qin Feng didn't waste the cooldown of his skills either. When he passed by some groups of monsters, he directly used the instant shadow slash. Even without the active effect of graceful liberation, the total damage of the 9 strikes of the instant shadow slash could reach more than 20 or 30,000. It was completely a one-hit kill for these small monsters. Now, there were no other players in the whole ruin. There were monsters everywhere. For Qin Feng, it was like paradise. He moved towards his target location all the way, killing ordinary monsters in an instant along the way. The hand of greed was hardly ever stopped. When he arrived at the target location over 20 kilometers away, the number of his evolution points had increased from 98 to 115. Moreover, he also picked up a higher-level, Shadow Concealment, skill book. Skills with the same name had a fixed grade. For example, the Shadow Concealment skill was of a fixed, inferior quality. However, the same skills also had different level distinctions. For example, what Qin Feng obtained now was the level 10, Shadow Concealment. Learning the skill book will overwrite my original level 1, Shadow Concealment. However, correspondingly, to upgrade the shadow concealment in the real world to level 10, more tradable lifespan needs to be supplemented. With a bit of an experimental mindset, Qin Feng learned the skill book. You have learned Shadow Concealment, level 10. Your Shadow Concealment, level 1, has been overwritten. Shadow Concealment, Platinum. Required level 110, enter a stealth state that lasts for 24-36 seconds. Damage when breaking stealth 150-300. Cooldown 12.6 seconds. The cooldown hadn't decreased, but the duration of stealth and the damage when breaking stealth had been greatly increased. Fortunately, although it's an inferior skill book, my Shadow Concealment had already evolved to the Platinum level long ago. So after being overwritten, this skill is still at the Platinum level. Qin Feng took another look at his attribute panel. Now I have 110 years of lifespan, which is a little over 40,000 days. I'll extract the abilities all at once when I go to deal with Dongfang Xian. Qin Feng closed the attribute panel. He hid his figure and looked at a patch of residential ruins in front of him. No one knew that under this patch of ruins, there was an underground palace covering an area of more than 1,200 mu. This underground palace was about the same size as Jiangai Normal University in the real world. There were thousands of rooms for rest alone, and there were dozens of hall areas. If this underground palace could be occupied, no matter how much equipment or wealth there was, it could all be stored. In the God Abandoned game, there were many such ready-made shelters. The official name was Hideout. Of course, players could also try to build them by themselves, but it would require a huge amount of materials. It was even more difficult than reaching the sky to build a shelter covering thousands of mu. However, the larger the hideout you want to occupy, the stronger the guardian you need to defeat. I still remember in my previous life, after I established the Slaying God Guild, I gathered 3 teams with a total of 18 people and reached level 15 before coming to capture this palace. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He directly found a staircase in this patch of ruins and walked down along it. His target was a level 15 platinum level boss. There were also quite a number of small monsters ranging from level 12 to 15 on the way, and even some small bosses. This underground palace, which was originally prepared for a powerful team, Qin Feng planned to explore it alone. When Qin Feng walked down along the staircase for about 15 meters, it was already pitch black all around. Suddenly, a stone door in front opened. When the hideout was unoccupied, this stone door would open for anyone who came. But when a player occupied it, others could only open this stone door by violent destruction. Summon, Devout Believer. Qin Feng used the gold level believer's pendant at the stone door to summon a silver level believer. Guard the door. This silver level devout believer, as a summoned creature, had an unlimited duration. As long as it wasn't killed, it would always exist. It was perfect for guarding the door. Then, Qin Feng entered the stone door in stealth and heard a system prompt. You have arrived at the Soul Cleansing Land hideout. Defeat the regional guardian, and you will possess this region. What came into Qin Feng's view was a spacious hall. In the hall, more than 10 level 12 common small monsters were wandering around. Surging Spirit, Overloading Spirit, Burning Spirit. These were all conscious bodies formed by the convergence of elemental energy. Darkest Hour. Qin Feng directly released the skill. The plague blade in his hand released a black flash, causing all the surrounding small monsters to fall into the blinded state. First, he used an instant shadow slash to deal with 7 or 8 monsters in a straight line. Then, taking advantage of all these small monsters being blinded and randomly throwing elemental attacks around, Qin Feng accurately avoided the attacks, waved the plague blade in his hand, and launched normal attacks on these small monsters. With the bonuses of class, weak point, and backstab, even with normal attacks, Qin Feng could hit a weak point with each strike, dealing nearly 3,000 damage and killing these level 12 small monsters in an instant. If it were other players, even an elite player team like Wang Meng's would be in extreme danger if they encountered so many elemental small monsters in a closed space. But Qin Feng, in an instant, he perfectly dealt with a total of 15 elemental small monsters. Loot and lifespan light spheres were scattered all over the hall. According to the number of monsters in this hideout, after clearing all the monsters in this place, my evolution points should be enough to evolve the Hand of Greed once more. Qin Feng was quite looking forward to it. When a skill evolved from the epic level to the legendary level, there would be a qualitative change. he didn't know what effect the Hand of Greed would evolve into when it reached the legendary level. Just when Qin Feng was about to fight his way through this underground palace. Outside, Wang Meng and the others were being chased around by monsters everywhere in the city ruins. Go, this way. It seems there aren't as many monsters here. Let's hide and don't make any noise. Wait, there are so many monster corpses in this yard. Led by Guishue's White Owl, the team of 6 quickly arrived at the area that Qin Feng had just passed by. Because the monsters in this area had just been killed by Qin Feng. Viewed from the sky, this area was very clean. When Wang Meng and the 6 of them fled here together, they saw patches of monster corpses in the ruins here. Instantly, the 6 of them were shocked. These monsters that could chase them around were being slaughtered like chicks in front of Shadow. Originally, they knew that Shadow was very powerful. But they never expected that he could be this exaggeratedly powerful. There are no monsters around here for now. Let's take a break, Guishue pursed her lips and said, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. And you looked at the monster corpses all over the ground and was quite emotional, as expected of Shadow, the big shot. I thought we were strong enough, but it turns out that we can only tremble under the big shot's crotch. Hearing her words, the faces of the other 5 people became a bit strange. Wang Meng coughed, Captain and, cough cough, watch your wording. And you widened her beautiful eyes, ah. Isn't my description appropriate? Chapter 59, Platinum, Level Boss, Soul, Purifier Facial. Relying on the buffer of the area cleared by Qin Feng, the 6 people including Wang Meng finally took a breather. It's so exaggerated. Why are there so many monsters in the godforsaken continent? Fortunately, the big shot cleared this area. Otherwise, we might all have died and gone back. I think it's better for just the 6 of us not to explore new areas for now. Let's wait until our respective team members all reach level 10 and then come up and act together. I'm a bit curious. Where will we resurrect if we die here? After chatting for a while, they had already developed a sense of awe towards the city ruin. Just now, dozens of monsters rushed over. If they hadn't run fast, they would have been corpses by now. Originally, each of the 6 people led their own team separately and brought quite a number of official players to level up. Since they could come to the continent now, they gathered together first to explore the way. Unexpectedly, this place was so dangerous. At this time, Guishue switched her perspective to her white owl again. The owl flew into the sky and carefully checked the nearby area, which made Guishue take a sharp breath again. These monsters really died in groups. So fierce. Ah, wait. There's gray light under several corpses in front. Could there be loot that the big shot didn't pick up? Guishue was surprised. Hearing this, and you guessed, maybe his backpack slots are not enough. Shadow is alone after all. With this monster-killing efficiency, he definitely can't hold a lot of things. Guishue nodded, there are a few gray things that haven't been picked up. Should we go and get them? Wang Meng said, wait a moment. I'll contact Shadow. Qin Feng was clearing the monsters in the soul-cleansing land all the way. When he was clearing the 4th room, he received a private message from Wang Meng, Big brother, we saw that you didn't pick up some things outside. How about we pick them up and pay you according to the price? Qin Feng quickly replied, okay. Due to having a space ring and later getting a 7-slot storage backpack as a drop, he had a total of 34 storage slots in total. But for Qin Feng, who had the Hand of Greed, 34 slots were hardly enough. On his way here, there were 5 pieces of grayish-white inferior equipment that he didn't pick up. In fact, those who could reach level 10 and come to the godforsaken continent wouldn't lack inferior equipment. As for inferior skill books, Qin Feng had picked them all up. Some skill books were still useful. Those 5 pieces of inferior equipment. Since Wang Meng wanted them and was willing to pay, he could just give them to him. I'll contact you again in an hour. There's a batch of equipment to sell. Qin Feng said this and closed the private chat window. He continued to clear the soul-cleansing land. His backpack was already full. Along the way, the loot dropped by monsters was scattered everywhere, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he killed the platinum-level boss, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for before that, if someone came to the entrance of the palace, Qin Feng would receive an early warning. After all, there was a silver-level devout believer guarding the door. Even if a stealthy player came over, to enter the soul-cleansing land, they would first have to open the stone door and would be discovered by the devout believer. When Qin Feng continued to kill monsters, Wang Meng and the others logged off. Regarding the situation of the godforsaken continent, they needed to report upward, not only to the Jiangai city official, but also to the higher-level official of the Great Xia Kingdom. After more than half an hour, not only in Jiangai city, but also in many other cities around the world, the passages to the godforsaken continent were opened. However, the news sent back by the players teleported to the continent was not good news but one piece of bad news after another. Our players from Shanghai arrived at the continent and found it was a city ruin. Our players from Chaoshan are the same. However, it's not the same city ruin. It seems that the landing points of players from each city on the continent are different. Damn it. The city ruin is full of monsters. I've already died twice. I can't take it anymore. I have to log off first. We have to wait until there are more people before we can explore new areas. Otherwise, it's just monsters torturing people. I'm a bit curious about how the world's number 1, Shadow, is doing. Seeing that he's still at level 10, he must not be having an easy time either, right? At this very moment, Qin Feng had already cleared all the small monsters in the underground palace of the Soul Cleansing Land. There were more than 40 halls in total, plus thousands of small rooms, and he had cleared them all. He had killed more than 400 small monsters alone. There were also 4 bronze-level bosses and 2 silver-level bosses. In total, they not only provided Qin Feng with more than 80,000 experience points but also made his evolution points soar all the way to 205 points. Ordinary players couldn't obtain these 80,000 experience points even after several days and nights. After all, ordinary players didn't dare to provoke a large number of monsters at all. They could only slowly look for single monsters to kill one by one. The efficiency could be imagined. I'm just short of 5 points to evolve the Hand of Greed. Just right. I just need to kill that platinum-level guardian boss. Qin Feng heard the sounds of elemental convergence, like electric current sounds, coming from the central direction of the entire underground palace. Qin Feng had stayed in this place for 9 years in his previous life. He was so familiar with it that he couldn't be more familiar. He skillfully turned several corners and moved towards the center. Soon, he arrived at an originally closed large room. This room was about 30 meters long and wide. In the middle, there was an altar, and on the altar, there was an elemental monster surrounded by lightning all over its body, in a humanoid form, and its whole body was composed of purple lightning. Soul, Purifier Facial, LV-15. Grade, Platinum level. Introduction, the Guardian of the Soul Cleansing Land. Defeat it, and you will become the owner of the Soul Cleansing Land. The highest level of monsters in the city ruin was level 15. This Soul, Purifier Facial, was already the highest level monster and the highest grade boss in the city ruin. I'm currently at level 10. There will be a certain damage reduction when dealing with this boss, but it doesn't affect much. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 health points and is divided into 3 stages in total. Most importantly, this boss had a level 2 anti-stealth ability. So Qin Feng had to raise his stealth level to level 3 before coming to find this guy. In my previous life, the single target lightning damage of this boss was too high. Even with a full set of gold level warrior equipment, I could hardly withstand it. But now, I don't need to withstand its single target skills at all. Qin Feng spun the plague blade in his hand, and his whole body was like a ghost as he instantly entered the room. Graceful Liberation. Instant Shadow Slash. Minus 9,669, weak point attack. When Qin Feng released the skill, he turned into an afterimage and passed through the boss's body, and then entered the stealth state again. The Soul, Purifier Facial, which was covered with thunder all over its body, had blue lightning flowing in its blue eyes. Before it could react, 9 damage numbers had already popped up one after another on its head. Moreover, its whole body was dyed a layer of green. The next second, another 9 even higher damage numbers popped up on the boss's head. This was the throat slit damage caused by the active effect of Graceful Liberation, and would last for 3 seconds. Chapter 60, Another First Kill. Qin Xiaoyu cried, "Why is this game so difficult?" On the thunderous body of the Soul, Purifier Facial, flashes of the blade kept blooming, and damage numbers constantly popped up on its head. It wanted to fight back immediately, but it couldn't find where the person who attacked it was. The single-target high-damage lightning attack that it was supposed to release couldn't be launched because there was no target. It could only raise its arms formed by lightning and unleash a large-area attack skill. There were as many as 100 bolts of lightning, condensing from the ceiling above and then falling towards the ground. These bolts of lightning took less than 0.3 seconds from condensing to striking down. Once hit, with Qin Feng's current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Moreover, when facing these lightning attacks, Qin Feng's 75% dodge chance didn't work. Because any skill and any attack of a boss above the platinum level had a hit correction. The hit correction of the soul purifier is definitely over 100%. That is to say, its hit rate against anyone is at least doubled. For example, for Qin Feng, with his current 75% dodge chance, the hit rate of ordinary monsters attacking him was only 25%. But for this soul purifier boss, the hit rate of its attacks on him would reach 50%, or even higher. After all, in his previous life, Qin Feng had only fought this boss once, and he wasn't very familiar with its specific attributes. All were just rough estimations. Fortunately, Qin Feng's agility attribute had reached 182 points after class advancement and changing to the Plague Blade. His full-speed running speed exceeded 40 meters per second. As long as he paid attention to observation and dodged before the lightning was fully condensed, he could avoid being hit by these bolts of lightning. This skill was almost impossible for all players at this stage. Even if their agility was doubled, it would be impossible for them to avoid this wave of thunder attacks without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had already made him develop the habit of dodging skills. There were even more outrageous bosses in the later stage. The attacks of this one were nothing at all. In my previous life, we relied on luck and the shields of priests to barely survive this skill. But this time, I won't give the boss any chance. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds after the battle started, the damage from the throat slit and the special effect of the Plague Blade burst out, directly depleting the 250,000 health points of the boss's first stage. When the soul purifier's health dropped by 1/3, a layer of thunder shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, 3 lightning orbs appeared in the sky around it, constantly flying around in circles. 3 thunder chains linked the 3 lightning orbs to the soul purifier. The boss's health was locked. The 3 lightning orbs had to be destroyed first. In his previous life, this stage had wiped out Qin Feng's team once. After being wiped out once, Qin Xiaoyou threw a tantrum and refused to continue no matter what. So Qin Feng didn't take her with him. As a result, they managed to pass it in one go after not taking her. Although it was partly because of the experience gained, Qin Xiaoyou was indeed not of much use herself. Just dodging skills was a life-threatening task for her. Healing. Did she even know how? Poison dart. Qin Feng waited for the shadow concealment to cool down, then casually threw a poison dart, accurately hitting the lightning orb circling in the air. After throwing the dart, Qin Feng continued to be in stealth. When Qin Feng was in stealth, the soul purifier boss always launched area of effect attacks. But for Qin Feng, dodging those bolts of lightning was almost an instinctive reaction engraved in his bones, without any difficulty at all. One dart after another was thrown out. The instant shadow slash burst out time and time again. Soon, the 3 flying lightning orbs were destroyed. The boss entered the second stage. Graceful liberation. Instant shadow slash. On the boss entwined with thunder, flashes of the blade like shadows bloomed, and damage numbers burst out one after another. 3 seconds later, the boss directly entered the third stage. One after another, thunder rings centered on the boss kept spreading around. In his previous life, all members of the team had to equip themselves with lightning element resistance gear, plus the shields and healing from 4 priests to barely survive this skill. But in this life, Qin Feng directly used an instant shadow slash to flash onto the ceiling of the hall and grasped a beam with one hand. He perfectly avoided all the thunder rings. It had to be said that the difficulty of this boss was still quite high, but Qin Feng had already made corresponding countermeasures before starting the fight. Just 5 minutes after the battle started, the boss furiously released thunder attacks. Qin Feng activated the black light shield, converting all his dodge chance into 7 layers of damage-absorbing shields, and then used graceful liberation plus instant shadow slash to pass through the boss's body, instantly slashing away the last 1/3 of its health bar. The boss's thunder attacks that landed on him were perfectly blocked by the black light shield. 3 seconds later, the thunderous body of the soul purifier Faisal turned into lightning orbs scattered on the ground, and a system prompt rang in the minds of all players around the world. Player, Shadow, Jiangai City, has achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-level boss and gained 10 reputation points. When this system prompt spread, all players around the world were instantly shocked. Just a moment ago, quite a number of players were discussing Shadow, thinking that Shadow's progress wasn't going smoothly either. But then, he had already achieved the first kill of a platinum-level boss. Damn it. The first kill of a platinum-level boss. And it's a solo kill again. Fuck, it's too ridiculous. I just arrived at the continent and am still being wiped out infinitely in the city ruins, and this guy has already solo killed a platinum-level boss. We've already been wiped out 3 times while besieging a gold-level boss, idiot thrower. Shadow, the big shot, directly solo killed a platinum level 1. What kind of talent is that to play like this? Fuck. It's Shadow from the Great Xia again. Who knows his real identity? I suggest directly dropping a nuclear bomb on Jiangai City of the Great Xia. Good suggestion, but don't suggest it again next time. Do you really think the Great Xia is easy to mess with? Haha, you drop one, I drop one, and let's all perish together. Just when the system prompt about Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum-level boss spread. In Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyou happened to be cut in half at the waist by a silver-level boss wielding a huge axe with a horizontal sweep. You have died. You have lost 14 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died. You have lost 2 days of lifespan, tradable. When Qin Xiaoyou was resurrected in Shell Town, she was completely dazed. Again, died again. In the team channel, there came the cursing of a teammate, stupid healer, couldn't you dodge the boss's huge axe? Qin Xiaoyou was already unhappy, and when she heard the teammates cursing, she immediately got angry. Who are you calling stupid? You're the tank. If you didn't pull the boss properly, how can you blame me for not dodging skills? Dodge your mother. The teammate got angry too, damn it. How can I pull for this area of effect attack skill? Motherfucker. Player, level 8 Strong Wind, has left the team. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the team. Qin Xiaoyou, Chu Yan, and Zhang Wei. Just now, when they were leveling up and killing monsters, they encountered a silver boss, and this was already the 2nd time they had been killed. Zhang Wei couldn't take it anymore and said, "The system prompts me that I'm hungry. I'll log off to eat something first." Left with only Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyou in the team, they were soon killed by the boss again and resurrected in the town square. Chu Yan, the short-haired girl, was an archer. She walked through the crowd and came to Qin Xiaoyou's side, saying helplessly, "Xiaoyou, why don't we level up first? Otherwise, we'll almost run out of lifespan." Okay. Qin Xiaoyou was almost on the verge of crying. Why was this game so difficult? Then, seeing that Shadow had achieved the first kill of a platinum-level boss, Qin Xiaoyou felt even more unbalanced in her heart. Why was it that all the teammates she met were so useless? Chapter 61, Legendary, Level Hand of Greed. Soul, Devourer Bloodline. The Soul Cleansing Land. Other players only heard the announcement of the first kill once, but for Qin Feng, a series of system prompts came one after another. You have killed, Soul, Purifier Faisal, Platinum level, ... You have obtained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes plus 4. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining 20 evolution points. You have obtained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. You have achieved the world's first kill of a platinum level boss, and you have received a 10 reputation point reward. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Soul Cleansing Land. A series of system prompts came, making Qin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. It took about an hour in total, and finally, it was done. From then on, Qin Feng had a base on this godforsaken continent. And, most importantly, this hideout was also something that could be extracted to the real world. When Qin Feng became the owner of the Soul Cleansing Land, he could extract the Soul Cleansing Land to the real world and activate the magic defense barrier inside it. With the existence of the defense barrier, even airplanes and tanks couldn't break through the Soul Cleansing Land. As for nuclear bombs, Others didn't know, but Qin Feng knew it very well. When the God-abandoned game descended, the weapons of mass destruction in the real world had already begun to decay. Especially the most powerful nuclear bombs, which basically couldn't be used on the first day. Airplanes and tanks and the like could still be used for 1 or 2 months. Of course, to extract the soul-cleansing land to the real world, it required more than 1,300 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng had already extracted it in his previous life and used it as the base of the Slaying God Guild in the real world. Qin Feng didn't pay too much attention to the familiar soul-cleansing land. Instead, he first checked his gains this time. First of all, he had leveled up to level 11. After level 10, each level up gives 4 points to all attributes and 10 free attribute points. Continue to allocate them to agility. Qin Feng planned to keep adding points to agility until level 20. Under the condition of infinite stealth, many bosses in the God-abandoned game could actually be fought without taking damage, as long as his speed and reaction were fast enough. So agility was still the most important thing for Qin Feng in the early stage. A gold-level boss only gives 7 evolution points. Unexpectedly, a platinum-level boss directly gives 20 evolution points. Combined with the Hand of Greed. Qin Feng took a look. His current total number of evolution points was 225. It was enough to evolve the Hand of Greed once. Before using the Hand of Greed on the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng evolved this skill once first. You have consumed 210 evolution points, with 15 points remaining. Hand of Greed, Epic Legendary, Assassin-type skill. There is a 300% 500% probability of obtaining an extra loot reward. The obtained extra loot has a 100% probability of increasing by 1 grade. New passive effect, you obtain 100 slots of Greed space, which can be used to store items. The effect after the evolution made Qin Feng's eyes light up. The extra loot has changed from 3 to 5. And it also comes with a 100 slot storage space. The latter was unexpected for Qin Feng. This effect would make it much more convenient for him to kill monsters outside in the future. After the Hand of Greed was upgraded, Qin Feng then used the skill on the corpse of the Soul Purifier. Suddenly, 5 extra loots burst out from the shattered lightning corpse of the boss. The lowest grade was platinum level, and there were also several emerald level ones among them. Among them, there was an emerald level assassin's leather armor, an emerald level assassin's necklace. The equipment requirements were level 13 and level 15 respectively. There was also an emerald level assassin skill book, with a learning level of 14. I can't equip them for now. Just store them at home. Qin Feng didn't plan to deal with these loots of level 13, 15 for the time being. He would wait for a while. Anyway, now the entire underground palace of the soul-cleansing land, covering more than 1,200 mu belonged to him. He could put things here casually without worrying about them being taken away or lost by others. Believer, come in and pick up all the loots in the palace and pile them up together. Qin Feng had dropped a lot of things when he just cleared the elemental monsters in the palace. Whether it was equipment or skill books, he didn't pick them up and didn't even look at them. Now it was just right to let the devout believer come in and sort those things together. At the same time, Qin Feng already had a plan for his next development. After coming to the continent, I can look for some monsters with bloodlines and obtain the first bloodline. Bloodline. This was another important part of a player's strength in the God-abandoned game. In the game, there were various monsters with different bloodlines. After players killed them, they could obtain different bloodlines. Each bloodline had different effects. In this life, the most suitable bloodline for me should be the Soul Devourer. The Soul Devourer bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, one would obtain the ability to devour one's own skills. The higher the grade of the devoured skill, the stronger the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline would be. In this life, I can infinitely evolve skills. Many low-level skills and low-end skills are completely useless to me. But if I evolve them to the epic level and then use the Soul Devourer bloodline to devour them, the attributes of my bloodline will reach an extremely terrifying level. You should know that in the God-abandoned game, each epic level skill was extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to use the Soul Devourer bloodline to devour an epic level skill? The devoured skill couldn't be used, and it couldn't be learned again later. But it was different for Qin Feng in this life. Many trash skills or skills with repeated functions, even if they were evolved to the epic level, were still not as good as the initial epic level skills. There were thousands of assassin skills. Qin Feng couldn't possibly use all the active attack skills among them. It was enough to pick the best ones and keep them. Once I get the Soul Devourer bloodline, I can buy skill books on a large scale and improve my strength again. Qin Feng thought to himself. At this time, his private chat lit up. Milky Shiwazi, congratulations on the Big Shot's first kill of the platinum level boss. I also have good news. Dongfang Xian was hungry and finally logged off. It's said that he's having dinner at the Jiangnan restaurant, along with quite a number of people from his family. His family has acquired a lot of lifespan and is preparing to bring it into the game to convert it into combat power. The girl sent a voice message, and her voice was still so charming. Qin Feng smiled when he heard this. Not bad. It seems that the Dongfang Xian family has brought a lot of lifespan. This time when I return to the real world, I can also extract the flower curse. None of the lifespan on those people will be wasted. Chapter 62, Captain, don't be like this. Of course, Dongfang Xian and his family were having dinner, and it definitely wouldn't end so soon. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry either. Before returning to the real world, he first dealt with a batch of loots and consumed the evolution points obtained from the Hand of Greed, just now by the way. By then, he could extract more abilities to the real world. From the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng had obtained a total of 100 evolution points. Adding the remaining ones just now, he had 115 points left. I can evolve most of the skills that haven't reached the epic level to the epic level. Qin Feng took a glance at the skill list. Without further ado, he evolved them one by one. He consumed 42 evolution points to evolve Shadow Concealment 3 times to the epic level. The duration of stealth was increased from 36 seconds to 60 seconds. The damage when breaking stealth was increased from 300 to 500. The cooldown was reduced from 22 seconds to 8.5 seconds. Then, he consumed 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice to the epic level, and the backstab damage bonus was increased from 50% to 75%. There were still 39 evolution points left. Qin Feng thought about it for a while and didn't evolve the currently emerald level Poison Dart. Instead, he first consumed 3 evolution points to evolve Flower Curse twice. From emerald to diamond, and then to the epic level Flower Curse, it could be used on the corpses of players who had died within 60 seconds, and a new effect was added. Can it destroy the corpses and remove all traces? Qin Feng was stunned. This effect seemed useless in the game. However, in the real world outside the game, it seemed to be a little useful. He didn't think too much about it. Immediately after that, he evolved Darkest Hour 3 times. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, with 30 points remaining. Darkest Hour, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic, unleash a dark light to blind all enemies within the range. Cooldown, 60, 34.3 seconds. Range, 20, 30, 40, 50 meters. Base duration, 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds, the higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the duration. The remaining 30 evolution points were just enough to evolve Flower Curse from the epic level to the legendary level. Should I evolve it or not? Qin Feng thought about it. This skill was obtained from the emerald treasure chest bestowed by the ancient god. In his previous life, he hadn't even heard of its name and only vaguely knew its effect, which showed how rare it was. At least there were no such skill books for sale on the market. Since it's a rare skill, I'd better continue to evolve it. Every legendary level skill has its unique features. Maybe there will be some useful special effects. Qin Feng finally decided to evolve it. You have consumed 30 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Flower Curse, Epic Legendary, Universal Skill. Can be used on the corpses of players who have died within 6,300 seconds, continuously absorbing tradable lifespan. New effect, at the same time, absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. New effect, can absorb the scattered light spheres of non-tradable lifespan. Damn it. Qin Feng couldn't help but swear. This thing was outrageous. While absorbing all the target's tradable lifespan, it could also absorb 50% of the target's non-tradable lifespan. Even the scattered non-tradable lifespan could be absorbed. although the non-tradable lifespan can't be used to extract skills to the real world. But in the future, when going to high-level areas where the lifespan depletion speed is accelerated 100 times or 10,000 times, the non-tradable lifespan will be consumed first. With this skill, there will be no shortage of non-tradable lifespan. After consuming all the evolution points, Qin Feng informed Wang Meng and gave him a nearby coordinate. Of course, it wasn't near the entrance of the soul-cleansing land, but a place 500 meters away from it. There were northwest monsters in that place for the moment. The things to be sold this time included the loots dropped by the Plague Encircler, and the items dropped by the small bosses in the soul-cleansing land. The 100-slot backpack that comes with the Hand of Greed is really useful. With all these things on me, there are still half of the slots empty. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He went to the coordinate point alone. Soon. In the bedroom of a ruined residential house, Wang Meng, and you, and the other 5 people saw Qin Feng, who was still wearing a veil. As usual, I'll set the price. You can choose not to take the things if you don't accept the price. Qin Feng began to list the items. First were the things of silver level, gold level, and platinum level. The total value of this batch of items reached 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. And you was as straightforward as before. She took them all. After all, Qin Feng's prices were quite fair. After receiving the items, this dragon swordswoman smiled so happily that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, the development speed of our Jiangai city will be faster again. Actually, the Shanghai Air Force, the 46th Artillery Regiment. Many official regiments have asked us for equipment. But now we can't communicate between different cities, and there is no trading channel. Brother Shadow, thank you. And you looked at Qin Feng, with joy in her beautiful eyes. It's okay. We help each other. Besides, there are also some inferior, common, and bronze-level things. Do you want them? Qin Feng asked while continuing to take out this pile of things. Seeing that he started to take out things again, all 6 of you were shocked. How? How do you have so many backpack slots? Just now, the silver, gold, and platinum items taken out by Qin Feng couldn't even be held by you alone. Wang Meng had to help to put them all away. As a result, Qin Feng actually took out another pile of more than 30 common and bronze-level things. Big shot, are you Doraemon? Gui Shue looked curious and actually came up to touch Qin Feng's stomach. Qin Feng had a puzzled look on his face. In the end, not only Yu and Wang Meng, but also Gui Shue, Lin Liu, the sharp-eyed archer, and the card master uncle had their backpacks filled with things. Fortunately, in the God-abandoned game, items in the backpack wouldn't be dropped when a player died. Just a friendly reminder. There is a staircase under the stone statue in the middle of the city ruin. Go down there and you'll find a teleportation array that can take you back to the initial town. However, it will cost 500 days of lifespan for the first time to go back. There's no cost to come back again. You can decide for yourself. Seeing that they didn't dare to kill monsters in this place, Qin Feng reminded them. After saying that, he turned around and left. After dealing with the things, it was time to return to the real world. When he left, and you looked at his disappearing figure, with a glint in her beautiful eyes. She lowered her voice in the team channel and said excitedly, "Look, look. I told you that the big shot might be a reincarnator. Otherwise, how could he know such hidden information?" Wang Meng patted his forehead, "Captain, don't be like this. I'm a bit scared." The card master uncle also smiled, "That's right. Don't be too sensitive. We were just driven away by monsters at that time. Otherwise, if we searched around there, we would definitely have found it too. Shadow can just be invisible, so he's more familiar with the terrain than us. It's quite normal." And you heard this and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she said, "What do you think the success rate would be if I tried to seduce Shadow?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 63, Dongfang Xian in high spirits. A reliable woman. Just when you and the others were trying to find a way to return to the initial town, Qin Feng had already returned to the soul-cleansing land. He closed the stone door at the entrance tightly. If other players come here, this stone door will look like a wall. It's almost impossible to find that this place is the entrance to an underground palace. Even if there really is a genius who attacks the stone door, the durability of this stone door is 1 million, and it's impossible to break through it in a short time. I can look for some material scrolls to reinforce the stone door later. Qin Feng entered the soul-cleansing land. Looking at the familiar palace scene, he didn't feel much emotion. Instead, he chose to log off on the spot. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities to the real world? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. At this time, Qin Feng had a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan, which allowed him to greatly enhance his strength in the real world. Converted into days, it was a total of 74,304 days. Extract the level and class advancement abilities first. This time, Qin Feng didn't go through so much trouble. Since he had relatively more tradable lifespan on him, he directly chose to synchronize in batches. Level synchronization. Class advancement synchronization. In total, it consumed 27,000 days of lifespan, and Qin Feng's real-world level and class advancement were directly synchronized with those in the game. Next were the skills. I've extracted Shadow Concealment before, but it was only level 1 Shadow Concealment. To upgrade it to level 10 Shadow Concealment, it needs to consume a little more than 1,946 days. Qin Feng began to tick the skills to be extracted from the list. He consumed 1,946 days to upgrade Shadow Concealment to level 10. He consumed 900 days to extract Backstab Enhancement. He consumed 1,000 days to extract Hand of Greed. He consumed 3,200 days to extract Instant Shadow Slash. He consumed 5,366 days to extract Ghostly Blur. He consumed 16,099 days to extract Flower Curse. He consumed 11,313 days to extract Black Light Shield. After extracting these skills, Qin Feng only had 7,480 days of tradable lifespan left. The tradable lifespan is still a bit lacking. Otherwise, I could synchronize them all directly. Qin Feng shook his head. The skills that he didn't extract for the time being were only Darkest Hour, Extraction Requirement, 12,649 days, Graceful Liberation, Extraction Requirement, 59,032 days, plus a useless Chisel Strike. As for why Graceful Liberation required so much. Because it was an initial epic level skill. Looking at the remaining lifespan, Qin Feng chose to extract 2 pieces of equipment. One was the gold level stealth boots that increased the duration of stealth and movement speed while in stealth. The extraction consumed 3,600 days. The other was the gold level Believer's Pendant. This thing increased the cooldown speed and could also summon a silver level Believer. It might come in handy. It consumed 3,394 days to extract it. The extraction of equipment consumed half as much lifespan as the extraction of skills of the same level and grade. After all, equipment was consumable. While skills existed permanently, it was normal to consume twice as much. Finally, there are only 486 days of tradable lifespan left. However, my combat strength in the real world now is not much different from that in the game. I still need to earn more lifespan and strive to fully synchronize it next time I log off. When Qin Feng finished the extraction, his figure appeared in his small bedroom at home. To be honest, the house in the Shanshui Inxiang community was under Qin Xiaoyou's name. It seems a bit far away to accumulate more than 1,300 years of lifespan to extract the soul-cleansing land. Qian Shishir knows about this place. To be on the safe side, I'd better leave first. Qin Feng looked at the familiar bedroom without any sentimentality. He raised his hand and directly used the Hand of Greed. Don't misunderstand. There were no corpses in this room. Qin Feng just activated the 100-slot storage space that came with the Hand of Greed. Currently, there were no monsters in the real world, so the Hand of Greed was not very useful, but this 100-slot storage space was still quite nice. The 100-slot space in the game was manifested as 100 cubic meters in the real world and was calculated separately from the space in the game. Qin Feng directly threw all his things in the room into it, including that bed. Let's go. Qin Feng entered the stealth state. He still didn't take his mobile phone. He directly came to the window and jumped down from the 11th floor. Under the night sky, no one knew that an invisible figure was soaring in the night. When approaching the ground, Qin Feng used an instant shadow slash and rushed towards the flower bed by the roadside without attracting anyone's attention. Although he didn't extract all the equipment, Qin Feng's running speed in the real world could reach more than 30 meters per second at the fastest. The Jiangnan restaurant is 15 kilometers away from this community. I can get there in less than 10 minutes. Of course, Qin Feng couldn't take a taxi. In fact, his current speed was much faster than taking a taxi. At this time, the Jiangnan restaurant had been reserved by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was one of the local families in Jiangai City. It had risen for decades and had been passed down for 3 generations. Up to now, Dongfang Xian was the most favored young generation in the family. In the largest private room of the Jiangnan restaurant, Dongfang Xian, along with some elders and uncles of the Dongfang family, had gathered together. They were having dinner while discussing matters related to the God Abandoned game. Originally, in the Dongfang family, Dongfang Xian didn't have much say. After all, he was a junior. But now, the God Abandoned game had descended. Dongfang Xian's level, equipment, and combat strength in the God Abandoned game were the highest among all the core members of the whole family. Many of the elders also entered the God Abandoned game, but they didn't understand the game at all, let alone combat. Several of them were directly killed by monsters twice, and they almost had a heart attack. Finally, they spent a lot of money to ask others to help them reach level 3 so that they could log off and leave the game. One could imagine that for many elderly players, once they fell asleep and entered the God Abandoned game, they would have no chance of surviving. Even if they didn't go out and were trapped in the town, after 2 or 3 days, their real-world bodies wouldn't be able to bear it, and they would starve or die of thirst. This was the truly cruel aspect of the God Abandoned game. Now it was the first day, and many people hadn't realized it yet. But in fact, even among young and middle-aged people, quite a number of them had already fallen into despair. For example, Tainan was already dead and couldn't be deader. With only a few days of lifespan left, he had already become a lifespan beggar in Shell Town. At this time, Dongfang Xian was a bit complacent at the dinner table. The descent of the God Abandoned game was the era for young people like him. Moreover, the Dongfang family had industries worth tens of billions in Jiangai City, covering various industries. Now they had already converted most of their liquid assets into tradable lifespan. Dongfang Xian was carrying 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on him, and he was in high spirits. My plan is to let the family's children enter the game, buy equipment and skill books. Level up to level 10 at the fastest speed to gain a leading advantage so that we can occupy a place in the future era. Another thing. Regarding Shadow, I've already sent a reliable woman to get close to him and she has already added him as a friend. Wait for an opportunity to find out Shadow's real identity in the real world, and then we can take action. If we can control Shadow in the real world and make him work for our Dongfang family, our Dongfang family will truly rise. Just when Dongfang Xian was speaking passionately, the 2 security guards in black suits guarding outside the private room suddenly had flashes of blades on their bodies, and blood spurted out as they fell to the ground. Chapter 64, Release the Dogs. Bloody Hunt. Bang. Bang. 2 corpses, torn apart by the flashes of blades, fell miserably at the entrance of the largest private room in the Jiangnan restaurant. The soundproofing effect of this private room was quite good, and the people inside didn't notice the abnormality outside the door at all. After killing the 2 people with an instant shadow slash, Qin Feng stood invisible at the entrance of the private room. His agility attribute was very high. He had heard Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech inside. A reliable woman. Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Dongfang Xian had no idea that the so-called reliable woman in his mouth had already defected. However, they are even equipped with guns. Qin Feng checked the 2 corpses and didn't act rashly for the moment. Although he had ghostly blur and black light shield, after all, they didn't provide 100% dodge chance. He also hadn't extracted defensive equipment to the real world. Once he was shot in the heart or head by a firearm, he would surely die. I wonder what the situation is inside the private room. Even if I'm invisible, maybe I'll be hit by a random shot by accident and be killed by random gunfire. It's better to be cautious. Qin Feng had many more means this time when he returned to the real world. He raised his hand and directly used the equipment's special effect, Summon Devout Believer. A withered, slender, gray figure crawled out and appeared at the entrance of the Jiangnan restaurant. Silver level, Devout Believer. It had sharp claws for close combat and green flames for long-range attacks. Moreover, as a silver-level boss, the devout believer had a strong ability to withstand damage. Even when attacked by firearms, it could resist for a long time. Go in. Qin Feng gave an order. He himself retreated to a corner invisibly. On the corner, a surveillance camera had already been destroyed by him. Bang. The core members of the Dongfang family, from the elders to the middle-aged generation and then to the young generation, more than 40 people in total, were mostly gathered here. Their levels ranged from level 3 to level 8. None of them had reached level 10 and could extract abilities to the real world. The withered and slender devout believer directly burst through the front door, smashing through the precious wooden door, and instantly triggered a series of screams. Among the screams, there were men and women, old and young, and they were all startled. How dare you? Who, damn it, what is this? Don't come over, ah. Could this be a monster from the God-abandoned game? Oh my god, help, help. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out in the large private room. Unfortunately, what came out was only the screams of humans. In the real world, even if these people had guns, their defensive abilities were extremely poor, fragile to the extreme. For the silver-level devout believer, it could easily kill one person with a single claw. A mouthful of green flames spat out could burn a group of people to death. Since Qin Feng had taken action, he didn't intend to leave any survivors. When the gunshots in the private room rang out, the bodyguards of the Dongfang family guarding outside the entrance of the Jiangnan restaurant were finally alerted. However, obviously, the number of these bodyguards was not large. Originally, for a Dongfang family gathering of the scale, at least 30 to 50 people were needed to protect it together. But now, there were only about 10 people left, all of whom were loyal to the Dongfang family. As for the other bodyguards, damn it. Since the God-abandoned game had descended, who would still be your bodyguard? The remaining 10 or so people were relatively senior. The Dongfang family promised to pay them with tradable lifespan, so they were willing to stay. Moreover, their in-game were not very good. Those who really had high-end talents had already entered the game to kill monsters by themselves. They didn't need the charity of these family consortiums at all. When those 10 or so bodyguards rushed up, they were holding machetes, iron rods, and other weapons in their hands, which were not as advanced as guns. But when they came to the entrance of the private room and took a look inside, they were all scared silly. Some even vomited on the spot. Go. What kind of monster is that? They're all dead, already all dead. Wait, there's lifespan in there, a big mass of lifespan, at least tens of thousands. Hurry up and leave. There's that monster in there. You still care about lifespan? Do you want to die? A group of people had just run upstairs and took a look at the situation inside the private room. Immediately, they turned around and fled in a panic. However, instant shadow slash. Qin Feng, hiding in the dark corner, immediately took action. A figure flashed by, and flashes of blades bloomed in the field. Even the broken surface of the surveillance camera was splashed with scarlet blood. In just 2 minutes, this elegant Jiangnan restaurant had already become a hellish place. However, immediately after that, as the devout believer returned to Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng raised his hand and dismissed it directly. The withered, thin, gray and strange figure slowly dissipated until it disappeared. Immediately after that, scarlet flowers appeared one after another in the field. Qin Feng walked among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood invisibly, as if taking a stroll in a leisurely courtyard. Wherever he walked, the death flowers bloomed. These death flowers not only absorbed all the tradable lifespan of everyone in the field but also had the effect of destroying the corpses and removing all traces. All the blood splattered and corpses in the field were turned into wisps of pale white smoke during the absorption process of the death flowers. What a great harvest! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Dongfang Xian had 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on him. Originally, only half of it had burst out. However, when the scarlet flowers bloomed on his corpse, the remaining tradable lifespan of his was also absorbed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the private room. He saw that Dongfang Xian's head had been separated from his body. His head had been directly torn off by the devout believer and thrown beside a plate of Australian lobsters, side by side with an Australian lobster head. His eyes were wide open, dying with everlasting regret. This guy didn't even know until his death which had gone wrong. He didn't even know that he had been killed by Shadow. Very few people had seen the devout believer. Perhaps only Grey Rose and her teammates could think of it being related to Qin Feng if they saw it. As for others, who knew what this thing was? Dongfang Xian's last thought before dying was, how could the monsters from the God-abandoned game invade the real world? Just 2 minutes later, the death flowers dissipated from inside the Jiangnan restaurant. The staff of the restaurant had been in the kitchen all along. They had vaguely heard the noise outside and hadn't come out at first. After all, it was the Dongfang family having a gathering and handling affairs. How dare these outsiders run around randomly? But after a while, they felt that something was wrong. When they came out, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that the tables, chairs, vases, in the private room were all smashed and in a mess. And in the corridor inside and outside the private room, there was pale white smoke slowly swirling and dissipating. Where are the people? Where are so many people from the Dongfang family? The destroying the corpses and removing all traces, effect of the flower curse, left no trace related to the corpses at the scene. As for the instigator, Qin Feng, he had already left the Jiangnan restaurant. This time, it's a great harvest. I've absorbed everyone's tradable lifespan. I've also absorbed 50% of their non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng found that it was really the right choice to spend 30 evolution points to evolve the flower curse to the legendary level. Chapter 65, What a Talent! Truly worthy of being called the Lucky Koi. After leaving the Jiangnan restaurant, Qin Feng first found a corner while remaining invisible and checked his gains from this trip. The tradable lifespan. I've obtained a total of 74 years, which is equivalent to 27,000 days when converted into days. As for the non-tradable lifespan, I've absorbed more than 480 years through the flower curse. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespan of these people was really too little. You know, he had killed more than 40, nearly 50 people in this wave. However, considering that there were already some old men among these people. Plus, they had all entered the God-abandoned game and came out after reaching level 3. During the leveling process, they had died many times and lost most of their non-tradable lifespan. Even so, Qin Feng's gains from this trip were still huge. Just now, when he traded with Anu, selling so many pieces of equipment only got him less than 20,000 days of lifespan. This time, he just went out for a trip and easily obtained 27,000 days. The cost-effectiveness completely exceeded his expectations. As for the non-tradable lifespan on him, it had accumulated to 2,327 years in total. What a money-giving boy. Qin Feng smiled. He finally took a look at the Jiangnan restaurant, heard the sound of police sirens coming from a distance, and left quietly. This time, the effect of the flower curse made a great contribution. Not only were the gains extremely rich, moreover, with the scarlet flowers, all the corpses, bloodstains, and so on in the field were completely cleared away and evaporated into pale white mist. All the core members of the Dongfang family and more than 10 bodyguards seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to find any traces. As for the consequences caused by the disappearance of the Dongfang family, Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention at all. Such things would happen more and more frequently in the future. For the police of the Great Xia, they would most likely define it as a missing case and stop investigating. Even if they guessed that it was related to Shadow, there was simply no evidence. Qin Feng remembered that the early chaos lasted for several days. Many people didn't dare to leave the game at all. In the game, they didn't dare to go out and kill monsters either. They only dared to huddle in the safe area. Occasionally, when they logged off to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, they were in a hurry. It wasn't until the hidden profession, investigator, cultivated or wooed by the official of the Great Xia extracted their professional abilities to the real world that they could barely effectively arrest criminals. Thus, the situation stabilized a little. Of course, facing Qin Feng's extremely thorough means of destroying corpses and removing all traces, even the professional abilities of the investigator couldn't find any clues. Unless in the later stage, some skills with the ability to go back in time were obtained, could people see what had happened at that time. However, skills related to time and space like this hardly appeared in the first few years. The next target, Qian Shishir. The headquarters of the Qian's group had been relocated to North America before the God-abandoned game descended, and the board of directors was also in North America. Currently, the only one that can be dealt with is Qian Shishir. Just kill her first. However, it's nearly 300 kilometers from Jiangai City to Shanghai City. It would take me 2 or 3 hours to walk there, which is too time-consuming. I have to find a way to get a mount. Qin Feng thought to himself. He walked invisibly on the streets of Jiangai City. The cold wind blew at night, and he hardly saw anyone along the way. Many restaurants and dining halls were closed. He couldn't even see a single takeaway rider on the road. Qin Feng didn't go to a big hotel but first found a random homestay and checked in. Because now the economic system of big hotels was operating slowly. It was not as good as homestays, where transactions were more convenient. Of course, Qin Feng didn't bring his mobile phone, so he could only pay with lifespan. He directly gave 1 hour of lifespan. It seemed very little, but it had already made the landlady of the homestay overjoyed. "Sir, please come inside." 1 hour of lifespan, with the current value ratio of 1 to 30,000, was already equivalent to 1,250 yuan. At this time, the official had already started printing money, and the value of cash would continue to collapse until a new economic system centered on lifespan was established. Qin Feng checked into the homestay. He casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, washed up a bit, and then re-entered the game. Regarding food, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. There would soon be special sources of food. Before that, it was okay to just eat something casually. When he closed his eyes for 10 seconds, the body sitting on the sofa gradually became lighter and translucent. "Welcome back to the God-abandoned game." A prompt appeared in Qin Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and appeared in the palace of his soul-cleansing land. In the dim underground palace, the sound of dripping water could be faintly heard, making it seem gloomy and damp. His plan was to take advantage of the fact that there were still many monsters in the ruins and first clean up the ruins in Jiangai City, as this would be the fastest way to level up. Moreover, there were also some silver-level and gold-level bosses in the ruins, and the items dropped by them were also quite good and could be sold for some lifespan. However, when he logged in, a sudden private message disrupted his plan. "And you, big shot, big shot. Just now, Xiaohei discovered the entrance to a tomb in the city ruins. But there's a gold-level resentful ghost at the entrance, and we can't beat it. We've noted down the coordinates. Do you want to give it a try?" Qin Feng was stunned. "Xiaohei? That's Black Plumley. You called her Xiaohei, so we all call her Xiaohei now, haha." And you couldn't help laughing as she spoke. It turned out to be Lin Liu. It was her again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she discover it? "And you sighed with emotion, didn't you tell us to go back to the initial town, big shot?" On our way back, we took a bit of a detour to avoid the small monsters. While walking, we suddenly found that one person was missing. We searched for a long time before we found that Xiaohei had stepped on a pit and fallen down. Because it was a special area of the tomb, we couldn't even use the team chat. We walked along the pit and saw a level 12 gold-level boss chasing after us and hacking at us. Fortunately, we ran fast. Now we're already back in Shell Town. If you want to go to the tomb, big shot, I'll give you the coordinates. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. She was really a lucky koi. Damn it. She could discover a tomb just by accidentally stepping into a pit while walking in the city ruins. You know, tombs, like temples of faith and cursed ruins, were all random field opportunities. If one could clear the level and kill the final boss, the rewards would be very rich. There might even be some special rewards. Even the mount that Qin Feng wanted now might appear. So Qin Feng replied, "Okay, give me the coordinates." And you replied excitedly, "MMM. If there are things that you don't need, big shot, remember to sell them to us." This was her real purpose. Now she had enough tradable lifespan. As long as Qin Feng could get more equipment and skill books, the faster their improvement would be. So, she directly gave Qin Feng the coordinates of the tomb for free and didn't even think about exchanging these coordinates for something. Qin Feng was a bit surprised by Anyu's generosity when he got the coordinates. I like making friends with people like this. So Qin Feng left the soul-cleansing land. He headed towards the city ruins 1.4 kilometers away according to the coordinates given by the other party, moving there invisibly. He cleared several waves of monsters along the way and took the loots casually. Soon, he arrived at the coordinate point given by Anyu and saw a well in the yard of the ruins. Is the entrance this well? Could she really fall into this well just by walking? Qin Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh that Lin Liu was really a talent. Chapter 66, Instantly Kill the Resentful Ghost. Platinum level skill, Night Ring Blade. Qin Feng jumped into the well. He observed that the well wasn't very deep, and there were protruding bricks on the side of the well that one could use to climb up. But once inside the well, one entered the area of the tomb. You have come to the Tomb of Resentment. Your long-distance communication will be blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. When he reached the bottom of the well, a 3-meter-wide passage appeared in front of him. The sides of the passage were illuminated by faintly glowing night stones. Qin Feng maintained his invisible state and moved forward quietly. After advancing 100 meters, Qin Feng saw a rotting, fat monster holding a large machete standing guard in front of a dilapidated gate. Resentful Ghost, LV-12. Grade, Gold. This boss was more than 2 meters tall and extremely burly. The 2 large machetes in its hands looked rusty, and its whole body was filled with a rotten stench, like a big lump of flesh piled up by blood and flesh. It was this gatekeeper boss that had made you and the others flee in a panic. Qin Feng believed that with their personalities, they must have tried to fight it. After all, they now had gold-level equipment and gold-level skills on them, and they wouldn't just run away at the first sight of it. But obviously, their attempt had failed. Resentful Ghost. I haven't really come into contact with this boss much. However, judging from its form, it should be a physical attack type with particularly high attack power and a large attack range. Couldn't Wang Meng withstand its attacks? Qin Feng guessed a little. Among the equipment and skill books he had sold, there really weren't many things that added to defense. If Wang Meng's defense wasn't enough and he lost health too quickly when attacked by the boss, then no matter how powerful the healer was, it wouldn't be able to save him. Of course, it wasn't to the point of being instantly killed. After all, Wang Meng, as a Holy Shield warrior, now had at least 4,000 or 5,000 health points. It should be that after being hit by the boss with one strike, he lost more than half of his health, felt that he couldn't withstand it, and then just ran away. However, for Qin Feng, there was no need to consider whether he could withstand the attacks at all. Because Graceful Liberation. Instant Shadow Slash. Qin Feng activated the active effect of Graceful Liberation, grasped the plague blade in his hand, and burst out instantly. On the body of the gold-level Resentful Ghost holding 2 large machetes, flashes of the blade bloomed. Minus 13,555, weak point attack. A total of 9 flashes of the blade brought up 9 damage numbers that popped up on the head of that rotting big guy. Qin Feng took a look and was a bit surprised. This boss has really high defense. Now my Shadow Concealment skill has reached the epic level, and the damage when breaking stealth has reached 535 points, which is much higher than before. Even when attacking the Platinum level Soul Purifier, a single strike of my instant Shadow Slash can now cause nearly 5,000 points of damage. But it's less than 4,000 points when hitting this fat guy. Fortunately, it didn't have much impact. Now almost all of Qin Feng's skills were at the epic level, and when combined together, the effect was explosive. Epic level skills, when used to deal with a gold level boss, wasn't it like cutting melons and vegetables? After launching an instant Shadow Slash, Qin Feng directly maintained his invisible state and retreated to a distance. The boss had a total health of about 120,000. The laceration, damage from Graceful Liberation had only jumped twice before instantly killing the raging, resentful ghost that was hacking around everywhere. Large piles of rotting flesh burst and scattered all over the place. Qin Feng was still invisible and kept a distance of more than 30 meters from the boss's corpse. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Qin Feng slowly approached. There was no other way. He had suffered too many losses in his previous life, so he was very cautious in everything he did. Some bosses would self-destruct even after death, and many people had fallen for this trap. Some teams had finally managed to kill the boss, but then the boss's corpse self-destructed, wiping out the whole team. The items painstakingly dropped by the boss were then picked up by other passing players. Hand of Greed. Qin Feng activated the Hand of Greed towards the corpse of the resentful ghost. A big golden hand seemed to stretch out from the void and made a virtual grab at the corpse of the resentful ghost that had scattered into pieces of flesh. Suddenly, 5 extra loots burst out. There were as many as 7 platinum-colored glows. Among them, there was actually a skill book and a piece of equipment that Qin Feng could use. Night Ring Blade, Platinum level, Assassin type skill. Infuse the blade with dark power to cause dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters around, with an additional 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Required level, 11 inch. This was an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. My shadow profession has a basic 4-dimensional attribute bonus of 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. The bonus to spirit is a bit higher than that to strength. So my current basic spell attack power is even higher than my basic physical attack power. However, the Plague Blade is a common physical weapon and adds physical attack power. If I use the Plague Blade to release assassin skills with spell damage, the damage will be much lower. However, after all, this was a level 11 and initially platinum level skill, and the additional attack was quite high. Let's evolve it to the epic level first and see. Qin Feng gave the instruction. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, with 36 points remaining. Night Ring Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic, cause dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5, 7, 9, 12 meters around, with an additional 500, 750, 1000, 1300 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Required level, 11 inch. After the skill was evolved, the range expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, which was definitely a transformation. And the additional attack was increased from 500 points to 1300 points. After all, it's an area of effect attack, not a single target attack. This additional attack isn't too strong. The total damage of a single release is still not as high as that of instant shadow slash. However, it's a great skill for clearing small monsters. Although the instant shadow slash had a 5-meter slashing range, it was ultimately a skill in a straight line. Many times, it couldn't clear all the small monsters in an area. But the Night Ring Blade was different. The dark elemental damage within a 12-meter range around oneself was equivalent to a circular range with a diameter of 24 meters. If Qin Feng had learned the skill before, the speed of clearing the soul-cleansing land would have been twice as fast. After learning the skill, Qin Feng then looked at the next piece of platinum-level assassin equipment. Resentment Leather Armor, Platinum, Physical Defense plus 55, All Elemental Resistances plus 45. Damage Block plus 42, Health Points plus 777. Equipment Requirement, Level 12 inch. Resentment, gain 30 basic attack power after being attacked. When he reached level 12, Qin Feng could take off the level 5 gold level, Ghostfire Leather Armor, on him. Although the Resentment special effect didn't have much of a big role, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the basic defense, resistance, and block of this leather armor were quite high. As for the other loots dropped by the boss, there were a total of about 20 pieces in all. Selling them all would bring in more than 10,000 days of lifespan. You should know that when he killed this gold-level boss, Resentful Ghost, the boss only gave a little over 1,000 days of lifespan. Even with the 5 extra rewards obtained by using the Hand of Greed, the total added up to only 6,300 days. I can enter the tomb now. I hope there will be some good things. It would be best if a mount could appear. Qin Feng came to the dilapidated stone gate, reached out and pushed the stone gate open. At this very moment, Qin Xiaoyou in Shell Town had already fallen into confusion and despair. ******* End of part 1, see you in part 2 in the next video. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next parts. Thank you for watching the channel. Wish you a happy and joyful day.